When Ling Juyun and Tang Sin Pao exchanged a look, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to arrange for Duanling Tian to fight both of them at the same time, even with the condition that Su Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, had added. Tang San Pao said through voice transmission, Ling Juyun, it seems like Duanling Tian is much stronger than we think. Ling Juyun did not respond to Tang San Pao. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he turned to look at Duanling Tian, who was sitting in the spectator seat. Following that, he wordlessly took a few medicinal pills to recover his celestial origin energy before he sat cross-legged in the air. Tang San Pao followed suit as well. Since Feng Qingyang had agreed to Su Konghai's condition, there was nothing they could do unless they surrendered. All the duo could do now was to join forces to defeat Duanling Tian to prove Feng Qingyang wrong. Naturally, they knew that there must be a reason why Feng Qingyang had readily agreed to Su Konghai's condition. Feng Qingyang had to be very confident about Duanling Tian's strength. At this moment, despite being expressionless, Ling Juyun was thoroughly shocked. Since he parted ways with Duanling Tian in the past, he had been diligently cultivating with the resources he obtained from the realm of gods. Moreover, he had several fortuitous encounters as well. For these reasons, he had been sure he had grown stronger than Duanling Tian. His spirit was not dampened at all even when Duanling Tian revealed the strength of a 6-star god of war. He was still confident that Duanling Tian was weaker than him. However, after listening to Feng Qingyang's words, he was almost certain that Duanling Tian had to be stronger than him. After all, Feng Qingyang was not only the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a god. There was no doubt that he had a good grasp of Tang San Pao and Ling Juyun's strength after watching their battle. Nevertheless, he still confidently arranged for Duanling Tian to face the duo at the same time. This proved that he believed Duanling Tian was capable of defeating the duo. At the same time, Su Konghai hid the shock in his heart and said, "In that case, they'll face Duanling Tian after they recover their energy." When the spectators regained their senses, Feng Qingyang had already returned to his seat next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. The shock they experienced at this moment could not be described by words. Heavens! The legendary heavenly emperor agreed to the condition. Not being able to use external tools doesn't only apply to celestial weapons. It means they can't use anything apart from their own strength to fight. Otherwise, they'd be disqualified. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang seems very confident about his disciple's strength. If he's so confident, it's likely that Duanling Tian is truly capable of facing Tang San Pao and Ling Juyun at once. The young geniuses shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian in unison only to see him remaining calm and expressionless. Before Feng Qingyang stepped forward, he had already sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian, informing Duanling Tian of his intention to bring Duanling Tian to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. He had discovered a place in the Azura Hell that was similar to the Tidal Temple's Chamber of Laws. However, one could only comprehend the law of time there. That place was also where Feng Qingyang's physical body was currently at. Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard Feng Qingyang's message. Although he could comprehend the law of time's profundities in that place, he would have to rely on himself to comprehend and fuse the profundities. This was a rather difficult task for gods, let alone titled celestial emperors. For gods and celestials alike, the comprehension of the laws would determine their strength if their cultivation bases were the same. At this time, Duanling Tian was pulled back to his sense when Suli sent him a voice transmission. "Duanling Tian, are you confident? You'll find out soon enough," Duanling Tian replied with a smile. Suli's eyes lit up upon hearing Duanling Tian's reply. Then he said with a wry smile, "I thought my cultivation base should be close to yours even if it's not higher. Alas, you're still so far ahead of me." At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, who were seated behind Duanling Tian, looked at Duanling Tian incredulously. They felt incredibly embarrassed for having underestimated Duanling Tian so much in the past. While the crowd waited for Tang San Pao and Ling Juyun to recover their energy, they discussed fervently among themselves. Although they had to wait a while for the match to start, they knew the match was definitely worth the wait. Similarly, the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the Title Temple were discussing among themselves as well. Do you think Duan Ling Tian stands a chance of winning? Based on Heavenly Emperor Feng's confidence, I think it's possible that Duan Ling Tian is strong enough to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun. That's not necessarily the case. It's possible that Heavenly Emperor is trying to test his disciple. Whatever it is, it seems like Duan Ling Tian is stronger than Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao. However, it remains to be seen if he can defeat them if they join forces. We'll have to wait and see. The crowd was divided in their opinions. Some felt that Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao even if they joined forces, while some felt it was impossible. There were also some who thought Feng Qingyang was only testing Duan Ling Tian's strength by making him face two opponents at once. Regardless, these were only speculations. All of them could only wait and see. The crowd waited patiently for the highly anticipated match to start for roughly an hour before Ling Juyun opened his eyes. He rose to his feet and said, "I've recovered my energy and am ready to fight." Before Su Konghai could respond, Tang Sanpao opened his eyes and rose to his feet as well. "I'm ready as well." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately when the duo declared they were ready to fight. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian flew into the battle ring under everyone's watchful eyes. He remained calm even with everyone's attention on him. Meanwhile, Ding Fu asked, "Brother Feng, you seem very confident about junior nephew Duan's strength. Do you really think he'll win?" Feng Qingyang replied, "I think so." "You think so? What do you mean?" Ding Fu was taken aback by Feng Qingyang's reply. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian stepped out into the air and entered the battle ring. He had become the main focus instantaneously as all eyes were shifted on him. However, Duan Ling Tian remained calm and expressionless even though he was the center of attention. Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "My disciple is strong, but I have no idea how strong he is." Ding Fu and Wei Qi were rendered speechless by these words, while Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, was expressionless since he was already aware of this. Back in the battle ring, Duan Ling Tian stood across from Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao. Duan Ling Tian, Tang Sanpao smiled wryly as he said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. I'd like to find out how big the difference between our strength is." Based on these words, it was clear Tang Sanpao thought Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Just like everyone else, he came to this conclusion based on Feng Qingyang's confidence. When he first approached Duan Ling Tian, he had mentioned Feng Qingyang was his idol. It was only natural that he did not doubt his idol. At this time, Su Konghai looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, during this match, apart from not being allowed to use external tools, I have to remind you that if you lose this match, you won't be able to challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun again individually even if you're stronger than them. Do you understand?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. He naturally knew about this. "In that case, let's begin." The eyes of the crowd brightened as Su Konghai's voice fell. Their eyes were fixed on the trio. They did not want to miss even the smallest detail of this exciting match. "I've really found a treasure." Ru Lai, who had been possessed by Great Master Mayan, stared at Duan Ling Tian greedily. He grew even more excited when he thought about possessing Duan Ling Tian's body in the future. Su Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple, was also staring at Duan Ling Tian as he sighed inwardly. It'd be great if such a peerless talent is from the Title Temple. If Duan Ling Tian joined the Title Temple, it was likely that he would replace Tang Sanpao as the Temple Master's successor. In this world, the strong were revered. This was especially true for ancient forces like the Title Temple. In the Title Temple, cultivation was of utmost importance. Every single member was a cultivation maniac, and Su Konghai was no exception. He had faced many challenges as he rose step by step before becoming the Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple. Back in the battle ring, Duan Ling Tian faced Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun calmly. Tang Sanpao's smile slowly vanished as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, although this is a 1 versus 2 fight, don't expect me to go easy on you even if Ling Juyun and I have the advantage. I believe Ling Juyun shares the same thought as me as well." "Go easy on me?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. There's no need for that. You can start now. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, a sizzling and crackling noise rang immediately as white flames surged from Tang San Pao's body. The fire was scorching hot and seemed like it would burn everything that stood in its path down. At the same time, black energy began to swirl around Ling Juyun. Amidst the black energy, red bolts of lightning would flash occasionally. Meanwhile, the spectators' excitement was at its peak. Their blood was boiling as they watched the trio with rapt attention. It's starting. No matter who wins, this match will definitely go down in history as one of the most exciting matches. I feel like I didn't live in vain being able to witness such a match. Even the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple branches were watching the match intently. At this time, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said jokingly, "Brother Feng, if junior nephew Duan loses, it'd be embarrassing for you this time." Embarrassing? Feng Qingyang smiled. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen, Brother Ding." Although Feng Qingyang did not know the extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength, he knew Duan Ling Tian was very strong. Moreover, when he had spoken to Duan Ling Tian earlier, Duan Ling Tian had sounded very confident. Since his disciple was confident, there was no reason for him not to believe his disciple. In the battle ring, Duan Ling Tian's face remained expressionless as he stood unmoving. On the contrary, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun's expression was grave as power erupted from their bodies. The duo did not hold back the slightest. They had a certain understanding of Duan Ling Tian after all. Seeing Duan Ling Tian standing unmoving, they knew he intended to let them strike first. Hence, they did not hesitate and struck at the same despite not discussing this beforehand. Bang! Bang! Tang Sanpao charged forward, leaving trails of white flames in his wake. The white flames looked like a dragon as he pounced toward Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Ling Juyun wielded his sword that had been imbued with his celestial origin energy as he charged out. Additionally, his doppelganger had quietly moved out. It hid behind Duan Ling Tian as it wielded a sword as well, waiting to mount a pincer attack. Blazing white flames seemed to fill the entire battle ring. The temperature was so high that some of the weaker cultivators seated close to the battle ring flushed from the heat. At this time, Ling Juyun and his doppelganger slashed at Duan Ling Tian with their swords that had been imbued with the profundities from the law of death. They looked like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian being attacked from both sides, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Hey, Duan Ling Tian isn't making a move at all? Won't it be too late for him to make a move if he continues to wait? Seems like he's confident about his teleportation profundity. Even if he teleports away, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun are experienced enough to change the trajectory of their attacks. Being able to teleport doesn't give him an advantage. You're right. As most people had guessed, Duan Ling Tian teleported away at the last minute. His two opponents were unfazed and quickly turned to the direction where Duan Ling Tian had reappeared and easily redirected their attacks that seemed even faster than before. It seems like Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao had held back earlier. They'd expected this and were waiting for Duan Ling Tian to teleport away before going all out. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will be able to avoid the attacks. Based on the speed of the attacks, I don't think he'll be able to teleport away in time. At this time, white flames surged violently in the battle ring as dark sword rays shot out of the swords in Ling Juyun and his doppelganger's hands. The sword rays' auras were as terrifying as death itself. He's still not making a move? At this time, even a few heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple branches could not help but feel anxious. On the other hand, there were a few individuals like Su Konghai and Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, who wore slightly grave expressions on their faces. They could feel the confidence that Duan Ling Tian exuded, but they could not figure out the source of his confidence. Su Konghai glanced at Feng Qingyang trying to look for a clue, but the latter's face was expressionless. In the end, he shifted his attention back to Feng Qingyang. At this time, Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks were only a hair's breadth away from Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Duan Ling Tian lifted his right hand before clenching them. In the next moment, spatial tears appeared around, devouring Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. However, his two opponents' attacks were like surging waves that did not seem to have an end. Their attacks continued to surge toward him. Bang! 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 Thunderous explosions rang in the air, causing the spectators' hearts to tremble. At the same time, the blazing white flames intensified in brightness, causing everyone, including the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials from the tidal temple branches, to squint their eyes. When the backlash from the collision dissipated and the light dimmed, everyone saw a shocking scene. The blazing white flames and strange black energy surged violently in front of Duanling Tian, but it looked as though they were blocked by an invisible wall, unable to get to Duanling Tian at all. It's the law of space's restraining profundity. Although many people could see it was the law of space's restraining profundity, only a few discovered the true terror of Duanling Tian's move. No, it's not just the restraining profundity. He's fused it with the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity as well. You can see the effects of the two profundities if you look close enough. Everyone was dumbstruck when they discovered this. He managed to comprehend a triple fused profundity from the law of space? Most six-star gods of war can only fuse two profundities. Those who can fuse three profundities are really rare even among top six-star gods of war. For someone to be able to fuse three profundities, they have to be as strong as a seven-star god of war at least. A seven-star god of war. With this revelation, a strange silence descended on the venue immediately. Everyone, including Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao, looked at Duanling Tian in shock and disbelief. They would not have believed this if they did not witness this with their own eyes. There was actually someone who managed to fuse three profundities from the law of space, one of the four supreme laws, and possessed the strength of a seven-star god of war before reaching the age of 700. Bang! 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 Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions turned grim. They did not dare to hold back in the slightest. Scorching white flames and death energy exploded and surged violently in just an instant. The duo's combined attacks were powerful enough to deter a six-star god of war from attacking them directly. However, they were not enough to affect Duanling Tian's restraining profundity. Only a faint ripple could be seen after their attacks. At this time, Su Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main tidal temple, sent a voice transmission to Tang Sanpao. Change the location of your attacks. Tang Sanpao's eyes brightened immediately with this reminder. All their attacks were concentrated on the space under Duanling Tian's control. This meant they were facing his mastery Dao, one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. How could they have a chance of breaching the space under the control of his mastery Dao? However, if they focused their attacks somewhere else, they might have a chance of breaking his restraining profundity. Ling Zhuyun. Tang Sanpao called out and told Ling Zhuyun of his plan without any hesitation. Subsequently, Ling Zhuyun stopped attacking as well and studied the areas around Duanling Tian that were not under his control. In fact, Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao were level-headed individuals, but this battle had shocked them so much, causing them to slightly lose their composure. After all, they were participating in a 2-versus-1 match that not only made a mockery of their strength, but it was also a testament of Duanling Tian's shocking strength. How could they not be shocked by Duanling Tian's strength when he was slightly younger than them? For all these reasons, the duo's mental states were not at their best. With Su Konghai's reminder, they began to recollect themselves and focus on attacking areas that were not under the control of Duanling Tian's master Dao. With this, they had a higher chance of breaking his restraining profundity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the duo flashed before they suddenly attacked from another direction to break through Duanling Tian's restraining profundity. Some of the spectators guessed the duo's intention immediately when they saw the scene. Ling Zhuyun and Tang Sanpao are truly worthy of being peerless geniuses under the age of 1,000. They're able to accurately respond to Duanling Tian's actions under such circumstances. Duanling Tian's strength doesn't just come from his comprehension of the law of space. There's also the mastery Dao he formed and comprehended to the initial stage. With the mastery Dao, he has absolute control over a certain area. Unless one's strength overwhelms him, one will only be thoroughly suppressed by him in the space he controls. Even a top 6-star god of war won't be able to directly withstand the duo's combined attacks. Perhaps, now that they changed the location of their attacks, they'll be able to break Duanling Tian's restraining profundity. Even so, I'm afraid they're still not a match for Duanling Tian. After all, there's no doubt now that Duanling Tian's as strong as a 7-star god of war. To think he possesses the strength of a 7-star god of war when he's not even 1,000 years old. In the long history of the Devata realms, I don't think there's anyone like him, be it ascenders or natives of the Devata realms, right? Even his master, the legendary Heavenly Emperor, wasn't as strong as him at this age. The crowd began to discuss heatedly among themselves when they saw Tang San Pao and Ling Ju Yun's change in tactic. Although they were impressed by the duo's quick thinking, it was eclipsed by their admiration for Duanling Tian, whose strength is that of a 7-star god of war despite his age. It would likely take a long time before they could calm down from this discovery. Back in the battle ring, Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he saw his two opponents' new tactic. It's a good trick. Following that, he extended his arm before he clenched his hand tightly. With that, Ling Ju Yun and Tang San Pao's attacks that were about to land suddenly vanished. Boom. Following that, a huge explosion rang in the air. To everyone's surprise, Ling Ju Yun and Tang San Pao's attacks were now in the distant sky. The explosion had come from the collision of their attacks. The backlash of energy from the collision caused the spectators' robes to flutter. However, they did not have time to care about this. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Duanling Tian. Heavens! Duanling Tian successfully transported Ling Ju Yun and Tang San Pao's attacks away. To achieve such a feat, he must have fused his transportation profundity with another 2 profundities from the law of space. I comprehend the law of space as well. If I'm not mistaken, Duanling Tian should have fused the law of space's transportation profundity, the teleportation profundity, and another profundity. A triple fused profundity? Even if he's not a 10-direction celestial emperor, he's definitely as strong as a top 7-star god of war, right? That's right. With his comprehension of the law, his mastery Dao and sword Dao, he'll definitely be as strong as an 8-star god of war or even a top 8-star god of war once he becomes a 10-direction celestial emperor. I'm certain he'll rank first in this time's battle of the geniuses. I'm sure his goal is to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. With the celestial fruit, he'll soon become a 10-direction celestial emperor. This time, the Tidal Temple's Battle of the Geniuses will create an 8-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. While the spectators were discussing among themselves, Duanling Tian had already made another move. The void rippled and distorted around Tang San Pao and Ling Ju Yun instantly. Although he had not even taken a step forward, he seemed to have the battle under his control. At this time, no matter how hard the duo tried, they found themselves unable to break free from Duanling Tian's restraints. The spectators were rather speechless when they saw this. They're definitely not on the same level. No matter how you look at it, it's a one-sided beating. You're right. It looks like an adult bullying 3-year-old kids. Is there really a point in continuing this match? Meanwhile, back in the battle ring, Ling Ju Yun and Tang San Pao had never felt so helpless before in their lives. In the end, they even stopped attacking. A hint of graveness could be seen on Ling Ju Yun's expressionless face at this moment. In fact, it was not personal and had nothing to do with Duanling Tian defeating him. It was because he had trouble accepting that he, a native of a realm of gods, was so far behind an ascender from a mundane realm. In the past, his strength was more or less on par with Duanling Tian's. However, in just a few hundred years, he had been left behind. It would be a lie if he said he was not dealt a huge blow by this fact. Ling Ju Yun sighed inwardly as he looked at Duanling Tian, who was the focus of everyone's attention. I used to think the progress I made over the years was rather decent. Who knew his progress was even more heaven-defying? Ling Ju Yun knew that from this day onward, there would be very few people who had not heard of Duanling Tian. Moreover, once the passages to the realms of gods opened, there would certainly be forces from the realms of gods trying to recruit Duanling Tian. With such accomplishments, it spoke volumes about his potential. This was enough to attract the attention of major forces in the realms of gods. After all, with this accomplishment, he had a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the internal and external struggles in and among the major forces in the realms of gods had grown increasingly fierce over the years. Every force hoped to produce a supreme powerhouse and would spare no effort in nurturing the person they deemed to have a high potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Many highly coveted and rare treasures were given to the chosen ones. At this time, Tang Sanpao's grave expression vanished from his face. He sighed deeply and said, Duanling Tian, you're truly a monstrous talent. I had hoped to defeat you so I can brag to the old man about it. Who would have thought that I'd lose to you just like how that old man lost to your master? Duanling Tian looked at Tang Sanpao intently. He really did not expect his speculation to be right. Tang Sanpao was truly the Tidal Temple's hidden ace. To think the Tidal Temple's hidden ace was next to him all this time. At this moment, Feng Qingyang stepped forward. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he said, Vice Temple Master Su, with this, there should be no doubt that my disciple deserves to rank first, right? Su Konghai nodded slightly. Naturally, he could not refute these words. Otherwise, he would only tarnish his and the Tidal Temple's reputation. Feng Qingyang continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, the exploding element's celestial fruit should be with you, right? Don't you think you should award it to my disciple now? Upon hearing these words, Su Konghai hesitated for a moment. Then, he finally brought the celestial fruit out from his spatial ring. The red celestial fruit glowed with a white light and emitted a calming and cleansing aura. Upon seeing the celestial fruit, the eyes of all the young geniuses present on the scene lit up. The exploding element celestial fruit is the most valuable reward in this year's Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The celestial fruit could help a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor in a short time. It should be noted that it was extremely difficult to break through from a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor even if it was just a stage apart. The time it took could even be longer than the time it took to become a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor from a 1 Basic Celestial Emperor. Those who were slightly more talented would take the same amount of time it took them to become a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor from a 3 Talents Celestial Emperor or a 4 Phenomena Celestial Emperor to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, while those who were incredibly talented would take the same amount of time it took them to become a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor from a 6 Combos Celestial Emperor or a 7 Stars Celestial Emperor. Based on this, one could see how precious the exploding element celestial fruit was. By consuming the celestial fruit, one would save a lot of time. In turn, this would give one a huge advantage over one's peers. It was also for this reason everyone had been shocked when they first learned the Tidal Temple was giving away the exploding element celestial fruit to the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. After all, a treasure like that should have been kept for the Tidal Temple's own young geniuses. At this time, many people began to discuss among themselves when they saw the exploding element celestial fruit. So this is what the exploding element celestial fruit looks like. Just the fragrance itself is so refreshing. It's like a spring breeze. Before Tang Sanpao's identity was revealed, I had wondered why the Tidal Temple was so generous as to use the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward. I only figured out the reason when Tang Sanpao was revealed to belong to the Tidal Temple and possesses the strength of a 6-star god of war. They must have been confident in his abilities and did not doubt that he would win the exploding element celestial fruit. Alas, they only paved the road for others to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. The Tidal Temple likely didn't imagine there would be a monstrous genius like Ling Ju-yun and Duanling Tian participating in the Battle of the Geniuses. It's still not too bad if it's just Ling Ju-yun alone. After all, he fought to a draw with Tang Sanpao. They even agreed earlier to draw lots to decide who will get the exploding element celestial fruit earlier before their match with Duanling Tian. If that was the case, Tang Sanpao still has a 50% chance of obtaining the celestial fruit. However, with Duanling Tian around, he has no chance of obtaining the celestial fruit at all. That's right. Duanling Tian's strength is absolutely terrifying, considering his age. He's not even a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor yet, but he's already as strong as a 7-star god of war. When he becomes a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, he'll easily be as strong as a top 8-star god of war. By now, it was clear to everyone that the Tidal Temple's plan had failed. They would have to give up the exploding element celestial fruit to an outsider, which in a way could be considered as helping the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Similar to the young geniuses, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were also discussing this matter. They also felt that the title temple had shot themselves in the foot this time. At this time, Su Konghai said, Duan Ling Tian, this is one of your rewards for winning the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. You'll have to claim your other reward of entering the Title Temple's Chamber of Laws by visiting the Title Temple. When Su Konghai handed the exploding element celestial fruit to Duan Ling Tian, there was a hint of hesitance and unwillingness shining in his eyes. Nevertheless, he knew he had no other choice but to hand over the celestial fruit. Otherwise, the Title Temple would become a joke for going back on their words. At that time, they would lose everyone's trust and no talent would want to participate in the Devata Realms battles of the geniuses in the future. The Title Temple's reputation would be destroyed beyond repair at that time. Compared to the Title Temple's reputation, the exploding element celestial fruit was nothing. Thank you, Vice Temple Master Su. Duan Ling Tian thanked Su Konghai as he reached out to take the exploding element celestial fruit. There's no need to thank me. You won by relying on your own strength. Su Konghai replied with a smile. His smile was warm and friendly. All traces of unwillingness could no longer be seen on his face. Nevertheless, the friendlier Su Konghai was, the warier Duan Ling Tian became. More often than not, those who seemed kind and amiable outwardly were cunning and vicious. As the saying went, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. You can visit the Title Temple in the solitary destructive heaven and look for Temple Master Yi when you want to enter the Chamber of Laws. He'll bring you to the main Title Temple at that time, Su Konghai said before he looked at one of the floating islands in the distance. Following that, an average-looking middle-aged man with a cold expression and medium build flew out of the floating island. With his long black robe and dark expression, he looked very gloomy. When he arrived before Duan Ling Tian, he said with a forced smile that looked more like a grimace, Xianxia, the temple master of the Title Temple in the solitary destructive heaven. You can look for me there when you want to go to the Chamber of Laws. Just give your name at the entrance when you arrive. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I apologize in advance for having to trouble you, Temple Master Yi. No problem. Yi shook his head and returned to his seat. Following that, Feng Qingyang said, Let's go. A rare smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw his disciple holding the exploding element celestial fruit. Soon after, the master and disciple vanished from everyone's sight in just a blink of an eye. Everyone at the venue was still stunned. It took a while before the silence was broken, and everyone began to discuss fervently among themselves again. Duan Ling Tian is too powerful. Who knew he had been holding so much of this strength back? I have a feeling even during the last match he didn't go all out. After all, he only attacked without his weapons, but it was enough to defeat Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao. They're in completely different leagues. Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao heard many similar remarks as they returned to their seats. Ling Juyun was unaffected by the conversations in his surroundings and merely ignored them. On the contrary, Tang Sanpao felt humiliated. Eventually, he could no longer stand the conversations in the surroundings and returned to sit with Su Li and Ling Juyun. Although the seat between Su Li and Ling Juyun was empty now that Duan Ling Tian had left, Tang Sanpao was perceptive enough to leave the seat empty. After a while, Tang Sanpao could no longer hold back and asked, Ling Juyun, how long have you known that freak, Duan Ling Tian? Has he always been so heaven-defying? Tang Sanpao knew almost nothing about Duan Ling Tian after all. He only knew that Duan Ling Tian had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm and as a result became Feng Qingyang's only true disciple a century ago. A couple of centuries ago, we were evenly matched, Ling Juyun said expressionlessly. However, if one listened carefully, a hint of dejection could be heard in his voice. Tang Sanpao said, shocked, you were evenly matched a few centuries ago and yet you're so far behind him now? You. No matter what, you're from a prominent clan in a realm of gods. How can someone in the Devata realm surpass your cultivation speed? Moreover, that someone is an ascender from a mundane realm. Although you're not from a realm of gods, I can say the same about you, Ling Juyun said indifferently. Upon hearing these words, Tang Sanpao's face flushed red, and he no longer continued asking questions. At this time, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again, pulling everyone back to their senses. Alright, the top 3 participants for this year's Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses have been decided. However, the participants below them still have the chance to fight for a higher rank. The Battle of the Geniuses will now resume. Feng Qingyang only brought Duanling Tian with him when he left. He did not bring Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Master, where's the Azura Hell? Duanling Tian asked curiously when he discovered they were not going to the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. It's in an independent realm, Feng Qingyang replied. An independent realm? How do we get there? Duanling Tian continued to ask. We'll have to keep heading east. A transportation point will appear before we hit the realms barrier. At that time, we'll be sent to the Azura Hell, Feng Qingyang replied. It's roughly the same when we return as well. You'll be transported back near a Devata Realms barrier in the east. However, you won't know which Devata realm you'll be transported to when you return. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he asked, Master, if that's the case, you could have left the Azura Hell at that time, right? After all, you'd be transported to a different Devata realm. Your pursuer wouldn't be able to capture you. You're right, Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. However, at that time, he was hot on my trails, so I didn't have a chance to leave when I entered the Azura Hell. I could only run into the depths of the Azura Hell at that time. In hindsight, I really have to thank him. If he didn't chase me doggedly at that time, I would have missed out on one of the biggest fortuitous encounters of my life. Feng Qingyang chuckled before he recounted the past to Duanling Tian. In the end, he concluded that what had happened to him was indeed a blessing in disguise. The Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duanling Tian had already heard about the Azura Hell before he ascended to a Devata realm when he was told of Feng Qingyang's escape into the Azura Hell when faced with a life-or-death situation. Master, among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, the Azura Hell is ranked in the top 3, right? It's said that the chances of survival there are slim to none unless one's a god. Are the other 2 places as deadly? Duanling Tian asked. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. One of them is as dangerous as the Azura Hell, and the other one is even more unpredictable than the Azura Hell. Many gods have perished in that place. Hence, it's also known as the God's Graves. God's Grave was the deadliest place among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duanling Tian had briefly heard about this place in the past and also knew that it was named as such because many gods had perished in that place. Master, did you encounter many near-death situations when you were there? Duanling Tian asked. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of fear, which escaped Duanling Tian's notice, flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said, In fact, I managed to survive largely due to me stumbling upon a place. In the Azura Hell, everywhere is dangerous, save for a few places. I'm extremely lucky that I stumbled upon one of the few safe places in the Azura Hell. Duanling Tian could not imagine what Feng Qingyang had gone through, but he knew that he would know soon enough. After a moment, he asked again, Master, previously you said your physical body is trapped in the Azura Hell. Can you leave now? Duanling Tian had heard from Elder Hua previously that Feng Qingyang's physical body was still trapped in the Azura Hell. My body is no longer trapped since my and Meng Luo's last trip there, Feng Qingyang said. However, I decided to leave my physical body in that place to try and break through to the King of Gods stage since I gained an insight there. Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard the words King of Gods. Previously, he had learned about the cultivation bases in the realms of gods from Huang the sword spirit of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. In fact, he could have also learned about this from the 5 divine elements. All he needed to do was ask. The cultivation bases were simply divided into 5 main titles: God, King of Gods, Lord of Gods, Emperor of Gods, and Supreme Gods. Following that, they were further divided into 3 subcategories. For example, gods were divided into elementary gods, intermediate gods, and advanced gods. Those who just attained godhoods were the weakest and were also classified as elementary gods. After becoming an advanced god, one would become an elementary king of gods after breaking through, followed by an intermediate and an advanced king of gods. Feng Qingyang continued to say, Although I'm taking you to that place that's similar to the Chamber of Laws, I'm not sure how long you'll be able to stay. Previously, when I brought Meng Luo there, He began to feel the pressure not long after he entered that palace. I had no choice but to send him away at that time. It's as though you need to be acknowledged by that place before you can stay. I need that place's acknowledgement? Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow, stunned. Feng Qingyang nodded. I suspect someone intentionally created that place in the Azura Hell. I managed to stay there because the law of destruction I mastered was acknowledged by that place. To be precise, it seemed like I was acknowledged by the person who created that palace. I'm sure that person isn't simple. At the very least, even if he or she isn't a supreme powerhouse, he or she must be a top powerhouse in the realms of gods. I gained a lot from that place, forming and comprehending the destructive sword Tao. I'll be bringing you to that safe place directly, but I honestly don't know how long you'll be able to stay. However, I'm very hopeful that you'll be acknowledged by that place or person, since you've already begun to comprehend the Space Sword Tao and the Space Mastery Tao. Duan Ling Tian was rather excited upon hearing these words. Soon after, Feng Qingyang came to a halt. Instead of letting Duan Ling Tian fly on his own, he brought Duan Ling Tian along with him using his speed of a god. It did not take long before they arrived at the easternmost part of the primeval heaven that was close to the realm barrier. Feng Qingyang explained, the formation that will transport us to the Azura Hell is somewhere in this place. It's not in a fixed place. However, it's very easy to find. All you need to do is extend your divine consciousness to find it. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and looked down at the barren land beneath his feet. There were no signs of life at all. Only the occasional raging sandstorm and tornadoes could be seen. After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, he did not hesitate and extended his divine consciousness, covering every inch of the land. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian swiftly got a grasp of the terrain after he extended his divine consciousness. Soon enough, he found a moving formation in the eye of the sandstorm. Have you found it? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. He had extended his divine consciousness as well and found another formation apart from the one in the eye of the sandstorm. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Following that, Feng Qingyang wordlessly brought Duan Ling Tian with him as he flew into the sandstorm. The formation in the eye of the sandstorm was the closest to them. Before Duan Ling Tian was transported away, he asked, why does it seem like the transportation formations appeared out of thin air earlier? It did not appear out of thin air. The entire place is shrouded by a giant formation. The transportation formations are only a part of the huge formation, Feng Qingyang explained. As soon as the duo entered the formation, Duan Ling Tian saw a flash of light before he found himself in a world that was constantly cast in a red light. He saw beasts fighting in his surroundings as well. Roar, hiss, gur. The sounds of roaring, hissing, and growling rang in the air. It was like the sound of death. They were shrill and terrifying. Bang, 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 bang. The void rippled every time the beasts attacked. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian knew the beasts with red eyes were as strong as celestial emperors. Nevertheless, they were just beasts without intelligence. These beasts were born due to all the blood spilled in the Azura Hell. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell should be on par with that of a realm of gods. The difference is that it's not as pure. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy here contains blood and violence. To absorb it, one needs to refine and purify it first. If it were not for that, I would have become a king of gods a long time ago. As the master and disciple continued on their journey, an unintelligent and huge creature leaped out and blocked their path. It looked like a tiger with wings. It swept its gaze across everyone before it pounced at Duan Ling Tian, as though it had determined he was the weaker among the two. Swoosh! Feng Qingyang was not worried and was in no rush to act. After all, he was confident his disciple would be able to deal with the beast. As expected, Duan Ling Tian killed the beast with just a strike. Shortly after leading Duan Ling Tian gates that were shrouded in dense blood mist that flashed with black lightning bold, Feng Qingyang said, we're now entering the Azura Hell. The periphery of the Azura Hell is still relatively safe. Most celestial emperors on the brink of attaining godhood still have a chance of surviving as long as they didn't stay for too long. However, if they make one wrong move, it would easily land them in a life-threatening situation. If that happened, even weak gods wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Upon seeing the grim expression on his disciple's face, he added, however, since I'm here to lead us to that place, we don't have to worry about accidentally stepping into a trap. Once again, Feng Qingyang brought Duanling Tian with him as he flew into the flashing black lightning and the blood mist. With that, they had officially entered the Azura Hell. Duanling Tian felt the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy change instantly. Indeed, it was almost similar to that of a realm of gods. It was superior to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. Despite its impurities, he had a strong feeling the heaven and earth spirit energy here were the same as that in the realms of gods. As Feng Qingyang continued to bring Feng Qingyang along with him, Duanling Tian could keenly sense the killing intent in his surroundings. It felt as though every blade of grass, bird, beast, and tree were capable of killing him. It was a truly suffocating feeling. On the contrary, Feng Qingyang seemed completely at ease as he navigated the treacherous place. After this, remember to restrain your divine consciousness, Feng Qingyang suddenly said in a solemn tone. He came to a halt and looked at a mountain valley that emitted an eerie aura. The blood mist that shrouded the valley was even thicker than that at the gates. It was as though the valley was drenched in blood. It was truly a chilling sight. Duanling Tian was slightly worried upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. He tightly restrained his divine consciousness immediately. Just as he calmed down, Feng Qingyang carried him into the dense blood mist. Killing intent assaulted him from all directions in just an instant before it suddenly vanished. He instinctively turned to look at Feng Qingyang and discovered beads of sweat rolling down Feng Qingyang's face. It was his first time seeing Feng Qingyang in such a state. Soon enough, Duanling Tian was brought into a cave located at a corner of the valley. He could sense subtle life and death auras lingering in the cave. Feng Qingyang released Duanling Tian to let him explore the place as soon as they entered the cave. Then he said, "You can use your divine consciousness in here." The walls of the cave were filled with some complex inscriptions as they traveled deeper into the cave. The inscriptions looked ancient. Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness curiously to probe the inscriptions on the wall. With that, what felt like an all-powerful and ancient aura swept toward him before the sounds of explosions and war cries suddenly rang in his mind. Duanling Tian hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and asked in shock, "What's this place? It feels like the inscriptions were messing with my mind when I probed it." After a moment, he asked, "Master, how did you bypass the danger outside before coming into this cave?" It seems impossible for someone who has yet to attain godhood to safely pass through the valley or the other places before entering the cave. In Duanling Tian's opinion, before his master attained godhood, it should be impossible for his master to safely cross the other places and the valley before entering the cave, which was a safe place. Upon hearing this question, Feng Qingyang remained silent for a moment before he finally said with a dark expression, "It's all thanks to Kuangling, the sword spirit of the solitary, destructive, flaming heavenly sword. After my divine artifact was destroyed, he stayed in my body briefly. I would have died outside the valley after entering the Azura Hell if it weren't for him. He sacrificed himself so I could live. He perished after I safely arrived at this place." Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian instantly felt guilty for making Feng Qingyang recall these painful memories. "I apologize, Master. I wasn't aware of this matter." Kuangling was the sword spirit of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword that Feng Qingyang carried with him. Although Duanling Tian had never met him before, he had heard from Elder Hua that Kuangling was the one who brought Elder Hua away in the past. He had also learned from Elder Hua that Kuangling was very loyal to Feng Qingyang. As someone who also owned a divine artifact with a spirit, he naturally knew how loyal artifact spirits could be. If Huanga had perished like Kuangling, he knew he would have a difficult time accepting it as well. Hence, he could understand Feng Qingyang's feelings. "It's all right. It's all in the past." Feng Qingyang sighed and shook his head before he swiftly changed the topic. "When I first arrived outside the valley, I extended my divine consciousness into the valley. As a result, I almost died from the heavy killing intent in the valley. At that time, I had tried to resist using my destructive sword Dao, and coincidentally, I felt a resonance with this place while I fought for my life. You should have sensed the death and life auras when we came to this place, right?" Duanling Tian nodded. "Yes. However, I couldn't really pinpoint their locations. I could only pinpoint one of them. It's hard to locate them unless they lead you to them, Feng Qingyang said. Previously, I was led by the auras to this place. That's how I survived in a place where even weaker gods would find it difficult to survive. Feng Qingyang led Duanling Tian further into the cave through a tunnel. The walls of the cave here were smooth and reflected the light. It was simply furnished with a few chairs, a table, and a bed. A few tunnel entrances could be seen as well. Feng Qingyang took the initiative to explain. In the beginning, I had no idea where the tunnels led. After cultivating and recuperating in here for a time, I began to explore the tunnels. When my condition wasn't so good, I couldn't enter the tunnels at all. I found a cultivation room at the end of one of the tunnels. The heaven and earth spirit energy there is much better as well. Although there were still some impurities, they were much easier to purify. That's the place where I successfully attained godhood and became an elementary god. After attaining godhood, I created 2 clones using the law of earth and the law of destruction respectively. The clone from the law of destruction usually has to stay within a certain range of me. After that, I continued exploring the tunnels. Then, Feng Qingyang pointed to another tunnel and continued to say, I was trapped in this tunnel while I was exploring it. I was trapped there for years. Fortunately, I was able to cultivate there. When I finally became an advanced god, I was finally able to leave the tunnel. At that time, I had already sent my clone from the law of earth out of the Azura hell back to the solitary destructive heaven and regained my position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I needed the clone to help me leave this place at that time. When I was already capable of leaving this place, the clone brought Meng Luo back to this place. I didn't leave since I was curious about the other 2 tunnels. After all, the first 2 tunnels had benefited me in different ways. Even when I was stuck in the second tunnel, I benefited from it in the end. I wouldn't have been able to become an advanced god in such a short time if it weren't for the tunnels. It did not take long after that before I explored the 3rd tunnel. That's where I discovered the room that's similar to the Chamber of Laws that contained the Law of Time that I mentioned to you earlier. Duanling Tian finally understood why Feng Qingyang still did not leave this place even though he was capable of doing so. As it turned out, the tunnels all held fortuitous encounters. After a while, he asked, Master, are you planning to leave your physical body here until you're done exploring the 4th and final tunnel? The final tunnel is rather complicated, Feng Qingyang said as he shook his head. Although I plan to explore it after I become a king of gods, I have a feeling I still wouldn't be able to explore that tunnel. Even when I joined forces with my clones, I was still unable to enter it. Hence, I plan to leave after becoming a king of gods and return to explore it after I become a lord of gods. Duanling Tian was surprised by these words. Which tunnel is it? The one on the left, Feng Qingyang replied after pointing at one of the tunnels. Swoosh! At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew past Duanling Tian, and he saw a figure appear out of thin air. For him to be unable to catch the figure's movements, he knew its speed had to be incredibly fast. When the figure finally came to a stop, he discovered the figure resembled Feng Qingyang despite its cold aura. Master, is this your physical body? The clone from the Law of Earth suddenly flashed and merged with the figure that just arrived as soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell. That's right. Currently, the 2 clones have returned to my body. Come, I'll lead you to that room to comprehend the law of time. You can bring your family and friends out at that time as well. If they can't handle the pressure, you can let them enter your little world again. Previously, I brought Meng Luo to the cultivation room first instead of bringing him to the chamber that contains the law of time. However, he could not enter that room. Hence, I'm not sure if the chamber that contains the law of time will reject you or your family and friends. Before entering the room that contained the law of time, Duanling Tian entered Feng Qingyang's little world. As Feng Qingyang traveled through the tunnel, he could sense the danger lurking in the tunnel that Feng Qingyang had to fight through. He thought to himself, if I enter the tunnel alone, I'll definitely die. At this time, Duanling Tian recalled something, so he asked, Master, even after attaining godhood, only the original body can create a little world, right? The clones are unable to do so, am I right? Although Feng Qingyang's little world could not compare to Duan Ling Tian's little world that held the tree of life and the heaven and earth energy from the remnant of a realm of gods, Feng Qingyang's little world was much more spacious. Moreover, he discovered that when he used his power in Feng Qingyang's little world, the sky would darken. However, as soon as Feng Qingyang intervened, it would return to normal. That's right, Feng Qingyang replied. After all, the clones are created using the divine energy and the laws, their existence is temporary. Was not as wonderful as Duan Ling Tian's little world, which contained the tree of life and the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnants of a realm of the gods. His little world was much more spacious beyond comparison. Clones don't have thoughts of their own and are controlled by the original body. They're like puppets. For example, I have full control over my clone from the law of earth. Its words, actions, and movements were all controlled by me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had learned a lot from Feng Qingyang. After attaining godhood and comprehending all the profundities of a law, one could create a clone even if one had not learned to fuse profundities. For example, after Feng Qingyang comprehended all the profundities from the law of time from the secret room, he could create a clone from the law of time even if he had yet to fuse the profundities from the law of time. Duan Ling Tian also learned from Feng Qingyang that the room would only allow him to comprehend the law of time, but it did not help with fusing profundities from the law of time. He might gain insight on how to fuse the profundities in the room, but it was not guaranteed. After all, everyone had different ways of fusing profundities. After a few moments, Feng Qingyang said, "We're here." When they arrived at the end of the tunnel, Duan Ling Tian could sense that they had been transported to an independent realm through a transportation formation at the end of the tunnel. "This is a small independent realm," Feng Qingyang said. "The transportation formation to leave this place is beneath our feet. I'll wait for you here while you enter the room. If you're rejected by the room, I'll come immediately and you can take shelter in my little world. The same applies to your family and friends. If they're rejected by the room, let them return to your little world at once." "Yes, master," Duan Ling Tian replied. Then, after receiving directions from Feng Qingyang, he made his way to the room that contained the law of time. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of a small palace. Although it was small, Duan Ling Tian thought it looked rather grand. Energies in various colors, which seemed to be from the 5 divine elements, shrouded the place. He saw streaks of golden light flashing intermittently at the top of the dome. Green energy lingered in a corner. Mustard energy snaked around the ground. Duan Ling Tian knew the green energy contained the law of wind, which was supposed to have a swift speed. However, the green energy was moving so slow at this moment that if he did not take a closer look, he would have thought it was not moving at all. He concluded the green energy must have been affected by the law of time in the room. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian entered the palace. He was astonished to see the entire place was filled with all kinds of tools to measure time. There were different clocks from ancient times to modern times, water contraptions to measure time, hourglasses, and various tools. He felt as though he had just entered a museum. At the same, he could sense strange energies whenever he extended his divine consciousness. The energies moved at different speeds, slow and fast, as they tried to escape his divine consciousness. However, when he managed to grasp the energies with his divine consciousness, he was struck with an epiphany. So this is the law of time's elemental profundity. Following that, he imbued his celestial origin energy with the law of time's elemental profundity before he continued to extend his divine consciousness to continue capturing the strange energies. He was taken aback when he discovered that he was essentially capturing the profundities from the law of time. Every time he managed to grasp the strange energies with his divine consciousness, he felt as though a profundity from the law of time were etched into his soul, enabling him to comprehend it. However, before he could comprehend the second profundity from the law of time, he felt a vast energy trying to eject him from the palace. He knew this energy had to be the energy that pushed Meng Luo out of this place. His expression turned solemn as he recalled Feng Qingyang's words. He quickly cast the Space Sword Dao and Space Mastery Dao. Master said this place seemed to have accepted him after he cast his destructive Sword Dao. Perhaps the key to staying here is to display any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. I hope this works, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself worriedly. Soon enough, Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he felt the repelling energy dissipating. It works. He was delighted. After all, even Feng Qingyang was not certain if it would work. After confirming he would not be ejected from the palace, Duanling Tian spoke to his family and friends in his little world and brought them out to comprehend the law of time. Alas, except for his daughter, Duan Xiling, all of them were repelled by the energy. With that, he had no choice but to let them return to his little world. After returning to Duanling Tian's little world, Little Gold said reluctantly, "It's a pity we can't cultivate in such a miraculous place. This place is practically giving away the law of time for free. Who would have thought that Xiling is the only one who's not repelled, apart from Brother Ling Tian? I wonder why that is." Feng Tianwu speculated out loud, could it be because Xiling has no contact with any other laws prior to this? Everyone, including Duanling Tian, agreed with Feng Tianwu's speculation. Meanwhile, the world-cleansing divine water asked in shock, "Little Tian, how did you find this place? This isn't an ordinary place. It's left behind by a supreme powerhouse." It's left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback by the world-cleansing divine water's words. Following that, he explained how he had come to this place. After listening to Duanling Tian, the world-cleansing divine water said with a sigh, "Your master is really lucky. If I'm not mistaken, the last tunnel leads to the real legacy left by the supreme powerhouse. The 3 tunnels are probably meant to test and select the heir to the supreme powerhouse's legacy. If I'm not mistaken, your master has been chosen and acknowledged by the supreme powerhouse to inherit his legacy." Duanling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. He did not waste time and hurriedly sent a message to his master to inform his master about what he had learned. After recounting what he had learned, he did not forget to say, "Congratulations, master. The last tunnel leads to the real legacy of a supreme powerhouse?" Feng Qingyang was shocked. "How did you find out about this?" "The world-cleansing divine water in my body told me about it," Duanling Tian answered truthfully. "The world-cleansing divine water in my body used to live in a tree of life from a realm of gods. Hence, I don't doubt its words." Feng Qingyang had initially assumed that the information was merely Duanling Tian's speculation. After learning about the source of the information, he thought it was likely to be true. In the end, he shook his head and murmured, "How unexpected." Although Feng Qingyang had always known this place was not simple, he did not expect it to be intentionally left behind by a supreme powerhouse. He had thought his initial assumptions were quite bold when he speculated the place was left behind by a lord of gods or an emperor of gods who was inferior to supreme gods. Who knew it was actually left behind by a supreme powerhouse who was far superior to supreme gods? Feng Qingyang had previously heard that supreme powerhouses' attendants were all supreme gods. Based on this, one could imagine how powerful supreme powerhouses were. Hence, how could he not be shocked when he learned from Duanling Tian that this place was left behind by a supreme powerhouse? The final tunnel leads to the real legacy of a supreme powerhouse? Although Feng Qingyang lived for more than tens of thousands of years and experienced many things in his life, he still could help but feel excited upon learning he had passed the tests of a supreme powerhouse and stood a chance of inheriting the supreme powerhouse's legacy. Even for someone as level-headed as him, it took him a while to calm down. This was not surprising. After all, even kings of gods, lords of gods, emperors of gods, and supreme gods would be excited by such a revelation. Supreme powerhouses were the most powerful beings in existence with long lifespans. At this time, the world-cleansing divine water revealed another shocking piece of information to Duanling Tian. Generally, only dying supreme powerhouses would leave their legacy behind. "Sister Water, are you sure?" Duanling Tian was surprised. After all, supreme powerhouses were so strong that he could not imagine them dying. "I am sure," the world-cleansing divine water said confidently. "After all, if a supreme powerhouse wants a successor, all he or she needs to do is say the word. There'd be many people scrambling to inherit the legacy of a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the influence of a supreme powerhouse is beyond your imagination. If they want to find a successor, it's incomparably easy. They're the strongest existence in the world. Every word and movement can determine the lives of tens of thousands of people. The supreme powerhouse who left behind his legacy here likely didn't have much time left and could only search for a successor in this manner before he perished. It's likely he regretted not having a successor when he was at the end of his life. Duan Ling Tian sighed upon hearing the world-cleansing divine waters theory. Perhaps this was what it meant to be lonely at the top. As the strongest existence in this world, it was likely they did not think they would die. Only when they were on the brink of death did they regret not finding a successor earlier. Perhaps some would not care if they had someone to inherit their legacies or not. However, to those who cared, they would spare no effort in ensuring their legacies would be passed down. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, however, if your master decides to inherit the legacy, he'll likely be tainted by the supreme powerhouse's karma. If your master becomes a supreme powerhouse, it's likely the person who killed the supreme powerhouse will seek revenge from your master, even if the supreme powerhouse who left his legacy here didn't ask your master to avenge him. To the murderer, your master would be his enemy. Imagine finding out the opponent he had killed had successfully found someone to inherit his legacy. How could the killer allow a possible threat to live? There are differences in strength between supreme powerhouses as well. It doesn't mean one would be stronger just because one lived longer. Hence, the killer will worry about your master surpassing him in strength once your master becomes a supreme powerhouse. With all this said, it's likely the killer will try to kill your master before your master grows stronger. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard these words. It seemed like it was not a complete blessing to inherit the supreme powerhouse's legacy. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in fact, the same applies to the supreme powerhouse divinity in your possession. It must have been left behind before the supreme powerhouse died. Since you comprehended the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity, it's inevitable that when you cast the law of space, it would contain traces of influence from the supreme powerhouse. At that time, the killer might mistake you for his successor and kill you if they find you. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by these words. He had been worried about his master, but he did not expect that he had also been tainted by the karma of the supreme powerhouse who left the supreme powerhouse divinity behind. However, he did not regret it when he recalled how much he had improved thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity. He said determinedly, I've gained a lot from the supreme powerhouse divinity. If I become a supreme powerhouse in the future and the killer comes looking for me, I'll surely kill him to avenge the owner of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Not only was Duan Ling Tian unafraid, but he was also determined to avenge the supreme powerhouse who left the supreme powerhouse divinity behind. After all, he had never liked owing others. Although his old friend, Huang Jialong, was the one who gifted him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still could not help but feel he owed the owner of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Therefore, he was determined to repay the favor by avenging that supreme powerhouse if he encountered the killer in the future. This was one of his principles in life. Following that, Duan Ling Tian told Feng Qingyang about everything the world-cleansing divine water had said. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled faintly before he replied, so be it. It's fine if the killer doesn't come looking for me. However, if he does, I'll surely kill him. Duan Ling Tian smiled upon hearing his master's reply. As it turned out, he and his master were really alike. After a moment, Feng Qingyang sent another message. All right, it's best that you focus on comprehending the law of time now. Come out when you're done comprehending all the profundities. I'm really glad you weren't ejected from the room. It seems like the 4 Daos of heaven and earth helped you. However, I'm really surprised the room didn't repel your daughter. She definitely has a bright future ahead of her. Feng Qingyang was generous with his praise for Duan Ling. Although he had suggested that Duan Ling Tian let his family and friends try to comprehend the law of time in the room, he did not expect any of them to be able to stay in the room. Hence, he was very surprised when he learned Duan Ling was able to stay in the room despite not having formed or comprehended any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Master, I'll introduce my daughter and the others to you once we leave the Azura Hell. Previously, I didn't have a chance to introduce them to you since they were cultivating. Now that most of them are awake, it's time I introduce you to them, Duan Ling Tian replied. All right, Feng Qingyang said. Focus on comprehending the law of time for now. Subsequently, Duan Tian fully immersed himself in comprehending the law of time's profundities in the room. He found the process of comprehension was really easy. After all, he had to rely on himself to comprehend the law of space even if he possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was unlike this place where all he needed to do was grasp the energies with his divine consciousness to comprehend the profundities from the law of time. Time continued flying by as Duan Tian comprehended the law of time. Duan Tian had also lost all track of time as he focused on comprehending all 9 profundities, including the elemental profundity from the law of time. At this time he had already comprehended all 9 profundities to the mastery stage, but he had yet to fuse them. He also discovered he no longer obtained anything from the energies in the room. When Duan Tian opened his eyes, he saw his daughter sitting cross-legged across from him and looked at him with bright eyes. "Father, have you comprehended all the profundities from the law of time as well?" Duan Ling asked. "You've comprehended all of them, Ling?" Duan Tian asked in return, surprised. It seemed like his daughter comprehended the law of time faster than he did. Duan Ling grinned. "Father, I've been exposed to the law of time before, so I have a foundation. Hence, it's only natural that I comprehended it faster than you did. This place is really miraculous. In the past, my comprehension speed was very slow. However, I immediately comprehended the profundities as soon as I grasped the energies here with my divine consciousness. In the end, I managed to comprehend all the profundities to the mastery stage." "I see." Duan Tian looked at his daughter with a smile on his face. At some point, he began to discover his daughter really resembled his wife, Kuer. At this time, he had been separated from Kuer for 600 years. The time they were separated was no longer than the time they spent together. "Father, are you thinking about Mother?" Duan Ling asked. Ever since she left the divine offering realm, she had been with Feng Tianwu. Although Feng Tianwu treated her like her daughter, it was only natural that Feng Tianwu could not replace her mother. When she saw the look in her father's eyes, it was not difficult to guess what was going through his mind. Duan Tian regained his senses and nodded. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes as he said, "I wonder how your mother is doing." "Don't worry, father. Mother will be fine. She's waiting to reunite with us," Duan Ling replied solemnly. "You're right." Duan Tian nodded. He did not want to show any negative emotions in front of his daughter. Inwardly, he could not help but worry about Kuer's safety in the divine offering land. The realm battlefield was created from the collision of various realms of gods every 10,000 years. It would stay open for 1,000 years. During this time, anyone from the realms of God could enter it. By killing, one would earn points and be rewarded by supreme powerhouses. In other words, the realm battlefield was nothing more than a means for supreme powerhouses to amuse themselves. On the other hand, to those who entered the realm battlefield, it was a vicious place filled with violence and bloodshed. As soon as they encountered another person, they would fight to the death. It did not matter even if one came from the same realm of gods. It was undoubtedly a cruel place. At this time, in a snow-covered land in the realm battlefield. Swoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air reverberated loudly as a wave of freezing energy swept out, causing the temperature to drop even lower. 2 figures could be seen in the air at this moment. One of them was a woman dressed in a yellow robe who looked to be about 20 years old. She was very pretty and possessed a pair of bright eyes. At this time, she was looking down on 3 figures that had been frozen solid on the ground. The 3 people's bodies were riddled with wounds. The other person hovering in the air was a woman dressed in a white robe. She was so beautiful that the pretty yellow-clad woman standing behind her paled in comparison. Her cold expression only added to her charm. At this time, she was wielding her crystal sword that was radiating freezing energy. A flame of ice shot into the sword at this moment. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell it was the sword spirit of the sword and that it had been severely injured. Without any warning, the white-clad woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood that quickly froze in the low temperature. "I'm fine, Kuer," the white-clad woman replied. "Unfortunately, the spirit of my divine sword is injured and almost destroyed. It'll take several decades to recover. Although Kua said she was fine, her voice grew fainter and fainter as though it was difficult for her to catch her breath. Sister Kua, why don't we leave the realm battlefield and return to the divine offering land since you're not feeling well? With your strength and age, I'm sure you come from a prominent family, right? The yellow-clad woman said. I'm not leaving the realm battlefield, Kua said resolutely as she shook her head. You should return first. With your strength, it's best you don't stay here for long. What about you? The yellow-clad woman asked. I need to stay. Kua's eyes flashed as two figures appeared in her mind. A purple-clad young man and a little girl. Brother Ling Tian, Si Ling. I hope both of you are safe. The yellow-clad woman shook her head. I'll stay with you, Sister Kua. At the very least, I should stay with you until you feel better. All right. At this point, Kua, otherwise known as Xianxia, the young miss of the divine offering land Xia clan, had been in the realm battlefield for many years now. She had regained her full strength after a few centuries had passed. Nevertheless, she was determined to grow stronger, so she entered the realm battlefield. Even if her clan gave her all their cultivation resources, it could not compare to the realm battlefield where she could improve swiftly. Sister Kua, what's your surname? The yellow-clad woman asked probingly. Duan, Kua responded curtly. In fact, she was not familiar with the yellow-clad woman. She was passing by a place at that time and saved the yellow-clad woman. After that, the yellow-clad woman had been following her after learning that she was also from the divine offering land. Although she did not agree to the yellow-clad woman following her, she did not chase the yellow-clad woman away as well. Duan? Duan Kua. The yellow-clad woman raised an eyebrow as her eyes gleamed. Sister, I've never heard of the Duan clan in the divine offering land. Which sect are you from? I have no sect nor clan. I'm a sectless cultivator, Kua replied. A sectless cultivator? A strange light flashed in the depths of the yellow-clad woman's eyes. I need to find a place to heal my injuries. I won't be doing much for a while, so it's best if you leave this place and return to the divine offering land, Kua said as she flew across the snowy land. Sister Kua, let me help you keep a lookout while you heal. I Tong Xiao Xiao am not an ingrate. Since you saved my life once, how can I abandon you now? The yellow-clad woman said as she flew after Kua. Finally, Kua found a small ice mountain and carved a cave on the mountain wall to nurse her injuries. Tong Xiao Xiao followed Kua into the cave. Kua, whose aura was growing weaker by the moment, ignored Tong Xiao Xiao. She hurriedly erected a barrier around herself before she began to heal her injuries. Tong Xiao Xiao watched as Kua closed her eyes and healed her injuries. After a long time, she called out tentatively, Sister Kua? Sister Kua. Upon seeing there was no response from Kua, Tong Xiao Xiao's eyes shone with greed, as she sent a wave of divine energy to shatter the barrier around Kua. She was determined to kill Kua to obtain Kua's treasures. Just as Tong Xiao Xiao's attack was about land, Kua suddenly opened her eyes, and a wall of ice suddenly appeared between her and Tong Xiao Xiao. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. A crack could be seen on the wall of ice, but it successfully withstood Tong Xiao Xiao's attack. How's this possible? Tong Xiao Xiao cried out in horror. Why are you still so powerful? Aren't you injured? Did you trick me? So what if I tricked you? Kua rose to her feet. Her white robe began to flutter even though there was no wind. Her eyes were without ripples as she said, I found it strange that you persistently followed me. Although I saved your life, I didn't expect you to repay me. However, not only are you ungrateful, but you even tried to repay my kindness by betraying me. When Kua finished speaking, the entire cave was already brimming with a biting cold energy. A wave of freezing energy swept out and formed a cage around Tong Xiao Xiao. Rumble. Tong Xiao Xiao, who comprehended the law of thunder, tried her best to free herself. Raging energy surged in the cage, but it was futile. The strength difference between her and Kua was not too wide, but it was enough to make a difference. When she realized there was no way she could break free, she forced a smile on her face and said, Sister Kua, I was just joking with you. I'll leave now, and I promise to stay far away from you. I've already given you a chance, Kua replied tonelessly. As soon as Kur's voice fell, her divine energy that was imbued with the law of ice struck Tong Xiao and froze Tong Xiao into an ice sculpture. Then, she gently pushed the ice sculpture, causing it to fall and shatter. I'm Kur, but I'm also Xianxia. If I were only Kur, perhaps I wouldn't be wary of you. However, as the young miss of the Xia clan who has seen how treacherous humans could be, how could I trust you so easily? Kua said as she looked at the shards of ice on the ground coldly. Then she looked outside and murmured, Brother Tian, please take care of yourself. My love for you hasn't changed, but I have changed. I can now take care of myself so you don't have to worry about me anymore. After the father and daughter fully comprehended the law of time, Duan Ling Tian brought Duan Si Ling back to his little world. Before Duan Si Ling entered his little world, he had also told her not to cultivate immediately since he wanted to introduce everyone to his master, Feng Qingyang, who was also the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Following that, he sent a message to Feng Qingyang, and Feng Qingyang came to bring him away. When they left the tunnel, Feng Qingyang said, after this you can cultivate in the place I used to stay. Consume the exploding element's celestial fruit and focus on becoming a 10 directions celestial emperor. With the celestial fruit and the relatively superior cultivation environment here, your speed will double. Although Meng Luo didn't stay for long at that place, he had made good progress there as well. Since Duan Ling Tian was not stopped from comprehending the law of time, Feng Qingyang was sure Duan Ling Tian would not be ejected from the next place as well. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, Master, there's no need for that. Let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I want to introduce my family and friends to you. After that, I'll enter closed-door cultivation. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he saw a slight frown on Feng Qingyang's face. He knew Feng Qingyang's intention was good and wanted him to make use of the superior cultivation environment here. Therefore, he explained, Master, I have a place where the cultivation environment is comparable to a realm of gods. Duan Ling Tian did not go into details. It was not that he did not trust his master. It was just that the fewer people who knew about it, the better it would be. Nevertheless, if his master took the initiative to ask him about it, he definitely would not lie. As Duan Ling Tian expected, although Feng Qingyang seemed slightly surprised, he did not ask any more questions. All right. In that case, let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As your master, it's about time that I meet your family and friends. From the moment Duan Ling Tian met Feng Qingyang until now, Feng Qingyang had never pressed for answers unnecessarily. This was a sign of his trust and faith in Duan Ling Tian. After leaving the Azura Hell through a transportation formation, Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian were transported to a Devata realm that was neither the solitary destructive heaven nor the primeval heaven. The duo rushed to the closest transportation site and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. In the main hall of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang stood on a dais in the hall, where he usually received guests, while Duan Ling Tian stood a step below him. At the same time, Elder Hua, who was dressed in a flaming red robe, stood at the entrance as though he was guarding the hall. At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his little world, several figures began to materialize in the hall. Duan Ling Tian's parents, Li Ro and Duan Rufeng, his wife, Li Fei, and the others showed up one after another. Master, this is my father. Father, this is... Father, mother, little Fei, Si Ling, Nian Tian. This is my master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After everyone appeared, Duan Ling Tian patiently introduced them to Feng Qingyang. A gentle smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face as well. He greeted Duan Rufeng and the others warmly. As the saying went, one's love will usually extend to everything about the person they love. Although Duan Ling Tian had spoken about Feng Qingyang to his family and friends many times in the past, it was their first time meeting Feng Qingyang. During their short stay in the divine offering land, they had met several powerful gods. Perhaps it was due to their experience that they were slightly ill at ease when faced with Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Duan Rufeng finally took the lead to say, Before the others could greet him, Feng Qingyang said with a smile, "Brother Duan, your son is my only true disciple. There's no need for you to be so formal with me, it'll only create distance between us. You can just treat me like you would a good brother." "All right, Brother Feng." Duan Ru Feng agreed easily. He was a straightforward person. Since Feng Qingyang had already said so, he did not think too much about it. Following that, Li Ro said, "Greetings, Brother Feng. I'm Li Ro." "Greetings, Master." Li Fei bowed at Feng Qingyang respectfully. She had long heard about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. She knew he was even more remarkable than her grandmaster, who was also the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Duan Yentian and Duan Si Ling bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Grandmaster." "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Wu Dao did not address Feng Qingyang as Duan Ru Feng did. After all, his daughter's status was a little awkward. She had yet to marry Duan Ling Tian after all. Feng Qingyang chuckled and said, "It's fine. Please just address me as Brother Duan did. I'm aware of your daughter's relationship with my disciple." Then he turned around and asked, "Are you Tian Wu? You can address me as Master as well. Moreover, we can be considered a family since you're also part of the Seven Absolutes sect in the mundane realm." Feng Qingyang had learned about many things from Elder Hua before he had even met Duan Ling Tian. Hence, he was privy to many matters. "What about us? How should we address you?" Little Gold, who was usually loud and carefree, asked reservedly. "You must be Little Gold, right?" Feng Qingyang looked at Little Gold before shifting his gaze to Little White and Little Black. "The three of you can address me as Junior Uncle Feng." Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black bowed in unison. "Greetings, Junior Uncle Feng." Subsequently, Feng Qingyang shifted his attention to Mu Yi. "So she's Mu Yi, the successor of the second absolute, the prophet progeny?" Upon sensing Feng Qingyang's gaze on her, Mu Yi grew anxious. I? Duan Ling Tian sighed. "That's right. She's junior sister Mu Yi." With that, Feng Qingyang extended his divine consciousness into Mu Yi's mind. After a short moment, he shook his head and said, "Her soul's fragmented. This is quite troublesome. However, I've heard there are items in the realms of gods that can restore one's soul. Nevertheless, even if we successfully restore her soul, she'll likely forget many things in the past." "Items that can restore her soul?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened and a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face upon hearing these words. Even if Mu Yi would lose her memories, it was good enough if they could restore her soul. At least, she would not have to live with the mentality of a child forever. "There are merely things I've heard. To verify it, we'll have to find out more when we go to the realms of gods or ask a native." Feng Qingyang said. "I'll speak to Ling Juyun," Duan Ling Tian said. He was rather anxious and did not waste any time before he bade everyone farewell and made his way to the primeval heaven through the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived in the primeval heaven, he hurriedly sent a message to Ling Juyun. After responding to Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun asked in confusion, "Did you come all the way here just to ask me this question? You could have asked Sister Huanger, you know?" "Sister Huanger?" Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned. Then he said with a wry smile, "I forgot about that since I was too excited. By the way, has the Battle of the Geniuses ended?" "It ended a few months ago," Ling Juyun replied before he asked, "When do you plan to head to the Tidal Temple's Chamber of Laws?" "Most likely in a few months' time." "What about you?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "I'll be heading there in a few days' time," Ling Juyun replied. The duo chatted briefly before bidding each other farewell. With that, Duan Ling Tian left the primeval heaven and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven again. All in all, it took him only about 15 minutes. When Duan Ling Tian returned, he discovered Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, Little Black, Little Gold, and Little White were holding an ornate box each. "What are these boxes?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "Father, these are gifts from Grandmaster," Duan Siling replied with a smile. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he turned around to thank Feng Qingyang. However, before he could speak, Feng Qingyang said, "These are just small gifts. There's no need to be so polite." "Small gifts?" Duan Ling Tian smiled helplessly. How could his master's gifts be insignificant? He knew they had to be precious. Feng Qingyang continued to say with a smile, I'll prepare a place for all of you in the heavenly palace. You can cultivate or relax there as you wish. It must be suffocating having to stay in little Tian's little world all the time. Thank you, Brother Feng. Duan Ru Feng and Li Ro hurriedly thanked Feng Qingyang. Following that, Feng Qingyang turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked, Didn't you say there's another successor from the Seven Absolutes sect in your little world? Yes, Duan Ling Tian replied, that would be Xuanai. She's been in closed-door cultivation since we were in the Azura Hell and she hasn't woken up. I'll bring her to meet you once she emerges from her closed-door cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian was still in the Azura Hell, he tried to rouse Han Xuanai from her closed-door cultivation to let her try comprehending the law of time, but was unable to do so. He had tried sending her voice transmission and using his divine consciousness, but they were useless. Based on the unique state she was in, he knew if he had forcibly woken her up, it might result in chi deviation or something worse. Hence, in the end, he no longer tried to rouse her. Moreover, he knew he could ask his master to bring her there in the future. Perhaps, if it were someone else, he might have hesitated to ask his master. However, since she was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang could be considered her senior uncle. Don't worry, there are plenty of chances to meet in the future. Feng Qingyang smiled. He was truly delighted to see the members of the Seven Absolute sect's disciples ascending to a Devata realms. Throughout his long life, the place and time where he felt a sense of belonging the most was the mundane realm. The Seven Absolute sect, the Fog Rain Sword Saint, those were his days of glory. Due to his fondness for his time in the mundane realms, he called himself the Fog Rain Hermit after ascending to the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian was also well aware of Feng Qingyang's sentiments. Where's your other partner? Feng Qingyang asked teasingly. Not only did I prepare a gift for Xuanai, but I've also prepared a gift for your partner. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew Feng Qingyang was referring to Huaner. He smiled, embarrassed. She's in closed-door cultivation as well. I'll bring her to meet you as well when she emerges from closed-door cultivation. Is that okay, Master? Feng Qingyang nodded before he changed the subject. When do you plan to go to the Tidal Temple? The exploding element celestial fruit was not the only reward for the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, but the winner would also be allowed to enter the Chamber of Laws in the main Tidal Temple. The winner would also be able to stay for the longest duration in the Chamber of Laws. Naturally, the lower one ranked, the shorter one's time would be in the Chamber of Laws. I plan to break through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor first and spend some time with my family before going to the Tidal Temple. Duan Ling Tian had high expectations for the Chamber of Laws after experiencing the room in the Azura Hell that contained the Law of Time. However, he knew it was not wise to rush things. It would be best for him to go after becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Moreover, he had not spent any quality time with his family after reuniting with them. He wanted to fully enjoy his time with his family this time. Who knew where everyone's cultivation paths would lead them in the future or when they would all be together again? All right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Just let me know when you'd like to go, and I'll accompany you. It was important that Feng Qingyang accompanied Duan Ling Tian to the Tidal Temple since those people wanted to hold his disciple captive. The benefits of entering the Chamber of Laws could not be overlooked, so it was not an option to not go. Moreover, as the saying went, fortune favors the bold. With his presence, his disciple would be safer since he would be able to save his disciple if his disciple met with danger. Thank you, Master. Duan Ling Tian thanked his master. He did not stand on ceremony and refused his master because he was aware of the danger that lurked in the Tidal Temple. If his master were not present, the Tidal Temple would be even more unscrupulous. Moreover, who knew if they would attack him during his journey there? There were many gods in the Tidal Temple. Even if he were a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor and were as strong as a 9-star god of war, he would still be no match for gods. The accommodation that Feng Qingyang assigned Duan Ling Tian and his family was a mountain valley in the heavenly palace solitary destructive heaven. It was surrounded by mountains, the sounds of birds chirping rang in the air, the flowers were in full bloom. After Duan Ling Tian picked his courtyard, the others chose their courtyards as well. It was obvious Feng Qingyang had put a lot of thought into this place. Tiana, it seems like your master had picked this place out for you a long time ago, Duan Rufeng said. Then he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, Brother Feng treats you very well, so you mustn't let him down. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, Don't worry, father. I know what to do. What are you talking about? Don't you know our son? He'll surely repay Brother Feng without you needing to tell him. In the end, mother knows me the best, Duan Ling Tian replied. Duan Rufeng shook his head and feigned disappointment as he said, If you spoil him, you'll only make him worse. After chatting with his parents for a little longer, Duan Ling Tian said, Mother, father, I'll go check on the others. Subsequently, he walked over to his wife, Li Fei, his daughter, Duan Xiling, and Feng Tian Wu, whom he would be staying with. The courtyards Feng Qingyang prepared for Duan Ling Tian and the others were spacious. Each courtyard had multiple rooms, so it was not crowded even if a few of them lived together. At this time, Duan Yen Tian, Duan Ling Tian's son, asked, Father, which courtyard are you staying in? I'll stay with you. Duan Ling Tian smiled upon seeing the admiring expression on his son's face. He nodded and said, All right, come with me to go get your Grandpa Feng. Grandpa Feng was none other than Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tian Wu's father. Before settling down, Duan Ling Tian also brought Huaner's parents, Lian Xiu and Du Xiang, to the mountain valley. They had been staying in another part of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After admiring the mountain valley, the couple who had missed their daughter greatly asked, Where's Huaner? Huaner is in closed-door cultivation. I'll bring her to see you once she emerges from her closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian said. After helping Du Xian and Lian Xiu to settle down, Duan Ling Tian began to set up a few formations to protect the area they were living in. Then, as soon as he entered his room, he released his heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world. This was so his family friends could still cultivate despite not being in his little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world was from a remnant of a realm of gods. After everything was in place, Duan Ling Tian consumed the exploding element's celestial fruit before he began to cultivate. His cultivation base increased by leaps and bounds in just a short time, and he drew closer and closer to becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. I must become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor before turning 700 years old. After that, I'll start trying to attain godhood. I have to get stronger as quickly as I can. After 300 years, even if I'm a god, if my strength is only comparable to the average gods, I still won't be able to save Kur after going to the divine offering land. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had assumed that he would be able to save Kur from the divine offering land once the passages opened up as long as he had attained godhood. However, the more he learned, the more he realized merely attaining godhood was not sufficient. In the realms of gods, ordinary gods were nothing. He had learned from his master that even kings of gods were a dime in a dozen in the realms of gods. After all, natives of the realms of gods would eventually become gods as long as they had passable talents. Time flew by quickly as Duan Ling Tian cultivated. A year had already passed when Duan Ling Tian finally became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. A year was a short time to achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, he did not spend the entire year just cultivating. He had also been spending time with his family and friends. He would also look for Feng Wu Dao and the 3 little ones to chat once in a while since their courtyard was next to his. After becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian could keenly feel his strength had improved to a different level. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Feng Qingyang. Master, do you have time? I'm ready to go to the Title Temple to enter the Chamber of Laws. When do you want to leave? Feng Qingyang asked. Based on his words, it was clear he was ready to leave at any time. The main Title Temple was not located in any of the Devata realms. It was in an independent realm. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm was comparable to the best in the Devata realms, but it could not compare to that in realms of gods. Rumor has it that the independent realm that the main Title Temple was located in was created by the founder of the Title Temple. Some say the founder's a supreme powerhouse, while others say he's just a supreme god. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian. The master and disciple were making their way to the Title Temple in the solitary destructive heaven at this moment. To go to the main title temple, one must first go to any of the title temple branches located in the Devata realms. Based on what I heard, the founder of the title temple is a supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian said upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. He had learned this from the world-cleansing divine water that was residing in his little world. The world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable among the 5 divine elements, so he did not doubt its words. Feng Qingyang nodded. It seems like that supreme powerhouse didn't manage to create a realm of God, so he created an independent realm instead. Only a fixed number of realms of gods could exist at the same time. Every time there was a new realm of gods, an old one would cease to exist. For example, the remnant of the realm of gods that Duanling Tian found was one that was destroyed due to the emergence of a new realm of gods. When a realm of gods was destroyed, all its inhabitants, including emperors of gods and supreme gods, would be destroyed along with it. The destruction of a realm of gods was usually due to the death of the supreme powerhouse who created it because the two were linked. I agree. Duanling Tian nodded. After all, if the supreme powerhouse who founded the title temple could create a realm of gods, he would not have cultivated a force like the title temple. After all, despite its lofty status in the Devata realms, it was nothing compared to realms of gods. This could be seen from the attitude of Sukong Hai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, toward Ling Juyun, who was a native of a realm of gods during the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. We're here. It did not take long before Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven. It resembled the title temple branch that Duanling Tian had once been to in another Devata realm. The duo hovered in the air, unlike the others who were queuing up in a neat line to enter the title temple. These people were celestial lords and celestial emperors who came to claim their titles. It did not take long before Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang caught the people's attention. After all, the duo stood out like a sore thumb among the crowd. Who are they? Aren't they afraid of offending the title temple for acting in this manner? They're really arrogant. At this time, a burly man with a full beard flew up into the air toward Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Then, he said with good intentions, "It's best if both of you descend to the ground. If this offends the title temple, it won't be good. I heard they're very strict." Thanks for the reminder. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly as he glanced at the burly man. He did not behave haughtily or carry the air of a heavenly emperor. Duanling Tian smiled at the burly man warmly as well. In fact, he had already sent a message to the title temple and announced his arrival. It likely would not take long before the title temple sent someone to lead them in. The burly man was rendered speechless when he saw Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang continuing to hover in the air despite his reminder. He wondered if they had a death wish. While the others were still baffled by the duo's behavior, a few figures came out of the title temple. The group was led by a middle-aged man with a medium build. His appearance was average, and his gloomy expression was emphasized by his long black robe. This person was none other than Yiya, the temple master of the title temple branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian had no problem recognizing Yiya since he had met Yiya once during the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Nevertheless, he was briefly surprised that Yiya had personally come out to receive them. However, upon thinking about it further, he thought it was to be expected since he had said his master was present as well. Then, he looked behind Yiya and saw 2 old men and an old woman. All of them were also dressed in long black robes. Once the people from the title temple showed up, the others felt a wave of pressure pressing down on them even though the quartet did not intentionally exert pressure. At this time, the burly man's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly flew back down to the ground. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. It's over for these 2 young men. Although the burly man could sense the 2 young men's extraordinary bearing, he assumed they were only from a powerful sect or clan. He did not think these clans or sects were powerful enough to stand up to the title temple. The only force strong enough to stand up to the title temple here was the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The crowd looked at the duo, certain that a disaster was about to land. They're as good as dead. That's right. How can the title temple allow them to blatantly trample on their dignity? However, soon after, everyone was stunned by the following scene. They watched as the quartet from the title temple flew up into the air before cupping their fists together and politely greeting the duo. Heavenly Emperor Feng, we meet again. A rare smile appeared on Yi's face as he greeted Feng Qingyang amiably. Temple Master Yi. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, Yi turned to Duan Ling Tian, who was standing beside Feng Qingyang, and asked, Young Master, we meet again. Did you come to enter the Chamber of Laws? Yi addressed Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I've been waiting for you, Yi said with a smile. At the same time, the two old men and the old woman stepped forward from behind Yi and bowed at Feng Qingyang and greeted him, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Then, they introduced themselves as the Vice-Temple Masters of the Title Temple Master in the solitary destructive heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng, Young Master, please come in. With Yi leading the way, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang entered the title temple while the two old men and one old lady trailed behind them. The crowd outside only slowly regained their senses after the group entered inside. Although they were quite a distance, everyone had overheard the conversation. All of them gasped in shock. That's the Lord Heavenly Emperor of our solitary destructive heaven. No wonder I thought he looked familiar. I had seen a portrait of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. He looks even more charming in the flesh. That's why I didn't recognize him immediately. Who knew I'd be lucky enough to meet him in real life? I heard our Lord Heavenly Emperor addressing the black-clad middle-aged man as Temple Master Yi, right? To think Temple Master Yi personally came out to greet our Lord Heavenly Emperor. That's why he's known as the legendary Heavenly Emperor and the invincible Sword Celestial. No, he should now be called the Sword God. Even Temple Master Yi came to greet him despite being a 9-star god of war. The purple-clad young man next to the Lord Heavenly Emperor was addressed by Temple Master Yi as Young Master. He must be our Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple, Duan Ling Tian, the pride of our solitary destructive heaven. He had won the latest Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. He even fought 2 participants with the strength of a 6-star god of war at once and won. A long time had passed since the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses ended. The events that happened there had now spread everywhere. Now, most people from the solitary destruction heaven were aware that their Heavenly Emperor had a remarkable true disciple. In fact, he was now widely known as the strongest among the younger generation in all the Devata realms. Needless to say, it was an honor being the top young genius in all Devata realms, and these young geniuses were the winners of the Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. Now that Duan Ling Tian won the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he would hold the title of the strongest among the younger generation until the next winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was crowned. However, if the future winner was not as outstanding as Duan Ling Tian, he would continue to hold the title of the strongest among the younger generation. After all, in the Devata realms, those below the age of 3,000 were considered young. Most people were of the opinion that the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would continue to hold the title for the next 2,000 years due to his outstanding feat. Moreover, they knew after he consumed the exploding element celestial fruit, he would definitely become a 10-direction celestial emperor and possess the strength of a top 7-star god of war at least before reaching the age of 700. Rumor has it that our Heavenly Emperor's true disciple will be as strong as an 8-star god of war once he becomes a 10 directions celestial emperor. In fact, this is acknowledged by the high-ranking officials of the Title Temple. Even the members of the Title Temple are said to agree with this speculation, someone said after Duan Ling Tian and the others entered the Title Temple. The crowd was stunned upon hearing these words. As it turns out, it's our Lord Heavenly Emperor and his true disciple. At the same time, the burly bearded man who had stepped forward to advise Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang earlier felt embarrassed when he recalled his earlier actions. He did not expect the 2 young men whom he had been worried about were 2 of the most prominent figures in the Devata realms. No wonder the duo did not care about offending the Title Temple earlier. Yi, the Temple Master of the Title Temple Master Branch in the Solitary Destructive, led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang into the main hall and treated them courteously. After a moment, he asked directly, Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, do you plan to accompany the young master to the main Title Temple? Feng Qingyang nodded before he said, "Based on my knowledge, there's no rule prohibiting elders from accompanying their disciples to the Chamber of Laws in the Title Temple. Right?" "You're right." Yi nodded. "I was just curious. The Title Temple will always welcome you. In fact, the Temple Master will likely personally receive you when he learns about your visit." Duan Lingtian had heard about the Title Temple whom Yi mentioned from Feng Qingyang. The Temple Master was a king of gods. He was naturally far stronger than most from the Devata realms. "Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, young master, please wait for a moment while I request for the main Title Temple to activate the transportation formation," Yi said before leaving the main hall. After leaving the main hall, Yi contacted the main Title Temple immediately. He spoke to Su Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main Title Temple, who had also presided over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. "Vice Temple Master Su, it's just as you said. Feng Qingyang is accompanying Duan Lingtian to the main Title Temple." "I'm not surprised," Su Konghai responded indifferently. Duan Lingtian had revealed his Space Sword Dao and Space Mastery Dao, 2 out of the 4 Das of Heaven and Earth Das. "Feng Qingyang knows we won't allow such a talent to go so easily. It's only natural that he wouldn't allow his disciple to come to the main Title Temple alone. It'd be no different from letting his disciple enter the lion's den alone. I guess this will be a great chance to test how strong the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has become." "What should I do next?" Yu asked. "There's no need for you to do anything. I'll head over and lead them to the main Title Temple to show the legendary Heavenly Emperor how much we respect him," Su Konghai said. A hint of mockery could be heard in his tone when he said the words, "Legendary Heavenly Emperor." "Understood," Yi replied respectfully before cutting off the connection. The main Title Temple and its branches were connected by a complex and intricate communication formation that could only be used at specific locations. This formation allowed them to communicate across different realms. For example, Yi, who was in the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms, had communicated with Su Konghai, who was in an independent realm. Apart from that, the formation contained the markings of the members of the Title Temple. Through the markings, they could specifically choose to whom they wanted to speak to. After ending the conversation with Yi, Su Konghai wondered inwardly, should I inform Temple Master Ru Lai in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven about this? When the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had ended, Great Master Mayan had looked for Su Konghai and offered to assist the main Title Temple in imprisoning Duan Lingtian. It was not Su Konghai's first time meeting Ru Lai during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Before Ru Lai had attained godhood, he had met Ru Lai once. Despite only meeting twice, he could clearly sense that Ru Lai was like a different person compared to before. However, he had dismissed the change and attributed it to the fact that Ru Lai had become a god. There were many in the long history of the Title Temple who had changed drastically once they had attained godhood. Hence, he did not think much about Ru Lai's change. Since Feng Qingyang was accompanying Duan Lingtian, he knew the Title Temple would have a hard time detaining and imprisoning Duan Lingtian. Hence, he decided to inform Ru Lai about this in the end. Naturally, he was unaware that Ru Lai, the Temple Master of the Title Temple branch in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, had been possessed by Great Master Mayan, a member of the Phantom Clan from the Land of the Dead, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian is about to go to the main Title Temple? Great Master Mayan's eyes lit up as soon as he received news from Su Konghai. "When will you come to the main Title Temple?" Su Konghai directly asked. "Vice Temple Master Su, I'm currently dealing with something. I'll be there as soon as I'm done before Duan Lingtian leaves the Title Temple. I'll think of a way to keep him in the Title Temple in the meantime," Great Master Mayan replied. Su Konghai frowned upon hearing these words, clearly displeased by Great Master Mayan's lack of urgency. At this time, he no longer held any hopes of receiving help from Great Master Mayan and only responded indifferently. Great Master Mayan left the Title Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven after ending his conversation with Su Konghai. "This day has finally come. I'll return to the land of the dead and ask for Elder Brother's help. I must possess Duan Lingtian and obtain his abilities no matter what," Great Master Mayan muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed brightly as though he was already imagining himself possessing Duan Ling Tian. Great Master Mayan's brother was the clan leader of the Phantom Clan. He was also a king of gods. Since he and his brother were young, they had been fascinated and curious about the world outside of the land of dead. However, since his brother became the clan leader, various duties prevented him from leaving the land of dead. Although the mysterious land of the dead was ranked third among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, it was in fact not too treacherous. In fact, some powerful titled celestial emperors would go to the land of the dead to look for rare treasures. Occasionally, they would even come across spirits that could be refined into artifact spirits for emperor-grade celestial weapons. Great Master Milan prayed fervently that his elder brother would lend him a helping hand. Previously, when he was at the primeval cliff in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he had thought about asking his brother for help. However, it was difficult to send news to the land of the dead. Now that he was returning to the land of the dead, he hoped he would be able to convince his brother to briefly push his duties aside and help him. His chances of possessing Duan Ling Tian would be higher with his brother's help. Although many ventured to the land of the dead, they would not wander too deep into it since they were afraid of running into its inhabitants. The reason the land of the dead was the 3rd deadliest place in the Devata realms was mostly due to its inhabitants. In fact, even kings of gods and lords of gods would find it difficult to survive if they encountered those powerful inhabitants in the land of the dead. There were many emperors of gods there, but no one knew if there were supreme gods there. In fact, the Phantom Clan was just one of the weaker sects in the land of the dead due to the members' innate talent and soul-like existence. The strongest person in the clan was merely a king of gods. In the history of the clan, there was no lord of gods at all. The restriction was that they would never become stronger than a king of god if they did not possess a physical body. Moreover, those who managed to possess a physical body and became lords of god were no longer considered members of the clan. There was a strict rule in the clan that those who possessed a human, beast, or any living thing would be killed. This ironclad existed because those who possessed physical bodies would gain the ability to grow stronger through devouring their clansmen. A long time ago, an incident like this happened, almost wiping out the clan. If it were not for the clan's supreme elder sacrificing himself by using the clan's secret weapon to kill the rogue clansman, the clan would not have survived that disaster. Hence, since that incident, they had been very strict regarding the possession of physical bodies. If any of the clansmen were found to have possessed a physical body, they would be killed unless they managed to flee the land of the dead. Even then, they would have to live on the run. For all these reasons, Great Master Mayan did not return to the Phantom Clan at all after possessing Ru Lai's body. He knew very well the clan would not let him go if they discovered he had possessed a physical body. However, due to his sense of urgency and his relationship with his brother, who was the clan leader of the Phantom Clan, he decided to take a chance and return to the clan. He was certain, at the very least, that his brother would not expose his secret to the clan. After all, if his secret was discovered, it would negatively impact his brother as well. At that time, not only would his brother lose his position as the clan leader, his brother might even be expelled or killed because of this matter. Although the position of clan leader sounded lofty, the figure who held the greatest authority was the supreme elder of the clan, who was also the clan's secret weapon and strongest powerhouse. After Great Master Mayan arrived near the vicinity of the Phantom Clan, he wasted no time and sent his eldest brother, Mixian, a message. Members of the Phantom Clan did not need soul pearls to communicate when in close proximity. Through the vibrations of their souls, they could easily communicate with each other. It was somewhat similar to radio signals that broadcasting stations used on Earth where Duan Ling Tian came from. Mayan. Mixian, the clan leader of the Phantom Clan, was in the clan estate when he received Great Master Mayan's message. He was in the form of a dark green energy that was vaguely human-shaped. At this time, the energy roiled slightly. This was a sign of agitation of members of the clan. "Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you come see me at the estate?" Mian asked excitedly. Through Great Master Mayan's message, he was able to roughly sense Great Master Mayan's location. The Phantom Clan's breeding method was unlike the ways of the humans. Great Master Mayan and Mixian were awakened at the exact same time. This meant that they were considered biological brothers. This was rather rare in the clan. Hence, Mi Xian had a soft spot for his brother. Eldest brother, can you come out and meet instead? The Supreme Elder will discover my state instantly and kill me as soon as I step foot into the clan estate, Great Master Mayan said with a sigh. Why you? Did you possess a physical body? Mi Xian asked in a trembling voice. Possessing a physical body was the biggest taboo in the clan, after all. Transgressors would be killed without questions. As the clan leader, it was his duty to kill those whom he discovered to have possessed physical bodies. However, the person in question now was his brother. Great Master Mayan remained silent in response to his brother's question. In just a blink of an eye, Mi Xian seemed to vanish into thin air. It did not take long before he arrived before Great Master Mayan. When he laid eyes on Great Master Mayan, his body shuddered involuntarily. After a while, he said angrily, "What have you done? I didn't stop you when you wanted to leave the clan and the land of the dead to see the outside world. How could you be so foolish as to possess a person? You know very well this is the clan's biggest taboo since it'll grant you the ability to devour our clansmen and absorb the laws they comprehended. Our clan was almost annihilated in the past because of this. Why did you return? Do you have a death wish?" Great Master Mayan fell to his knees and said with a contrite expression on his face, "I know I'm wrong. However, I didn't do it without reason. I would have lost my life if I didn't possess him. Brother, faced with a life-or-death situation, would you choose death or would you choose to violate our clan's taboo?" None of Great Master Mayan's words was true. He was already a god when he had met Rulai, so it was impossible for Rulai to kill him at that time. He wanted to possess Rulai for selfish reasons. However, he knew he had to lie to his brother in order to gain sympathy and, most importantly, get his brother to help him. The anger in Mi Xian's voice subsided as he said, "If that's the case, you shouldn't have returned at all. Leave now. It's too dangerous for you to be here. Find someone to send me a message and I'll meet you outside." At the end of his words, Mi Xian flashed and brought Great Master Mayan far away from the Phantom Clan estate. After they finally came to a stop, Great Master Mayan looked at Mi Xian excitedly as he asked, "Brother, you're already at the mid-stage of a king of gods?" Great Master Mayan thought that his return to the land of the dead was very timely. Now that his brother was at the mid-stage of a king of gods, it would be even easier for him to possess Duan Ling Tian's body. Mi Xian nodded. "Yes, I've had a breakthrough recently. In the future, don't come here even if you want to meet me. I'll leave the clan estate to meet you instead. If you're discovered by the Supreme Elder, he'll definitely hunt you down and kill you. Do you understand?" "Yes, brother," Great Master Mayan replied. "Tell me, why did you risk your life to come and see me? What happened?" Mi Xian bluntly asked. He knew his younger brother very well, so he knew there must be a reason that his brother risked his life just to see him. Great Master Mayan said with a sheepish smile, "Brother, I'm unable to fully possess this body. I found a more suitable body. That body belongs to a 10 Directions celestial emperor who's not even 700 years old. Apart from that, he has also formed and comprehended the Space Sword Dao and the Space Mastery Dao to the preliminary stages. His comprehension of the law of space is remarkable as well. Mi Yen, there's still hope for you since you haven't fully possessed this body. If you give up this body, everything will return to the way it was." Mi Xian's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Great Master Mayan's words. Initially, Mi Xian had assumed his brother had fully possessed his host. Once his brother fully possessed a body, he would no longer be able to live without a physical body. However, since his brother had yet to fully possess his current body, there was still a chance for his brother. "Little brother Yen, there's still hope since you can't fully possess this body. If you're willing to give up this body, you're still one of us." Mi Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing the words of the Great Master Mayan, so he promptly advised. Great Master Mayan's expression changed slightly upon hearing Mi Xian's words. He realized he had said the wrong thing. After a moment, he decided to be honest with his brother. "Brother, I'll be honest with you. There's no turning back for me. I'm rather used to possessing a physical body, and I like it. I enjoy having a physical body. I can possess that person's body. My future will be incredibly bright. I'll be able to become a Lord of Gods or even an Emperor of Gods. No, in fact, I even have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse if I possess him." Brother, the Phantom Clan is just a weak clan in this place that's only a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Brother, do you understand what I'm saying? Moreover, I promise I'll never harm our clansmen after possessing that person. Despite his words, Great Master Mayan's thoughts were the complete opposite. Once he grew strong enough, he would definitely return to the Phantom Clan to devour his clansmen to swiftly raise his cultivation base. Except for his brother, he did not care about the others at all. A supreme powerhouse? Mi Xian was shocked by Great Master Mayan's words. He did not expect his brother to be so ambitious. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Was he really willing to destroy his brother's future by refusing to help him? After a while, he asked in a grim tone, "Are you sure you want to possess someone with such a huge potential? You should know that you only have one chance to full possess a body. If you fail, not only will you have to find another body to possess, but you'll also lose the ability to inherit the body's abilities and potential." Brother, I'm aware of this. Hence, I won't act recklessly, Great Master Mayan said confidently. He was confident he would be able to fully possess Duan Ling Tian's body. Then he said pleadingly, "Brother, please help me this once. I promise not to bother you again in the future." Subsequently, Great Master Mayans brought up the past and reminded Mi Xian about the time he had saved Mi Xian's life to further coerce his brother into helping him. Mi Xian was moved when he was reminded of the past. In the end, he relented and agreed to help Master Mayan. "All right, I'll help you. Wait for me while I return to the clan to deal with some matters. After that, I'll leave the land of the dead and help you possess that body," Mi Xian said before he left. Great Master Mayan's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky upon hearing Mi Xian's words. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the land of the undead. He and his master waited for a while at the Tidal Temple branch in the solitary destructive heaven for someone to lead them to the main Tidal Temple. Vice Temple Master Su. Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised when he sat Su Kong Hai, the Vice Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang remained calm. "Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, Duan Ling Tian, I came to bring you to the main Tidal Temple." Su Kong Hai was now much friendlier and courteous to Duan Ling Tian compared to his stern and aloof self during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. "Vice Temple Master Su, please lead the way." Feng Qingyang replied timelessly with a nod. He was very clearly not as warm as he was toward Duan Ling Tian earlier. In fact, he did not intentionally behave in such a manner. He had always been like that. He would only behave casually with those whom he had a close relationship with, such as his true disciple. Moreover, there was no need for him to be friendly to Su Kong Hai. In fact, even if the temple master was present, he still would not behave differently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Su Kong Hai led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang to the main Tidal Temple through the Transportation Formation in the solitary Destructive Heavens Tidal Temple branch. Upon arriving in the independent realm that housed the Tidal Temple, Duan Ling Tian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in every corner of this place was comparable to that at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian, the Chamber of Laws is an important place in the Tidal Temple. There are rules to follow and procedures to complete before you'll be allowed into the Chamber of Laws, Su Kong Hai said after coming to a stop in front of a huge palace. "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not surprised. After all, the Chamber of Laws was an important place. It was only natural that there were rules in place. Then Su Kong Hai turned to Feng Qingyang asked, "Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, are you coming with us or should I arrange a place for you to rest?" Feng Qingyang looked at Su Kong Hai knowingly before he said, "I'll follow your arrangements, Vice Temple Master Su. If that's the case, I'll arrange for my man to bring you to the guest room to rest." Su Kong Hai smiled faintly as though he was oblivious to Feng Qingyang's knowing gaze. Then he summoned someone over. About a dozen breaths later, a figure suddenly appeared at the speed of lightning. It was an average-looking middle-aged man dressed in a long dark green robe. His aura was rather formidable, and it was clear he was not simple. "Elder Luo, this is the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Let him choose from our nicest courtyards to rest in," Su Kong Hai said to the middle-aged man. "Yes, Vice Temple Master," the green-clad middle-aged man, Elder Luo, responded respectfully before he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng, please follow me." Feng Qingyang nodded and left with the green-clad middle-aged man while Duan Lingtian followed Su Konghai to complete the procedures of entering the Chamber of Laws. Although Feng Qingyang was not by his side, Duan Lingtian was calm. Since Feng Qingyang was in the Title Temple as well, they would not dare to act recklessly. Even the Title Temple would not unnecessarily risk the wrath of a god. Although Feng Qingyang's physical body was not here, Duan Lingtian knew Feng Qingyang could easily protect him. The Title Temple might be unaware, but he knew his master was close to becoming a king of gods. After completing the procedure, Su Qinghai asked, "Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay with your master for a few days, or do you want to enter the Chamber of Laws now?" "I'll enter now," Duan Lingtian replied decisively. The earlier he entered, the sooner he would be done. Su Konghai nodded. "As the winner of the Battle of the Geniuses, you're allowed to stay in the Chamber of Law the longest. Apart from that, you are allowed to enter 2 chambers of law. We have 5 chambers of elemental laws." Since Duan Lingtian had learned about this recently, he was not surprised. "Which 2 chambers of law do you want to enter?" Su Konghai asked. Duan Lingtian replied decisively, "The chambers of the law of fire and the law of earth." Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of fire and the law of earth, so it would be easier for him to comprehend them. Moreover, since Feng Qingyang was also skilled in the law of earth, he could not learn from Feng Qingyang as well. Before comprehending the law of space, Duan Lingtian had specialized in the law of fire. Hence, it was not surprising that he had chosen the law of fire. Since his time in the Chamber of Laws was limited, he was only confident he would be able to master all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth. If he had extra time, he would try to fuse the profundities of the laws. Su Konghai asked, "You won't be able to change your mind once you've made up your mind. Are you certain about your choices?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already made up his mind from before. After confirming Duan Lingtian's choices, Su Konghai brought Duan Lingtian to the Chamber of Laws. Not only was the Chamber of Laws heavily guarded by various formations, but it was also deeply hidden by concealing formations. One would not even be able to find it with one's divine consciousness. The Chamber of Laws is divided into 5 rooms according to the 5 elements. Currently, the room that contains the law of earth is occupied by one of our disciples. "Why don't you enter the room that contains the law of fire first?" Su Konghai asked after he brought Duan Lingtian to a vast and high platform that was covered with mysterious and intricate carvings. They looked like it would make one lose their senses if one probed it with one's divine consciousness. 5 rooms stood on the hall platform, facing 5 different directions. So this is the Chamber of Laws created by the Supreme Powerhouse who founded the Title Temple? I remember Sister Water had said that only Supreme Powerhouses are capable of creating chambers of laws. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Title Temple's Chamber of Laws looked simple. It was unlike the room that contained the law of time that was housed in a palace in the Azura Hell. It's up to you how you plan to spend the 3 months that have been given to you. If you choose to spend all 3 months in one room, you won't be able to enter the other room. Su Konghai reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. "If there's anything you need, just look for the 2 elders. They'll definitely help you as long as it's within their capabilities." Su Konghai continued to say. The 2 elders Su Konghai mentioned were in charge of guarding the Chamber of Laws. One of them wore a long gray robe, and the other one wore a long brown robe. Their expressions were both solemn. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded again. "You may enter now. I'll take my leave now since I have something to attend to. I'll return again after 3 months. Su Konghai said. After Su Konghai went away and only the 2 elders were left, Duan Lingtian entered the room that contained the law of fire. "It seems like I won't be able to carry out my plan," Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he felt as though he was being watched as soon as he entered the room. Initially, he had planned to summon the Chaos Divine Flame to see if it could steal the profundities from the law of fire in the room and bring them into his little world. The world-cleansing divine water had confirmed that it was possible to do such a thing. However, he quickly dismissed this idea once he sensed someone watching him. Apart from that, He had also initially planned to sneak his family friends into the Chamber of Laws. However, he quickly dismissed the idea when he thought of the danger lurking in the Tidal Temple. In the end, only Han Xuanai and Huano, who were still in closed-door cultivation, were left in his little world. The others were now in the heavenly palace of the solitary, destructive heaven, so felt rather at ease. I should rely on myself to comprehend the law of fire. Apart from that, I should completely comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth in 3 months. Duanling Tian thought to himself before he began to focus on comprehending the law of fire. Since he had experienced the room that contained the law of time, everything went smoothly. On the other hand, after Su Konghai left the Chamber of Laws, he went to meet the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple. The Temple Master was a tall and burly middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. A red crescent mark could be seen between his brows that made him look dignified. At this time, he sat on the highest position in the hall, resembling a king surveying his subjects. Apart from Su Konghai, there were 3 powerhouses from the Tidal Temple who had attained godhood. Lord Temple Master, Duanling Tian has entered the Chamber of Laws, Su Konghai reported. As for Feng Qingyang, I've arranged for him to settle down in one of our courtyards. The Temple Master before shifting his gaze to the 3 old men and asked, is it worth offending Feng Qingyang for Duanling Tian? Since I'm certain that's Feng Qingyang's clone, it shouldn't be hard for us to destroy his clone and keep Duanling Tian here. However, this will definitely anger Feng Qingyang. We don't know where his physical body is. Moreover, it'd be disastrous if he decided to strike our Tidal Temple branches first. One of the 3 old men stepped forward and said in a low voice, Temple Master, Duanling Tian is not even 700 years old. But he has already formed and comprehended the Space Sword Dao and the Space Sword Dao to the preliminary stages. His comprehension of the law of space is very as well. Apart from that, there are rumors that he's as strong as a top 8-star god of war now. He must possess some secret techniques or treasures that allow him to achieve all these things, including forming and comprehending the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The old man continued to say, if we're able to possess whatever he has, we might be able to nurture young disciples who are as outstanding as him. Moreover, we've been searching for someone who has formed and comprehended the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we have to have Duanling Tian. Moreover, Feng Qingyang has only recently attained godhood. Is there a need to be afraid of a young man? I'll find and kill his physical body if he dares to attack our branches. The old man who had spoken was a supreme elder of the Tidal Temple. Although he was not as strong as the Temple Master, he was still a god who was much stronger than Su Konghai. He had lived for more than 60,000 years compared to Feng Qingyang, who was only slightly over 10,000 years old. Hence, Feng Qingyang was indeed a boy in comparison. Another supreme powerhouse chimed in, that's right. How can we allow a weak god like him to wreak havoc in our branches? Moreover, we can send gods who are stronger to deal with him. If no one can handle him, I'll personally kill him if he dares to do anything to the Tidal Temple at all. After listening to the 2 supreme elders, the Temple Master looked at Su Konghai and the remaining old man, who was also a Vice Temple Master and a god at the mid-stage. What do you think? I'd like to hear your opinion first. You've had more interactions with Feng Qingyang than I do. Su Konghai said in a low voice, I understand how the Temple Master and the Supreme Elders feel, but I don't think Feng Qingyang is as simple as we think he is. I don't think he's only as strong as a new god. In fact, I have a feeling that I won't be able to defeat his clone. Before the Temple Master replied, one of the Supreme Elders interjected. Vice Temple Master Su, you must be mistaken. He has just attained godhood recently. How can he be as strong as an intermediate new god when he had just become a god a few hundred years ago? What a joke! One of the Supreme Elders said, I think we should deal with this decisively. We don't want history to repeat itself, do we? Upon hearing these words, everyone, including Su Konghai, fell silent. Although the Tidal Temple's history predated that of the Devata realms, none of its members from this generation, including the current Temple Master, could form or comprehend any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. In the past, this was not the case at all, hence, many of the high-ranking officials from the main Tidal Temple could not help but feel anxious and upset. Although their predecessors had recorded their insight on the four Taoists of heaven and earth on scrolls, the current generation had difficulties comprehending them. As a result, there was no one in the Tidal Temple now who was able to form and master any of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. For this reason, they felt they were left with no choice but to forcefully detain outsiders to learn the secrets of forming and comprehending the four Taoists of heaven and earth. In fact, in the past, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was still rising in fame and had displayed his destructive sword Dao, one of the four Taoists of heaven and earth, the Tidal Temple had sent Tang Sanpao's master, a powerhouse from the Tidal Temple who was living in seclusion, to test Feng Qingyang's strength. At that time, after defeating Feng Qingyang, Tang Sanpao's master had concluded that Feng Qingyang had indeed formed and comprehended the destructive sword Dao to the preliminary stage. Additionally, Tang Sanpao's master had also concluded that Feng Qingyang would only continue to improve tremendously moving forward. With this, the Tidal Temple decided to wait until Feng Qingyang had gained a deeper understanding of the destructive sword Dao before they would capture him. After all, the difference after Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the destructive sword Dao moved beyond the preliminary stage was going to be huge. The Tidal Temple was not worried they would not be able to capture Feng Qingyang at that time, since they knew Feng Qingyang could be found in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the end, they decided to wait until Feng Qingyang was about to attain godhood before they would capture him. Everyone from the Tidal Temple, including Su Konghai, waited patiently for years. Alas, when they were close to making a move, they received news that Feng Qingyang had disappeared into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Dev-Atta realms. None of them thought he would survive the Azura Hell and regretted they did not make a move sooner. After all, even the temple master of the Tidal Temple, who was a king of God, would not recklessly enter the Azura Hell due to how dangerous it was. When they finally received news again that Feng Qingyang had survived the Azura Hell and had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they were filled with hope again. Therefore, they sent Tang Sanpao's master to test Feng Qingyang's strength again. However, this time, Tang Sanpao's master was thoroughly defeated by Feng Qingyang. Tang Sanpao's master had said that Feng Qingyang not only gained a deeper understanding of the destructive sword Dao, but Feng Qingyang had also attained godhood. Most importantly, he was defeated by Feng Qingyang's clone from the Law of Earth, which indicated Feng Qingyang's physical body was likely still in the Azura Hell. With that, the Tidal Temple knew it was too late for them to make a move against Feng Qingyang. Even if Feng Qingyang had just attained godhood and was only a weak god, it would not be easy to force a god to do something against his or her will. Dealing with celestials was very different from dealing with gods, after all. Master, the strongest among them who was a king of God, would never dare enter the Azura Hell recklessly. Just like its name, that place was hell indeed. They were filled with hope once again after Feng Qingyang managed to survive the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and regained his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Then, the Tidal Temple sent Tang Sanpao's master to test Feng Qingyang once again, where he suffered a terrible defeat. We should make a move as soon as we can. That's right. One of the supreme elders said again, we can't be indecisive now. This chance will only come once. If we miss it, it'll be difficult for us to capture Duanling Tian in the future. Another supreme elder's eyes glinted coldly as he said, Feng Qingyang should feel grateful we didn't make a move on him at that time. If he's smart, he'll stay out of this matter. Otherwise, we'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Temple Master. Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master looked at the Temple Master in unison, waiting for him to make the decision. At the same time, another Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple said, we can't hesitate anymore. Such an opportunity only comes once. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for us to retain Duanling Tian in the future. The Temple Master shifted his gaze to his 2 Vice Temple Masters and asked, what do the both of you think? I want to hear your opinion now that the 2 Supreme Elders have expressed theirs. Temple Master, I agree with the 2 Supreme Elders, the other Vice Temple Master said. Su Konghai smiled wryly. If I'm not mistaken, you've already made up your mind, Temple Master. Even if I oppose everyone's opinion, I don't think it'll change your mind. Following that, everyone looked at the Temple Master. Capture Duan Tian, the temple master said tonelessly. We'll do as the supreme elders suggested. Why should the title temple be afraid of Feng Qingyang? It's only been a few hundred years since he attained godhood. Like the supreme elders have said, if he dares to meddle, we'll teach him a lesson. When should we make a move? Su Konghai asked. After Duan Tian's time in the Chamber of Laws is up, the title temple master said. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, perhaps, he'll gain an insight in the Chamber of Laws and deepen his understanding of the four Tao's of heaven and earth. If that's the case, it'll only benefit us. The other vice temple master's eyes lit up as he said ingratiatingly, Lord Temple Master is wise. Duan Tian and Feng Qingyang were naturally unaware that the title temple had already decided to make a move on Duan Tian. After spending a month in the room that contained the law of fire, Duan Tian had already entered the room that contained the law of earth and spent his remaining time there. Time flew by in just a blink of an eye. Time's up. At this time, Duan Tian heard a voice before a powerful force pushed him out of the room. Duan Tian was calm and expressionless after being ejected from the room. Inwardly, he was rather pleased with the results after spending 3 months in the Chamber of Laws. Not only did he comprehend all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth, but he had also comprehended them to the mastery stage. With this, he had now comprehended the law of space, the law of time, the law of fire, and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Elders, please help me contact Vice Temple Master Su. It's time for me to leave with my master, Duan Tian said to the 2 elders guarding the Chamber of Laws. The 2 elders nodded. One of the elders said, I've already sent a message to Vice Temple Master Su on your behalf. Please wait a moment. All right. Duan Tian nodded. Then he sent a message to Feng Qingyang. Master, I've left the Chamber of Laws. We can leave after Vice Temple Master Su brings me to you. All right. I'll be waiting for you then. Feng Qingyang responded. Did things go well? Yes. Duan Tian responded with a smile. I've comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. I'll be trying to fuse the profundities next just like the law of time. Feng Qingyang was naturally pleased when he heard Duan Tian's reply. Very good. I can provide you with some insight regarding the law of earth. However, you'll have to rely on yourself to truly fuse them. Yes, Master, Duan Tian replied. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared before Duan Tian at the speed of light. Master, I'll speak to you later. Vice Temple Master Su is here. Su Konghai asked with a smile. Duan Tian, do you want to stay in the title temple a little longer to continue comprehending the law of fire and the law of earth? Or do you plan to leave immediately? Thank you for your good intentions, Vice Temple Master Su, but I plan to leave as soon as I meet my master, Duan Tian replied. Su Konghai nodded. I'll bring you to your master then. At this moment, Duan Tian felt rather at ease. It seemed like the title temple was not going to capture him. Alas, as soon as the master and disciple met, gusts of strong wind began to stir around them. Swoosh! At the same time, Su Konghai flew up into the sky. Then, 4 figures suddenly appeared next to him. It was 3 old men and a middle-aged man. 4 people stood in different directions while the 5th person hovered high above the others. With this, they completely blocked all of Feng Qingyang and Duan Tian's escape routes. Duan Tian was surprised by this ambush. He did not expect Su Konghai, one of the vice temple masters of the main title temple, to make a move as soon as he met his master. At this time, the 5 people from the title temple looked at the master and disciple frostily. Based on the 5 people's attitude, Duan Tian could tell they were determined to imprison him. He wondered where they gained the confidence to oppose his master so openly. Duan Tian's expression was dark and he felt his heart sink. The title temple must be thoroughly prepared and confident for them to make such a move. They were clearly unafraid of the consequences of offending his master. Wu Hongqing. Feng Qingyang remained calm, unlike Duan Tian. He looked at the middle-aged man who hovered in the air above the others. Wu Hongqing was the current temple master of the main title temple. One of the old men hovering in the air scoffed. Feng Qingyang, do you think a mere heavenly emperor like you is worthy of addressing our Lord Temple Master by his name? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shifted to Wu Hongqing. Wu Hongqing was dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and a crescent mark could be seen between his brows. His straight brows gave him a dignified air. At this time, he was staring Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing looked at Feng Qingyang and said indifferently, "The Title Temple wants your true disciple. It's best that you forget about your disciple. If you're willing to step aside, the Title Temple won't stop you from holding onto your position as the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, even though you're now a god. I, Wu Hongqing, give you my word." Wu Hongqing did not beat around the bush and directly stated he wanted Duan Ling Tian, and even said he would compensate Feng Qingyang as long as Feng Qingyang promised not to meddle in the matter. Duan Ling Tian smiled mockingly. It seemed like he was worth quite a lot to the Title Temple. Apart from that, based on Wu Hongqing's words, he knew that the Title Temple was unaware of his master's true strength. Otherwise, Wu Hongqing would not have made such an offer to his master. After all, his master was more than capable of holding onto his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven regardless of whether the Title Temple agreed to it or not. Feng Qingyang did not respond to Wu Hongqing's words. Instead, he asked, "Has the Title Temple thought this through?" Feng Qingyang. Stop putting on airs. One of the supreme elders of the Title Temple scoffed. You've only attained godhood not too long ago. At most, you're an intermediate god. How dare you act so arrogantly before the Title Temple? If you even dare to seek revenge from the Title Temple after your physical body returns from the Azura Hell, I'll personally destroy your physical body and clones. Killing intent rose from his body as he continued to say, "If I can't find you, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and its members will pay the price. You'll forever be hunted by the Title Temple." Duan Ling Tian's expression turned unsightly as soon as he heard the Supreme Elder's threats. "You think you can kill me?" Feng Qingyang wore a faint smile on his face as he looked at the Supreme Elder who threatened him. All of a sudden, Wu Hongqing widened his eyes and cried out, "Watch out!" Swoosh! Wu Hongqing vanished into thin air in just a blink of an eye and reappeared next to the Supreme Elder who had threatened Feng Qingyang. Alas, it was too late. A bloody hole could be seen on the Supreme Elder's glabella and the disdainful expression on his face was frozen on his face. Clearly, the Supreme Elder had no time to react before he died. The other Supreme Elder, the other Vice Temple Master, and Su Konghai felt chills running up their spines. Brother Quan, the other Supreme Elder, grew furious when he regained his senses. However, when his eyes shifted to Feng Qingyang, he felt as though his fury had been doused by fear. How's this possible? Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master were in shock and disbelief. The Supreme Elder had died in just a blink of an eye despite being an advanced god. All they heard was a brief sword cry before the Supreme Elder died. Did Feng Qingyang use his sword? I'm an intermediate god, but I couldn't capture his movements at all. Most importantly, this is just his clone from the Law of Earth. Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master shuddered as fear rose in their hearts. In fact, it seemed like Supreme Elder Su Quan couldn't even react in time to Feng Qingyang's attack. Doesn't this mean that? At this time, Wu Hongqing cried out, "You've broken through and became a king of gods?" Wu Hongqing's voice was laced with anger and fear as he looked at Feng Qingyang in disbelief. How could Feng Qingyang be a king of God when he had just attained godhood a few hundred years ago? It was impossible. A king of God. At this time, the others were certain Feng Qingyang was now a king of God. Otherwise, Feng Qingyang would not have been able to kill Su Quan so effortlessly. Master has had a breakthrough? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up in delight and surprise. When he had gone to the Azura Hell with his master had yet to become a king of gods. This meant that his master broke through in less than 2 years. Feng Qingyang flashed and appeared among the 4 people from the Title Temple. He calmly asked, "I'll ask again. Is the Title Temple determined to imprison my disciple? If you're determined, then you can make a move now." Wu Hongqing's expression darkened. "Feng Qingyang, how dare you conceal your strength? Did you intentionally kill Supreme Elder Su to prove your strength?" From the moment Feng Qingyang revealed he was now a king of God, Wu Hongqing and the others knew they no longer had any hope of imprisoning Duanling Tian. It was unfortunate that Su Quan, one of their supreme elders, had died in vain. Although Wu Hongqing could activate the Tidal Temple's guarding formation, he knew it would not be enough to kill Feng Qingyang. After all, the formation could only kill an ordinary god at most. The formation that was powered by many divine crystals was undoubtedly strong, but since they were not in the realms of gods, due to the inferior heaven and earth energy, the formation would not be able to kill most gods. On the other hand, in the realms of gods, this formation was strong enough to kill a king of gods. Unlike Wu Hongqing, who was burning with cold fury, Feng Qingyang remained expressionless. So what if it's intentional? Then, he said to Duanling Tian, "Little Tian, let's go." There was nothing Wu Qinghong could do as he watched Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian leave. Just as Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian were about to leave, a cold scoff rang in the air before a figure suddenly appeared. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately. The newcomer was none other than Ru Lai, the temple master of the Tidal Temple branch in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, who had been possessed by a member of the Phantom Clan. Temple Master Ru Lai? Su Kong Hai, the vice-temple master of the main Tidal Temple, was surprised by the appearance of Ru Lai, who had been possessed by Great Master Mayan. Moreover, Mayan seemed strangely optimistic when the others were afraid. Nobody had expected Feng Qingyang to have become a king of gods after all. If they had known earlier about his breakthrough, they would not have tried to capture Duanling Tian in front of Feng Qingyang. A king of god was enough to make the Tidal Temple compromise. Although the Tidal Temple had stronger powerhouses, they were all in the realms of gods. Before the passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opened, there was no way for them to seek help. Currently, the strongest powerhouse in the Tidal Temple was Wu Hongqing, the temple master, who was just an ordinary god. Even if Wu Hongqing was not afraid of Feng Qingyang, what about the other members? If Feng Qingyang decided to kill all of them, what could they do? For this reason, Wu Hongqing held back even though he was furious. If Feng Qingyang was only an intermediate god, there would not be any need for the Tidal Temple to hold back. After all, there were more than 20 intermediate gods in the Tidal Temple. They even had more than 5 advanced gods. Even if Feng Qingyang was an advanced god, the Tidal Temple would still persist in capturing Duanling Tian today. Alas, Feng Qingyang was a king of gods and had easily killed their supreme elder who was an advanced king of god. Ru Lai? Wu Hongqing glanced at Great Master Mayan before he said, "Vice Temple Master Su told me you'd help. However, it's meaningless now. Return to the Tidal Temple branch in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven." Although Wu Hongqing knew that Ru Lai had come to help, he could not help but feel impatient. After all, even if all the temple masters of the Tidal Temple branches showed up, there was nothing they could do. Moreover, this was just Feng Qingyang's law of Earth's clone. They already had a difficult time dealing with his clone. It would be even more difficult to deal with his real person. "Temple Master, I witnessed what happened earlier," Great Master Mayan said leisurely upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words. "I didn't expect that Feng Qingyang has already become a king of gods. Although he had just recently broken through, it's still unexpected." Wu Hongqing was stunned. He did not understand why Ru Lai was so confident despite having witnessed what had happened earlier. "Temple Master, please stand aside and watch," Great Master Mayan said. "After I possess Duanling Tian, if the Tidal Temple is willing to make me the next Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple, I'll also be willing to share my insight on the 4 Das of heaven and earth." Wu Hongqing and the others from the Tidal Temple were shocked by Great Master Mayan's words. Was it possible to access a person's knowledge after possessing them? While Wu Hongqing and the others were still in shock, Duanling Tian asked, "How should I address you?" "I can't address you as Ru Lai since you're a member of the Phantom Clan." "The Phantom Clan?" The Tidal Temple members looked at Great Master Mayan in shock and fear. As high-ranking members of the Tidal Temple, they naturally knew about the Phantom Clan. Great Master Mayan was slightly taken aback. Then he laughed before he said, "It seems like you're aware of everything. You can address me as Great Master Mayan. As for the Phantom Clan, I'm no longer a member of the Phantom Clan. After I possess you, I'll be expelled from the clan. I'll become you, and everything you own such as your memories and cultivation will belong to me." Great Master Mayan looked at Wu Hongqing and said, "Temple Master, You should know the Phantom Clan will never accept someone who has possessed a physical body. You should also know a Phantom Clan member only has one chance to completely possess a body. I've not completely possessed Ru Lai and I've only been suppressing his soul. I've decided to use my one chance to possess Duanling Tian. I stand by what I said earlier. I need the protection of the Tidal Temple since the Phantom Clan will hunt me down once they discover this matter. It's fine if I don't become the Temple Master. As long as you agree to protect me, I'll share my knowledge on the 4 Daos of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple after I possess Duanling Tian. Wu Hongqing was moved by Great Master Mayan's words. He knew about the Phantom Clan, a small force in the land of the dead, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. He knew the Phantom Clan members did not have a corporeal form and could only possess a physical body once in their lives. He also knew it was taboo to possess a physical body in the clan due to an unfortunate incident in the past where the clan was almost annihilated due to a member who had possessed a physical body. I agree. Wu Hongqing knew the Tidal Temple was more than capable of protecting Great Master Mayan from the Phantom Clan. He said through voice transmission, with Feng Qingyang around, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to possess Duanling Tian. I won't be able to help you since I won't openly provoke him. Rest assured, Temple Master. You don't need to do anything, Great Master Mayan said confidently. Feng Qingyang will soon disappear from this world. He's just a new king of gods. Following that, Great Master Mayan said in a low voice as his eyes glinted coldly. Brother, please deal with Feng Qingyang. After you destroy his clone, you should be able to find the location of his physical body and another clone. Please kill him. Brother. Although Great Master Mayan had lowered his voice, it did not prevent everyone from hearing his words. At the same time, Duanling Tian's expression turned grim. He recalled Great Master Mayan had mentioned his brother was a king of gods when his master wanted to kill Great Master Mayan at the primeval cliff in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. For Great Master Mayan to be so confident after finding out his master was a king of gods, Great Master Mayan's brother had to be a stronger king of gods. At this moment, a humanoid soul suddenly shot out of Great Master Mayan's body. Its aura was terrifying as it looked at Feng Qingyang. Younger brother, this will be the last time I help you. You're on your own after this. It was none other than Mi Xian, the clan leader of the Phantom Clan. He was an intermediate king of gods. Brother, I'd be too embarrassed to ask another favor from you in the future. Great Master Mayan as his eyes shone with excitement. He was so close to possessing the perfect body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without wasting time, Mi Xian made his move. A terrifying soul attack shot out immediately. Due to a lack of corporeal forms, members of the Phantom Clan could only cast soul attacks. Wu Hongqing was shocked by Mi Xian's attack. An intermediate king of gods? Although Wu Hongqing had roughly guessed Great Master Mayan must have found an intermediate king of gods at least to help him, he could not help but grow excited when he saw Mi Xian's strength. The Phantom Clan specializes in tracking souls. Even if this is only Feng Qingyang's clone, he should be able to locate Feng Qingyang's physical body soon. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, this intermediate king of gods should be able to get rid of Feng Qingyang for good. The Phantom Clan members were rather unique. They were strong and capable of killing those with the same cultivation bases with their soul attacks after they became kings of gods. They were also inherently skilled in tracking souls. They could even track the souls of gods. These skills combined made them natural killers in ancient times. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, was well aware of this. Therefore, his eyes lit up with excitement and his heart brimmed with hope when he saw Great Master Mayan had brought an intermediate king of gods from the Phantom Clan. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang was doomed. After all, Feng Qingyang had only recently become a king of gods. Let alone Feng Qingyang. Even he would have difficulty surviving without the Tidal Temple's soul defense divine artifact if he had to face the intermediate king of gods from the Phantom Clan. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, unless Feng Qingyang possesses a soul defense divine artifact, he'll surely die. It's unlikely he has such a divine artifact. Swoosh! Duanling Tian watched as the intermediate king of gods shot out like a streak of red light and entered Feng Qingyang's glabella before Feng Qingyang could even react. At the same time, the energy from the Law of Earth began to buzz around Feng Qingyang's clone. A terrifying energy rolled out as the two souls began to clash in the body of Feng Qingyang's clone. Alas, it was obvious that the intermediate king of gods had the upper hand. No. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. Based on the soul energy of the intermediate king of gods, he could tell even if his master was in his physical body, his master might not necessarily be a match for the intermediate king of gods. This was why Great Master Mayan's confidence was not shaken even after discovering his master had become a king of gods. It only proved that Great Master Mayan's elder brother was at least an intermediate king of gods. Even if your physical body is here, I'll still be able to kill you. Mi Xian, the clan leader of the Phantom Clan, said from Feng Qingyang's body. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and the others from the Tidal Temple could clearly sense Feng Qingyang's aura growing weaker and weaker as Mi Xian's aura grew stronger and stronger. If you dare lay a finger on my disciple, I, Feng Qingyang, swear that I'll annihilate the Phantom Clan in the future. Feng Qingyang's icy voice rang in the air as his aura continued to grow weaker. I believe you'll be strong enough to do so in the future, Mi Xian said. After all, you achieved so much within 10,000 years. I don't doubt you have a high chance of becoming a Lord of Gods or even an Emperor of Gods in the future, but it's unfortunate that you won't be able to live long enough to do so. After destroying your clone here, I'll hunt you down and kill you. Little Tian, run, Feng Qingyang said before his clone suddenly exploded. A terrifying wave of divine energy mixed with the law of Earth rolled out and swept through everyone. Bang! 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 The Supreme Elder, Su Konghai, and another Vice Temple Master spat out a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying back in the sky. Wu Hongqing disregarded his subordinates and hurriedly moved to protect Great Master Mayan. Thank you, Temple Master, Great Master Mayan said through voice transmission. He had expected Feng Qingyang to detonate his clone to give Duan Ling Tian a chance to escape, so he had told Wu Hongqing about his speculation and asked for Wu Hongqing's protection earlier. Although the law of Earth was not as strong as the law of destruction, Feng Qingyang was still a king of gods. Needless to say, the force of his explosion was incredibly strong and could easily crush those weaker than him. Although ordinary gods and kings of gods were just a level apart, the difference between their strength was like heaven and earth. Hence, it was only natural that the force from the explosion of Feng Qingyang's clone gravely injured the Supreme Elder, who was an advanced god, and gravely injured the others, who were even weaker. When they regained their footing, fear filled their eyes as they looked at the site of the explosion. Just a clone was so powerful. They could only imagine how strong Feng Qingyang was. When Feng Qingyang's clone exploded, Duan Ling Tian had swiftly teleported away. Master's clone from the Law of Earth has been destroyed. This will cause his physical body to suffer from the backlash. It'll require time and effort to create another clone from the Law of Earth, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although his master was not in any grave danger now, he was still furious at the member of the Phantom Clan. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian discovered his teleportation profundity had stopped working. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying energy surging in his surroundings. Affirmation? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned unsightly. Previously, the Tidal Temple did not dare to act recklessly after discovering Feng Qingyang had become a king of gods. After Great Mayan appeared along with his elder brother, who was an intermediate king of gods, and forced Feng Qingyang to detonate his clone, the Tidal Temple naturally grew bolder. Moreover, Great Master Mayan's brother had even announced he would hunt Feng Qingyang down and kill him. Duan Ling Tian had researched the Phantom Clan after the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses ended. He knew it was important to know his enemies. Moreover, he knew it would be impossible for his master to protect him all the time. Wu Hongqing didn't dare to make a move earlier because he's afraid of retribution from my master. After all, master's physical body and clone from the Law of Destruction aren't here. However, it seems like he's no longer afraid since that intermediate king of gods from the Phantom Clan vowed to hunt my master down and kill him. Wu Hongqing must be confident that my master won't survive for him to act so openly now. Various thoughts raced through Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. At the same time, he tried to break through the formation that was restraining him with all his might, only to discover his attempts were in vain. It's useless. Wu Hongqing appeared and glanced at Duan Lingtian. The formation in the tidal temple is capable of restraining those who aren't gods. It's impossible for you to break this formation if you're not a god. Great Master Mayan appeared next to Wu Hongqing and looked at Duan Lingtian greedily, as though he was looking at a rare treasure. Duan Lingtian, you're finally mine. Swoosh! At this moment, a wave of energy with two blazing eyes appeared next to Great Master Mayan and studied Duan Lingtian. Little brother, is this the perfect body you're after? That's right. Great Master Mayan nodded ecstatically. Brother, thank you for your help. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. There's no need for you to thank me. We're brothers, after all, Mi Xian said. However, you should go into hiding for a while after possessing him. I'm afraid Feng Qingyang will make his way to the Phantom Clan and reveal this matter to the elders before I can stop him. After all, it's not a secret that the Phantom Clan strictly prohibits its members from possessing a physical body. Don't worry, brother, Great Master Mayan said dismissively. I've made a deal with the Temple Master, Wu Hongqing. After possessing Duan Lingtian, I'll share knowledge about the four Daos of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple in exchange for protection. The supreme elders of our clan won't dare to act recklessly as long as I remain in the Tidal Temple. Great Master Mayan was very confident about his newly found protection. All right, it seems like you've made careful plans. Mi Xian nodded as he said to Great Master Mayan, it's time for you to possess his body. The sooner you do it, the sooner you'll obtain everything he has. Great Master Mayan nodded before he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian turned to look at Duan Lingtian as well. They looked at Duan Lingtian with certainty that Duan Lingtian was going to die today. At this time, Duan Lingtian glanced at the trio in front of him and said indifferently, I have information about the 5 divine elements. Upon hearing the words 5 divine elements, Great Master Mayan froze while Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian stared at Duan Lingtian intently. After a moment, Great Master Mayan sneered and said, so what? I'll have this information after I possess you anyway. If you're telling the truth, even without your help, I'll be able to find the 5 divine elements. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing nodded upon hearing Great Master Mayan's words. Duan Lingtian ignored Great Master Mayan and said to Wu Hongqing instead, Temple Master Wu, you're aware that he can lie to you after obtaining the information from me, right? I know of a place where you can gather all 5 divine elements. If I bring you there, you'll definitely be able to gain at least one, if not all, of the 5 divine elements. Wu Hongqing frowned after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Indeed, now that the seed of doubts had been planted, he could not help agreeing with Duan Lingtian. Brat, stop trying to sow discord among us. You're just trying to escape, Great Master Mayan said coldly. So what if I'm sowing discord? My words are true, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Then he turned back to Wu Hongqing and said, Temple Master Wu, I'm left with no other options at this moment. At the very least, I hope to die as myself. This is my dying wish. If you agree to help me fulfill it, I'm willing to share the whereabouts of the 5 divine elements with you. In fact, I own one of the 5 divine elements. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a gentle energy rippled out of his body. The world-cleansing divine water. Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Great Master Mayan's eyes brightened as soon as they sensed the world-cleansing divine water's energy. Unlike Great Master Mayan, Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had no interest in possessing Duan Lingtian. However, the 5 divine elements were a different matter. All of them were interested in the 5 divine elements. Mi Xian, who was without a corporeal form, could comprehend and form the 4 Daos of heaven and earth with the help from the 5 divine elements. Comprehending the 4 Daos of heaven and earth was one of the requirements to become a supreme powerhouse. With the 5 divine elements, it would be much easier to form and comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. With the 5 divine elements put aside becoming a supreme powerhouse, he would become the first Lord of Gods in the history of the Phantom Clan. Duan Lingtian continued to throw out the bait. This world-cleansing divine water is in its 7th form. Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Great Master Mayan's eyes widened in shock. Although they could sense the world-cleansing divine water was strong, They did not expect it had already evolved to such a high form. Mixian faltered slightly at this moment, his heart was moved. Everyone knew the 5 divine elements had 9 forms. Since Duanling Tian's world-cleansing divine water in its 7th form, it meant that it was close to reaching its perfect form. While the trio was still in a daze, Duanling Tian continued to say, "Like I said, I know of a place that contained the other 5 divine elements. Similar to this world-cleansing divine water, they're all in their 7th form." Previously, my world-cleansing divine water had tried persuading the other divine elements to accept me as their host, but they rejected this suggestion. They wanted to wait for their destined hosts. He paused for a moment before he said, "I only have one wish. I wish to die in my hometown. In fact, there's where the divine elements are located as well." Although the temptation was great, the trio were not fools. They still remained skeptical after listening to Duanling Tian's words. Mayan, Wu Hongqing bluntly said, "You can possess Duanling Tian now. However, you can only do it once I take his world-cleansing divine water away. As for the other 4 divine elements, you can divide them with your brother." Wu Hongqing's proposal seemed generous. However, he had considered the possibility that Duanling Tian was lying about the other divine elements. Therefore, he decided to take what he could, the world-cleansing divine water. However, Great Master Mayan seemed reluctant to agree to Wu Hongqing's suggestion. He said with a faint smile, "Wait a minute, Temple Master Wu. He has said he wants to die in his hometown." Wu Hongqing looked at Great Master Mayan and said blankly, "You can take Duanling Tian's body here and now. In that case, I will have the world-cleansing divine water he has now. As for the 4 other 5 divine elements, all of those will belong to you and Mixian." Wu Hongqing seemed generous now. Actually, it was because he knew of the existence of world-cleansing divine water for certain by the energy he was sensing, and yet, he is still doubtful of the existence of the 4 other 5 divine elements. Perhaps Duanling Tian had made it up. Naturally, he would want Mayan to promise him the world-cleansing divine water now. However, Great Master Mayan is reluctant to accept the offer Wu Hongqing made. He gave a faint smile and said, "Hold up, Temple Master. Since he said he wanted to die in his hometown, I think we should check the place out. If the 4 divine elements are there, I'm willing to give up 2 of the divine elements to you, while the other 3 divine elements will be divided between me and my brother." "What happens then if he's lying?" Wu Hongqing frowned. He was truly reluctant to give up on the world-cleansing divine water whose existence was confirmed. "There's nothing I can do if he's lying," Great Master Mayan said with a shrug. Clearly, he had no intention of giving up the world-cleansing divine water. Various expressions appeared on Wu Hongqing's face upon hearing these words. After a moment, he asked, "Duanling Tian, when you say you want to die in your hometown, are you referring to the Saint Province realm or the Yanhuang realm?" Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect Wu Hongqing or the Title Temple to know so much about him. "Yanhuang realm," Duanling Tian replied as he shook his head. "Although I stayed in the Saint Province realm for a longer time and have deeper feelings for it, it's fine for me to die in the Yanhuang realm. After all, the other divine elements are in the Yanhuang realm. However, I naturally will not refuse if you decide to let me die in the Saint Province realm after you obtain the divine elements." Based on Duanling Tian's words, it seemed like he had resigned himself to his death. Wu Hongqing stared at Duanling Tian intently. "If you're telling the truth, there's no harm in letting Mayan possess you in the Saint Province realm." In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to stop Great Master Mayan from possessing Duanling Tian now. After all, the temptation of the 5 divine element was too great. Even Mixian was not in a hurry for Great Master Mayan to possess Duanling Tian or hunt Feng Qingyang down after learning about the 5 divine elements. In fact, he had decided to follow Great Master Mayan and Wu Hongqing to the Yanhuang realm. After leaving the main title temple, they traveled to the solitary destructive heaven first before they left for the Yanhuang realm. Wu Hongqing and Great Master Mayan followed closely behind Duanling Tian, while Mixian stood at the very back. "Where are the other 4 divine elements?" "Up ahead. We're almost there." Duanling Tian led the trio through the universe in the Yanhuang realm. He extended his divine consciousness and searched around. After 5 days, Duanling Tian finally led the trio into a barren planet that was filled with debris and rubble. Swoosh! After landing, Wu Hongqing and Great Master Mayan's expressions changed immediately. Since Mi Xian was only a soul, no expressions could be seen on his face. Nevertheless, his excitement was palpable. The four divine elements are really here. I can feel the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth. Wu Hongqing could barely contain his excitement. After all, 2 of the 5 divine elements would belong to him. Meanwhile, after discovering Duanling Tian was telling the truth, a hint of regret could be seen on his face. If he had known Duanling Tian was telling the truth, he would not have generously promised to give Wu Hongqing 2 of the 5 divine elements. At this moment, Mi Xian said excitedly, "I want the clear heavens divine wood." "Okay." Wu Hongqing nodded. "As for me, I want the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame." Great Master Mayan was displeased when Wu Hongqing directly said he wanted the 2 offensive divine elements. He said, "You can have the chaos divine flame, but I must have the profound divine metal." With this, it was clear Great Master Mayan planned to keep the world-cleansing divine water and the profound divine metal for himself and was only willing to give Wu Hongqing the chaos divine flames and the chaos divine earth. Chaos divine earth? Wu Hongqing frowned. "Mayan, I don't need the chaos divine earth. If you insist on having the profound divine metal, give me the world-cleansing divine water. I want the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame." Upon hearing Wu Hongqing and Great Master Mayan's words, Duanling Tian, whose back was facing the duo, sneered. "Idiots!" Swoosh! 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 Following that, a gentle energy surged out of Duanling Tian and entered the ground in just a blink of an eye. Upon sensing this, Mi Xian cried out in unison, "What are you doing?" Wu Hongqing and Great Master Mayan hurriedly turned to look at Duanling Tian warily. In fact, they had never believed Duanling Tian's words about giving up and wanting to die in his hometown. However, they could only go along with his words since the temptation of the 5 divine elements was too great. Moreover, they were both confident that everything was under their control and did not think Duanling Tian could escape when they brought him to the mundane realm. Apart from that, they did not think Duanling Tian had any helper strong enough to defeat them. There were 3 of them now. They were not even afraid if Feng Qingyang came with his clones from the laws. Hence, due to their greed and pride, they confidently brought Duanling Tian to a mundane realm in the Yan Huang realm. They were even more certain that they had made the right decision when they sensed the other 4 divine elements in this mundane realm. "Nothing." Duanling Tian turned around calmly to face Mi Xian. He said indifferently, "The world-cleansing divine water merely wants to catch up with its old friends. It's been a while since they all met. Moreover, I'm about to die soon, so there's no need for it to stay with me any longer." Mi Xian no longer said anything after listening to Duanling Tian's words. After all, Duanling Tian's words made sense to him. At this time, Wu Hongqing said to Mi Xian grimly, "Clan leader Mi Xian, since your soul is the strongest among us, please make sure the 5 divine elements don't escape." "I don't need your reminder. I know what to do," Mi Xian said as his divine consciousness surged out and shrouded the entire mundane realm. With this, it was impossible for the 5 divine elements to escape. After a while, Great Master Mayan finally relented. "All right, you can have the world-cleansing divine water." With this, the trio finally agreed to give Wu Hongqing the world-cleansing divine water and chaos divine flame, while the other 3 divine elements would be divided between Great Master Mayan and Mi Xian. Upon hearing Great Master Mayan's words, a smile appeared on Wu Hongqing's face. Then his eyes remained cold as he turned to look at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "Mayan, stop wasting time. It's time for you to possess Duanling Tian. After all, we've fulfilled his wish by letting him die in the Yan Huang realm." Duanling Tian. Great Master Mayan grinned. "Thank you for the 5 divine elements and your body. If you can choose to become a dog in your next life. If we meet again, I'll definitely treat you well." He laughed maniacally as soon as he finished speaking. Duanling Tian remained expressionless when he heard Great Master Mayan's words. Swoosh! At this time, Great Master Mayan's soul shot out of Ru Lai's body toward Duanling Tian. Boom! Ru Lai's body fell to the ground immediately. After a moment, he struggled to open his eyes before he finally got up and sat cross-legged. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes shining with sympathy as he sighed and muttered, "Amitabha. I only managed to regain control of my body due to benefactor Duan's sacrifice. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this favor in my life." All these years, when Great Master Mayan possessed Ru Lai, he was still aware of what was happening. He had experienced everything Great Master Mayan experienced, it was just that he no longer had autonomy over his body. He was like a spectator watching Great Master Mayan. "Farewell, Duan Ling Tian." Great Master Mayan's voice rang in the air before he shot into Duan Ling Tian's body. His sinister laughter echoed in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he made his way toward Duan Ling Tian's soul. Following that, Duan Ling Tian felt the force of a divine soul approaching against his soul. He did not struggle since he knew it was futile to put up a fight when he was only a celestial, even if he was a 10 Directions celestial emperor, while the opponent was a god. "I have been waiting for you for long enough." Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian remained strangely calm. "There's no need for you to put on an act. Your soul will be annihilated soon." Great Master Mayan sneered disdainfully. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Following that, his soul began to glow with lights of 5 different colors: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. The lights were dazzling. Just as Great Master Mayan's soul was about to shroud Duan Ling Tian's soul, a gaping maw appeared next to Duan Ling Tian's soul and devoured Great Master Mayan's soul. "No!" Great Master Mayan cried out sharply at the moment he was devoured. The cry was so loud that even Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian, who were not in Duan Ling Tian's body, could hear it. The duo's expressions changed immediately. On the other hand, Ru Lai, who was still seated on the ground, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. He wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Why did Great Master Mayan scream so miserably before he abruptly went quiet? Then, he curiously extended his divine consciousness into Duan Ling Tian's body. When Ru Lai sensed 5 distinct energies in Duan Ling Tian's body, he gasped inwardly. "Heavens! It's the 5 divine elements." He managed to annihilate Mayan with the help of the 5 divine elements. Perhaps, others might not be aware of how strong Great Master Mayan's soul was. Ru Lai was well aware of it. After all, his soul had been suppressed by Great Master Mayan for so many years. How could he not be impressed and shocked by this incredible feat? "Little brother," Mi Xian cried out in despair. His energy surged violently as he turned to face Duan Ling Tian. You dare to kill my brother. Die. I want you to die." Like a streak of light, Mi Xian shot toward Duan Ling Tian. "Mi Xian, I'll look for you in the Phantom Clan sooner or later," Duan Ling Tian said coldly. Following that, 5 lights in various colors flashed under Duan Ling Tian's feet. Then, the lights shot out and weaved a cage around him. Before Mi Xian could reach Duan Ling Tian, the 5-colored cage shook. Then, a tear appeared in the void, generating a powerful vortex that swiftly pulled the cage in. Mi Xian hurriedly came to a stop, afraid to draw close to the tear. It would be dangerous for him to enter the tear when he did not know where it would lead to, even if he was an intermediate king of gods. Moreover, there was no guarantee he would be able to capture Duan Ling Tian even if he entered the tear. They would be transported to different places as soon as they entered the tear. When Duan Ling Tian vanished from sight and the tear mended, Ru Lai and Wu Hongqing finally regained their senses. Their shock and disbelief were still visible on their faces. He escaped. Ru Lai felt like he was dreaming. In hindsight, there must be a reason why Duan Ling Tian had wanted to leave the tidal temple and come to the mundane realm. This is amazing. The 5 divine elements are coexisting in his body harmoniously. Ru Lai knew the only reason Duan Ling Tian was able to escape from Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing was all thanks to the 5 divine elements releasing their strength unreservedly. He had actually managed to escape? Wu Hongqing's expression was unsightly. How could he not expect this? His hubris and greed had caused him to act rashly and blindly. He was filled with regrets for allowing Duan Ling Tian to come to the mundane realm. If they were still in the independent realm that housed the main title temple, Duanling Tian would not have been able to escape even if Duanling Tian managed to kill Great Master Mayan. When Feng Qingyang detonated his clone in the title temple, Duanling Tian was stopped by Wu Hongqing and the others from leaving. He knew he did not have much of a choice left at that time. Back then, the world-cleansing divine water had said, "Little Tian, this independent realm belongs to the title temple, so there are many formations. We won't be able to escape even if we join forces. We must leave this independent realm. After that, try to lure them to a mundane realm. Since the space and barriers in mundane realms are weaker, we're 100% certain we can help you escape." The world-cleansing divine water continued to explain her plan. "We'll set up the 5 divine elements divine soul devouring formation in your body to kill Great Master Mayan after he enters your body. His death will definitely stun Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing. At that time, we'll seize the chance and activate the formation to escape. The formation will tear a hole in space, and after entering the chaotic space, you'll be transported to another mundane realm." For that reason, Duanling Tian had convinced Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Great Master Mayan to bring him to the mundane realm. He knew he could only risk using the 5 divine elements in his little world to extricate himself from this tricky situation. He had used the 5 divine elements as bait to lure the trio to the mundane realm. Since Duanling Tian knew Great Master Mayan would possess his everything once Great Master Mayan took over his body, he could only sow discord between Great Master Mayan and Wu Hongqing. He knew that all he needed to do was plant the seed of doubt for Wu Hongqing to doubt Great Master Mayan. As long as there was distrust between the duo, he would be able to manipulate them into bringing him to the mundane realm. At that time, he released the energy of the world-cleansing divine water to deepen the distrust between Wu Hongqing and Great Master Mayan and to further prove he was telling the truth. He played on their greed and arrogance to get what he wanted. As for the planet that Duanling Tian led them to, he had intentionally selected one that had no inhabitants just in case Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian destroyed the planet in a fit of anger. In regard to killing Great Master Mayan, the world-cleansing divine water had come up with the idea to use the 5 elements divine soul devouring formation. Naturally, setting up the formation would need the help of all 5 divine elements. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived at the barren mundane realm, he had opened up his little world so the 5 divine elements could leave. Since this was a life-or-death situation, the 5 divine elements were very careful. Moreover, whatever happened to Duanling Tian would affect them as well. Since they were sentient beings, they naturally had feelings as well. After spending such a long time with him, they naturally had grown fond of him as well. They would not stay idle and watch him die. Hence, all of them had given it their all to execute the plan. Even the childlike chaos divine earth was unprecedentedly serious. In the end, the plan was executed flawlessly, allowing Duanling Tian to escape from Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian. Mi Xian's sorrowful cries generated a wave of soul energy that rippled out into the surroundings. He had mobilized all the heaven and earth energy in this place, and with just a thought, he completely destroyed the mundane realm. Although Phantom Clan members could only cast soul attacks due to them not having corporeal forms, Mi Xian was able to destroy the mundane realm because his soul was so strong that he was able to manipulate the heaven and earth energy to destroy the planet. After destroying the planet, Mi Xian roared, "Duanling Tian comes from Yan Huang realm, right? Since that's the case, I'll destroy the entire Yan Huang realm." Energy began to gather around Mi Xian as he prepared to strike. Ru Lai's expression changed drastically before he hurriedly said, "Clan leader Mi Xian, I advise you against destroying this mundane realm." Mi Xian glared at Ru Lai as killing intent surged from his body. "Are you trying to stop me? Do you think you're capable of stopping me? Although I'm not interested in possessing your body, killing you is incomparably easy." Ru Lai calmly replied, "I know I can't stop you. I'm only asking you to reconsider your decision. This realm, Yan Huang realm, is where I came from as well. I have my seniors from this place who have become gods, and there's no lack of lords of gods among them. Many of them hold sentimental value for this mundane realm. If you destroy this mundane realm, they'll surely find out about it. When the passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms are restored, they'll surely hunt you down." There were many famous figures from the Yan Huang realm in the Devata realms such as Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to Heaven Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, and many more. Similarly, there were many prominent figures from the Yen Huang realm in the realms of gods as well. There were Pangu the Great, Nuwa the Great, the Three Pure Ones, and many others. Clan leader Mi Xian, Rulai has a point, Wu Hongqing said. He was furious as well, but he managed to calm down. Don't touch the Yen Huang realm. More than half of the powerhouses who have attained godhood are lords of gods. Moreover, there are even stronger ones. If you destroy the Yen Huang realm, you'll definitely incur their wrath. At that time, it's not just you, even the Phantom Clan won't be safe. Moreover, there are a few of those powerhouses who are good at divining. They can easily find your whereabouts. The Tidal Temple had many records about the mundane realms. With Yen Huang realm being one of the mundane realms where many powerhouses came from, Wu Hongqing was rather knowledgeable about it. Mi Xian might have ignored Rulai's words, but he knew Wu Hongqing's words warrant his attention. After all, Wu Hongqing was the temple master of the Tidal Temple that had a long history. Fine. I'll hunt Feng Qingyang down now. I'll kill him to avenge my brother, Mi Xian said as he vanished from sight. As soon as Mi Xian disappeared, Wu Hongqing no longer concealed the greed flashing in his eyes as he thought about the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body. Then, he turned to Rulai and said, Rulai, I hope you'll keep the matter of Duanling Tian possessing all 5 divine elements to yourself. There'll be consequences if I find out you leaked this matter. How could Rulai not know that Wu Hongqing coveted Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements? He, himself, was still shocked that someone who was less than 700 years old possessed all 5 divine elements on top of being so strong. Moreover, the 5 divine elements possessed high forms. He would be lying if he said he was not moved at all, but he knew better to covet these things. It was not always a blessing to possess the 5 divine elements. After a moment, Rulai replied, I understand. Wu Hongqing nodded. I'll consider giving you the Chaos Divine Earth if I successfully gain his 5 divine elements. I'll also raise your position and let you become a Vice Temple Master at the main Tidal Temple. Thank you, Temple Master, Rulai thanked Wu Hongqing. Inwardly, he thought that Wu Hongqing had very low chances of accomplishing this task. As a Buddhist, he believed in fate. Considering how far Duanling Tian had come and how Duanling Tian had escaped today, he firmly believed luck was on Duanling Tian's side. The Tidal Temple would not be able to stop Duanling Tian's meteoric rise to the top. Moreover, since it was thanks to Duanling Tian that he regained autonomy over his body, he decided to stay out of Duanling Tian's way as well. He was sure Duanling Tian would not blame him for his actions when Great Master Mayan was in control of his body. Temple Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, Rulai said. At this time, Duanling Tian finally arrived in a strange mundane realm after escaping with the help of the 5 divine elements. I should be safe now. When Duanling Tian was brought to the chaotic space by the 5 divine elements' energy, he was like a small, lonely boat in the middle of the sea during a storm. It was a rather nerve-wracking experience. He only heaved a sigh of relief after he entered another mundane realm through another tear in the void. As for the 5 divine elements, they had returned to Duanling Tian's little world after he safely arrived in the mundane realm. Although we possess higher forms now, destroying the soul of an intermediate god, setting up the formation, and traveling through space have taken a toll on us. We'll need to recuperate by going into a deep slumber for a while. Please be careful over the next period of time since we won't be able to help when we're deep in slumber. The world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. I understand. Duanling Tian's expression was solemn as well. He knew he only managed to escape this time thanks to the 5 divine elements. Without the 5 divine elements, he would have died and his body would have been possessed by another person. Master should be fine, right? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he inhaled deeply. He wanted to return to the solitary destructive heaven as soon as he could so he could try and contact his master. Moreover, previously his master had said he would leave the Azura hell after becoming a king of God. Now that his master had become a king of gods, perhaps his master had already returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived in the solitary destructive heaven, he sent a message to Feng Qingyang. However, when he did not receive a response, he sent a message to Elder Hua instead. Elder Hua was ecstatic upon receiving Duan Ling Tian's message. He said, "I'm glad you're fine, young master. Lord Heavenly Emperor has instructed Meng Luo and I to move your family and friends away from the Heavenly Palace. They're now staying in the north of the solitary destructive heaven." After receiving the coordinates from Elder Hua, Duan Ling Tian looked for his family and friends. When he saw his parents, Li Rou and Duan Rufeng, his wife and children, Li Fei, Duan Niantian, and Duan Xiling, and the others, he sighed in relief. Apart from being worried about his master's safety, he had been worried about his family and friends as well. He finally felt more at ease after seeing that they were safe and sound. Duan Ling Tian sent another message to Elder Hua after confirming his family and friends were safe. "Where's my master? Why can't I reach him?" "Lord Heavenly Emperor said that he's going to the land of the dead," Elder Hua replied. "Land of the dead?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He knew the Phantom Clan was located in the land of the dead, and it was not difficult to figure out his master's purpose of going to the land of dead. However, the land of the dead was one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. Although his master was now a king of gods, was his master strong enough to seek revenge from the Phantom Clan? The land of the dead was not only one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, but it was also the 3rd deadliest place in the Devata realms. This was not Feng Qingyang's first trip to the land of the dead. Previously, he had come to explore this place, but this time he came with a purpose. Phantom Clan. After searching for some time, Feng Qingyang finally found the Phantom Clan. He did not go to the clan's estate. Instead, he found someone to carry out a task for him. He had handed the person a floating image pearl and told that person to hand the floating image pearl to the supreme elders of the Phantom Clan. When the floating image pearl, which contained a shocking recording, arrived in the Phantom Clan, it was like a bomb had been dropped on the clan. The peace in the clan was instantly shattered. Mi Yen possessed a human's body? Upon seeing the recording in the floating image pearl, the few supreme elders called for a meeting immediately. Not only is our current clan leader, Mi Xian, aware of Mayan's action and hiding it from us, but he also helped his brother to possess a human. Mi Xian will now be removed from his positions as the clan leader. Apart from that, he'll also be expelled from the clan. In fact, it was possible to fake recordings in floating image pearls. However, the supreme elders of the Phantom Clan were advanced king of gods, so they could tell with just a glance if the recording was fake or not. Needless to say, they were furious at the 2 brothers' actions. Many of the clan members were shocked by this news as well, and many of them shared the same views as the supreme elders of the clan. After all, since young, they were all taught that possessing a physical body was taboo. After accomplishing his mission in the land of the dead, Feng Qingyang brought out Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl. He heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Little Tian is still alive. Although he had detonated his Law of Earth's clone to buy Duan Ling Tian time so Duan Ling Tian could escape, he did not think Duan Ling Tian's chances of escaping were high. In fact, he had already begun to plan how to avenge his disciple. After leaving the land of the dead and arriving in the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang sent a message to Duan Ling Tian immediately. "Master, I'm with Elder Hua." Duan Ling Tian's reply came swiftly. Then he sent another message. "Master, Mi Xian is probably tracking you now. I think it'll be safer for you to stay in the Azura Hell for a period of time." Although Duan Ling Tian knew his master was highly talented, Mi Xian was an intermediate king of gods who was skilled in soul attacks. It would be difficult for his master to defeat Ming Xian at his current level. "I'll return to the Azura Hell now that I've confirmed you're safe," Feng Qingyang said. Clearly, he had been very worried about Duan Ling Tian. "Don't worry. I'm fine," Duan Ling Tian hurriedly reassured his master. After a moment, Feng Qingyang asked curiously, "How did you escape?" The independent realm that housed the main title temple was created by a supreme powerhouse. It's impossible for you to escape from the place. Although Feng Qingyang had detonated his clone to buy time for Duan Ling Tian to escape, he did not think the chances of success were high. Hence, he was shocked when he discovered that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape. "Master, The 5 divine elements helped me. Duan Ling Tian answered truthfully. The 5 divine elements? Feng Qingyang's eyes widened slightly. Then he asked worriedly, did you expose the existence of the 5 divine elements? No, Duan Ling Tian answered without any hesitation. He considered this a white lie. He had lied because he knew his master must have been weakened from the destruction of his law of Earth's clone. His master's divine soul was also likely injured from the backlash of the clone's destruction. It would take a while for his master to heal and to rebuild the clone from the law of Earth. When he recalled Mi Xian was intent on killing his master, he decided to lie because he knew his master would not stay idle if his master found out that the existence of his 5 divine elements had been exposed. Great! Feng Qingyang sighed in relief upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. Then he said, I'll be returning to the Azura Hell now. If you need anything, just go to the end of the Devata realm and send me a message from there. All right. After Feng Qingyang entered the Azura Hell, a translucent energy that was vaguely human-shaped appeared. It was none other than Mi Xian, the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan. Damn it! I was so close. Mi Xian growled. It's unfortunate I'm only a king of gods, so I can only track souls that I've come in contact with. If I'm a lord of gods, I'll be able to track my targets through the marks left on soul pearls. In fact, the person Mi Xian wanted to kill the most was not Feng Qingyang. It was Duan Ling Tian. It would not be difficult for him to obtain Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl and track Duan Ling Tian if he was a lord of God. Alas, he was not powerful enough. Although members of the Phantom Clan could only become advanced king of gods at most, there were a few exceptions in the long history of the clan that managed to become lords of gods. In fact, it was through these few exceptional clan members that the others realized they could track souls through soul pearls of those weaker than them. They became so famous for their skills that many would look for them to locate someone. At this time, Mi Xian had finally left the Azura Hell after he failed to find Feng Qingyang. He muttered angrily, Feng Qingyang, I'd like to see how long you can hide in the Azura Hell. His cultivation speed is outrageously fast, so I can't slack off in my cultivation. If he becomes an intermediate king of gods before I become an advanced king of gods, I won't be able to kill him even if I can track him, Mi Xian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time in returning to the land of the dead so he could cultivate as soon as possible. Mi Xian thought perhaps he would feel better as well after returning to the clan estate. He did not expect to be blocked by 2 powerful elders as soon as he returned. Elder Mi Chan. Elder Mi Yu, what are you doing? Mi Xian asked, perplexed. The 2 Phantom Clan members barring Mi Xian's way, the clan's supreme elders. They were advanced king of gods, so they were much stronger than Mi Xian. If they wanted to kill Mi Xian would not be able to escape his death. Mi Xian, you've been expelled from the clan, Mi Chan said expressionlessly. Expelled? Mi Xian was shocked. His expression changed drastically when he thought about Feng Qingyang. He was certain that Feng Qingyang had informed the clan's supreme elders about his brother possessing a physical body and his role in helping his brother. Mi Xian tried his best to calm down before he asked, Why, Elder Mi Chan? Mi Xian, do you think we're unaware of what you and Mayan have done? Mi Chan's gaze was frosty. Mi Xian knew his speculation was right. There was no doubt that Feng Qingyang had exposed him. It would be surprising the clan did not expel him after learning about that matter. After a moment, Mi Xian feigned ignorance and asked anxiously, Elder Mi Chen, Elder Mi Yu, what's happening? Even if you want to expel me from the clan, you should at least tell me why, right? Upon hearing these words, Mi Yu, who had been silent all this time, shook his head and said, Mi Xian, stop pretending. It's useless. Although Mayan didn't complete the possession, it still violates the laws of the clan. He should die for that alone. And you, not only did you let him off, but you also tried to help him to possess a physical body. Mi Yu's voice grew frostier as he continued to say, You're not qualified to be the clan leader of the Phantom Clan, and you're no longer welcomed here. Who slandered me and my brother? Is there evidence? Mi Xian asked angrily. If one was unaware of this matter, one would have thought that he was wrongly accused. You want evidence? Mi Yu sneered. With just a thought, a floating image pearl appeared, showing scenes in the main title temple where Great Master Mayan wanted to possess Duan Ling Tian, and Mi Xian was helping him by keeping Feng Qingyang busy. Not only were the scenes recorded, but their voices were recorded as well. Before Mi Xian could say anything, Mi Yu's sneer deepened before he said, "Let me guess. You want to say this is fake, right? Don't bother. You'll only make a fool out of yourself." In fact, Mi Xian did not intend to say it was fake. If it was fake, the Supreme Elders would have long detected it. Finally, Mi Xian decided to soften his attitude. "Supreme Elders, my brother has died. Is it possible for us to forget about this matter? There's no one else more suitable to lead the clan than me. Please give me another chance. I promise to lead the clan to new heights." Mi Xian was unwilling to leave the Phantom Clan. He wanted to continue being the clan leader of the Phantom Clan. "Mi Xian, is this all a joke to you?" Mi Yu said, "You've been expelled. The clan no longer welcomes you. This is final, there's no changing our decision. If you dare step foot into the estate, we won't hesitate to get rid of you. Apart from that, if we find out that you possess a physical body in the future, we'll hunt you down and kill you. It's best that you behave yourself. Leave now." Mi Xian was drowning in despair as he was forced to leave. He did not think when he had left the clan earlier that it would be his last time in the clan. Although he knew he was wrong, he thought the punishment was too heavy. In fact, Mi Xian had never agreed with Mayan's action to possess another person. He had only helped Mayan out of familial love. He had even made it clear to Mayan that it would be the final time he was going to help Mayan. He had never once forgotten that he was a member of the Phantom Clan. However, look at what the clan did to him. They removed him from his position and expelled him. With all these thoughts in mind, his despair was swiftly replaced by seething anger. "Very well. Since you're so quick to condemn me, and you're convinced that I'm a sinner, I'll prove all of you right and show you what a sinner of the clan is like." Mi Xian had forgotten his despair and grew determined. "After I possess a physical body, I'll return to the clan and devour everyone to break through and become a lord of gods. At that time, even if Feng Qingyang has another breakthrough, there's nothing he'll be able to do to me." As he left the land of the dead for one of the Devata realms, he began to make plans for himself. "I need a body now. Duan Ling Tian's body is perfect, but it's strange. Brother Yen was actually destroyed when trying to possess him. I can't possess him. Moreover, I plan to kill him to avenge my brother." Duan Ling Tian would have scoffed if he had heard Mi Xian's words. After all, Mi Xian was dreaming if he thought he could possess his body. "I should look for Temple Master Wu Hongqing first. I'm sure he can provide me with suitable candidates to possess." With that, Mi Xian went to the Title Temple branch in the Devata realm he was at. He did not waste time and displayed his terrifying strength, scaring the branch temple master. The branch temple master did not waste time and hurriedly contacted the main Title Temple. It did not take long for Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing to meet again. "Clan leader Mi Xian, what brings you here again?" Wu Hongqing asked without beating around the bush. A hint of greed flashed in Mi Xian's eyes as he looked at Wu Hongqing. It would be perfect if he could possess Wu Hongqing. If he succeeded in possessing Wu Hongqing, he would have full control of the Title Temple. Nevertheless, Mi Xian knew this was just a dream. It was difficult to completely possess someone who was as strong as he was. A good example of this was how Mayan, an elementary god, had failed to completely possess Ru Lai, who was a 10 Directions celestial emperor at that time. Mayan would have succeeded if he was an intermediate god. The difference in strength between an elementary god and a 10 Directions celestial emperor made it difficult for Mayan to completely possess Ru Lai. For this reason, Mi Xian, whose strength was even closer to that of Wu Hongqing, knew without a doubt that he would not be able to completely possess Wu Hongqing. Even if he was an advanced king of God, he was not confident he would be able to fully possess Wu Hongqing. Mi Xian bluntly replied, "I'm looking to possess someone. Do you have anyone suitable in mind? With the Title Temple's vast influence, I'm sure you must know of someone suitable." Wu Hongqing was slightly stunned by Mi Xian's words. "Weren't you against possessing a physical body earlier? Why did you suddenly change your mind? What happened?" In Wu Hongqing's mind, he still thought Duan Ling Tian was the best candidate. It did not matter if it was Mayan or Mi Xian who possessed him. Mi Xian was disinterested in possessing Duan Ling Tian previously because of his brother, but Wu Hongqing did not believe it was sincere. After all, considering Duan Ling Tian's high potential, He did not think that the duo's brotherly love could withstand the temptation of such a perfect body. Temple Master Wu, Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing and said nonchalantly, "The title temple has existed since the dawn of the Devata realms. As the temple master, I'm sure you're very knowledgeable. You clearly know that Phantom Clan's attitude toward members who possess physical bodies." Wu Hongqing nodded. Indeed, he knew quite a bit about the Phantom Clan. He knew those rare lords of gods from the Phantom Clan were highly sought after by powerful forces in the past as well. In fact, these clan members were even sold at an exorbitant price during auctions in the realms of gods. "I'm no longer the clan leader of the Phantom Clan," Mi Xian said truthfully. Wu Hongqing was slightly taken aback by this revelation. He had been surprised as well when he discovered Mayan had possessed Ru Lai, the branch temple master of the title temple branch in the pavilion shaft heaven. After all, he knew it was taboo for members of the Phantom Clan to possess another person. These members would be hunted down and killed. When he saw Mi Xian helping Mayan but showed no interest in possessing Duan Lingtian, he knew Mi Xian was only helping his brother but still trying to uphold the Phantom Clan's rules at the same time. Moreover, why would Mi Xian give up his comfortable position as the clan leader to possess Duan Lingtian? He really did not expect that Mi Xian would be removed from his position in the end. "You're no longer the clan leader? Do you think I'd ask you to help me find a suitable body to possess if I'm still the clan leader of the Phantom Clan?" Mi Xian asked in return. "Is it because of Mayan?" Wu Hongqing asked. "No, it's because of Feng Qingyang." Mi Xian said grimly. He went to the land of the dead and exposed Mayan's matters to the clan. As a result, I was stripped off my position and expelled from the clan. "Feng Qingyang?" Wu Hongqing asked curiously. "Even if he exposed you, the clan shouldn't have made such drastic decisions without evidence, right?" "How do you know he didn't have evidence?" Mi Xian retorted. "How could he have evidence?" "His clone exploded," Wu Hongqing said. "He has a pair of linked floating image pearls that were forged by someone stronger than Lords of Gods. Even if one of the floating image pearls was destroyed, the recordings had been sent to the other floating image pearl. You should know that linked floating image pearls transmit recordings in real time due to the special material they're forged from." Wu Hongqing exclaimed in shock. Feng Qingyang had a pair of linked floating image pearls that were forged by someone who's at least as strong as a Lord of God? Linked floating image pearls could only be found in realms of gods. After all, only those who were lords of gods or stronger could forge them. Apart from transmitting recordings in real time, unlike the floating image pearls in Devata realms, they could record sounds as well. How could Feng Qingyang not be shocked that Feng Qingyang possessed a pair of linked floating image pearls when Feng Qingyang had not gone to the realms of gods? "He must have obtained them in the Azura Hell," Mi Xian said in a grave tone. "Even the title temple only has a few pairs of linked floating image pearls, right? Moreover, they can only be used once." Wu Hongqing nodded. The title temple used to have many pairs of linked floating image pearls. However, since they could only be used once, currently the title temple only had 4 pairs left. Since Feng Qingyang attained godhood in the Azura Hell, he must have had a great fortuitous encounter there. It's not strange that he obtained a pair of linked floating image pearls. When I tracked him down previously, I found that he had returned to the Azura Hell again. "It's ridiculous that he's treating the Azura Hell like his backyard," Mi Xian said indignantly. "He returned to the Azura Hell again?" Wu Hongqing felt speechless. After a moment, he said with a hint of fear, "His fortuitous encounter must be extraordinary for him to become an elementary king of gods in such a short time. Since he returned to that place, it means that his fortuitous encounter isn't over. If he continues to raise his cultivation base, it won't take long for him to surpass you." "I know," Mi Xian replied evenly. "Find me someone extraordinary to possess and we won't have to worry about him anymore." "You're planning to—" Wu Hongqing naturally understood Mi Xian's intentions. At this time, a voice suddenly rang from outside. "Temple Master, Tang Sanpao wishes to see you." Usually, Wu Hongqing would have been delighted by his successor, Tang Sanpao's visit. However, at this moment, he said emotionlessly, "I'm busy. Tell him to come and see me tomorrow." Mi Xian sensed the imperceptible change in Wu Hongqing's voice. His eyes lit up as his powerful divine consciousness surged out. Upon seeing this, Wu Hongqing cried out, "Please show mercy. He's my successor. I'll find someone as talented as him for you. Just leave him alone." Wu Hongqing knew Mi Xian would definitely be interested in possessing Tang San Pao, thus he had tried to send Tang San Pao away.
"There's no need for that. I'm very satisfied with this body," Mi Xian coldly said. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. "Mi Xian, don't go overboard. Do you intend to make an enemy out of the title temple?"
"Temple Master, why are you getting worked up? You can just find another successor," Mi Xian said indifferently before he vanished, chasing after Tang San Pao. In a remote mountain in the solitary destructive heaven.
As soon as Duanling Tian met up with his family friends in the solitary destructive heaven, he had sent them back to his little world. Lian Qiu and Du Xian, who had entered Duanling Tian's little world for the first time, were shocked.
"The heaven and earth spirit energy here is so rich. Is that the 5 divine elements?" The husband and wife were shocked by the richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy and the streaks of colorful energies surrounding the divine tree of life.
At this time, the 5 divine elements that were recuperating were much dimmer than usual.
Although Duanling Tian felt relieved after his family and friends had returned to his little world, he felt heavy-hearted. "Master is forced to return to the Azura Hell again, and my 5 divine elements have been exposed. Wu Hongqing is definitely thinking of ways to obtain my 5 divine elements now. To him, the 5 divine elements are definitely much more precious than my Space Sword Dao or Space Mastery Dao."
After all, after possessing the 5 divine elements, one would be able to easily form and comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Moreover, if one possesses the highest form 5 divine elements, one would be able to completely master the 4 Daos of heaven and earth.
Duanling Tian was in crisis now that 5 divine elements had been exposed. Previously, he could still rely on Feng Qingyang. However, currently, not only was Feng Qingyang's clone destroyed, but Feng Qingyang's soul was injured as well. It would take a long time for Feng Qingyang to recover. This meant that from now on, he could only rely on himself. The title temple has vast influence in the Devata realms. It won't take long for them to find me if I step outside. However, I can hide away forever. In order to raise my cultivation base, I can just hide myself away. Although I'm not a 10 Directions celestial king, I'm still far from attaining godhood. It seems like I can only spend my time in the 9 Serenities battlefield for now.
The Purgatory battlefield and 9 Serenities battlefield were independent realms created by the collision between the realms of the gods that occurred every 10,000 years. They were slightly similar to the Realms of Gods realms battlefield.
However, the realm battlefield was a means for supreme powerhouses to amuse themselves, watching gods slaughter each other to obtain cultivation resources, fortuitous encounters, and treasures. Unlike the realm battlefields, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield were not filled with treasures or fortuitous encounters, since they were just the results of the collision between realms of gods.
In one way or another, the Purgatory battlefield, the 9 Serenities battlefield, and the realm battlefield were all related to the supreme powerhouses.
However, the supreme powerhouses were only focused on the realm battlefield and left the Purgatory battlefield and 9 Serenities battlefield to their destruction.
However, due to the cultivation-based restriction in the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield, they had gradually become training grounds for celestial lords and celestial emperors from all the Devata realms.
Previously, Duanling Tian had gone to the Purgatory battlefield as well, where many powerful celestial lords were gathered. Some of them even possessed the divine elements. Due to the realm's characteristics, all of them could safely reveal and use their divine elements. During his time in the Purgatory battlefield, Duanling Tian had also managed to evolve his 5 divine elements.
Just like how the Purgatory battlefield was like a stage for celestial lords, the 9 Serenities battlefield was like a stage for celestial emperors. The ranking on the battlefield had also become a way that the title temple used to measure the strength of celestial emperors. The lowest rank was 1-star God of War, while the highest rank was 9-star God of War. Usually, 1-star gods of war were as strong as ordinary titled celestial emperors, while 9-star gods of war were 10 directions celestial emperors who were on the brink of attaining godhood, otherwise known as demigods.
There are many gods from the title temple who are in the Devata realms. With my strength now, I won't be able to stand up to them at all. Due to the restrictions in the 9 Serenities battlefield, gods won't be able to enter it. This means even if the title temple sends someone after me on the battlefield, it'd only be a 9-star god of war at most. Hence, the battlefield would be a safe place for me. It's not practical for me to hide in the Devata realms. I need a place to cultivate safely and also to gain experience. It seems like going to the 9 Serenities battlefield is my best option now.
After making up his mind, Duanling Tian did not waste time and bade farewell to Elder Hua and Meng Luo before he hurriedly left the solitary destructive heaven.
Elder Hua and Meng Luo could only watch helplessly as Duanling Tian left. There was nothing they could do to help him now since he had now surpassed them. Elder Hua, I bet you didn't expect the young lad you met in the mundane realm would achieve so much in just a few hundred years, right? Meng Luo asked.
Elder Hua nodded. You're right. Seeing his achievements, I can't help but feel that I've lived in vain all these years. We should put in more effort into our cultivation. Otherwise, the gap between our strength and the young master will only widen, Meng Luo said with a sigh.
The independent realm where the main title temple was located was called the God's Realm. It was named by the founder of the title temple.
The sprawling estate that occupied the independent realm naturally was the main title temple. In one of the main halls in the estate, 2 rows of seats were arranged across from each other on the left and right side. At this time, 2 people were sitting at the center of the 2 rows of chairs respectively facing each other. The person sitting on the left was Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the title temple, while the person sitting on the right was a young man. If Duanling Tian were present, he would have recognized the young man immediately.
The young man was none other than Tang Sanpao, whom he had met during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. As Wu Hongqing's successor, Tang Sanpao was the young master of the title temple. Due to seniority, Tang Sanpao had to be respectful toward Wu Hongqing, and he would usually stand while Wu Hongqing was seated.
However, at this moment, Tang Sanpao was sitting in a leisurely manner with his legs crossed across from Wu Hongqing. I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield, Tang Sanpao said in a manner that completely lacked respect.
Wu Hongqing was not displeased at all by Tang Sanpao's lack of respect. He only raised his eyebrows slightly as he asked, "Will you be able to enter the battlefield? Although the body you possess is that of a 10 directions celestial emperor, your soul is that of an intermediate king of gods. You won't be able to bypass the battlefield's restriction." Clearly, Tang Sanpao had already been possessed by Mi Xian, the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan, who was an intermediate king of gods. Half a year ago, Tang Sanpao had coincidentally visited Wu Hongqing while Mi Xian was around. At that time, Mi Xian had been convinced that Tang Sanpao was the perfect person to possess. Despite Wu Hongqing's objections, Mi Xian possessed Tang Sanpao and inherited Tang Sanpao's memories and comprehension of the laws. Although Wu Hongqing was displeased by Mi Xian's actions, there was nothing he could do. He was not capable of killing Mi Xian now that Mi Xian possessed Tang Sanpao unless he wanted to destroy Tang Sanpao's body as well. After possessing Tang Sanpao, Mi Xian made a deal with the title temple, knowing that the title temple could help him with his cultivation. At that time, Mi Xian had said, "I must kill Duanling Tian no matter what. I only want the clear heavens divine wood, the title temple can have the others. In exchange for the 4 divine elements, the title temple has to help me attain godhood as soon as possible." Since Mi Xian had possessed Tang Sanpao, his cultivation base was now restricted by Tang Sanpao's cultivation base, which was that of a 9 palaces celestial emperor. Hence, Mi Xian's physical body could not keep up with his soul that was an intermediate king of gods. Despite the restriction from his physical body, his soul attacks were still very strong.
Due to this deal, Wu Hongqing and the title temple had spared no efforts in obtaining another exploding element celestial fruit for Mi Xian. It took them almost a month to obtain the fruit. After consuming the exploding element celestial fruit, Mi Xian successfully became a 10 directions celestial emperor after half a year. "Of course, I know about the restrictions of the 9 Serenities battlefield," Mi Xian said dismissively. After a pause, he said in a tone brimming with arrogance, "The Phantom Clan members have many tricks after all." However, after Mixien finished speaking, the arrogant expression suddenly vanished and was replaced with an expression of fury, as though he had just recalled something. Wu Qinghong nodded. "That might work. However, once you seal your soul, you won't be able to unseal it when you're in the Nine Serenities battlefield. If you unseal it, who knows what the repercussions would be like. It could range from something as light as being ejected from the battlefield to something as serious as being instantly killed." "Why do I need to unseal my soul in there?" Mixien asked indifferently. Wu Hongqing was reminded again that Tang Sanpao had been possessed by Mixien. Although physically Mixien was only a 10 Directions celestial emperor now, with his experience and comprehension of the laws, he was easily as strong as a 9-star god of war. He was more than strong enough to deal with those who entered the Nine Serenities battlefield even if his soul was sealed. After a moment, Wu Hongqing asked, "I don't understand. Why do you suddenly want to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield? It's meaningless for someone like you."
"No, it's not meaningless." Mixien shook his head. "My soul is incompatible with this body. I need to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield to let my soul adapt to it through battles. Through battles, I will be able to perfectly display the profundities I've comprehended.
After all, this body is still unable to perfectly unleash my full power."
Wu Hongqing nodded. "I see. When do you plan to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield?"
"I'll send you there."
"Now," Mixien replied. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had already entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, was unaware that Mixien, who had forced Feng Qingyang to detonate his clone, was about to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield using the body of someone whom he was familiar with.
At this time, Duanling Tian had already been in the Nine Serenities battlefield for more than 2 months now. He had gotten used to the environment there. Although it was similar to the Purgatory battlefield, there were certain aspects that were different as well.
In the Nine Serenities battlefield, it was common for titled celestial emperors to form alliances to take down other titled celestial emperors and snatch their possessions. Without a strong group or sufficient strength, it was usually difficult to survive in the Nine Serenities battlefield.
"I think I'll join the Heavenly Dao Alliance," Duanling Tian thought to himself. Over the past few months, he had been attacked more than once. Although he did not have problems killing his opponents, it was getting troublesome. He had found remote places to cultivate, and yet someone would interrupt his cultivation every time in hopes of obtaining his possessions. For this reason, it was difficult for him to immerse himself in his cultivation.
After being repeatedly interrupted, he knew it was impossible to cultivate in peace in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Hence, in order to cultivate, he decided to join one of the alliances so he could cultivate in their base. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been gathering information on various alliances near him. In the end, he concluded the Heavenly Dao Alliance was the strongest among all the other alliances. Most of the alliances would need to join forces just to take down the Heavenly Dao Alliance alone. There are 2 8-star gods of war leading the Heavenly Dao Alliance, so most people don't dare to provoke them. The alliance recruits members once a year, so I'll have to wait another 3 months before joining them. While waiting for the day of the recruitment to arrive, Duanling Tian no longer cultivated. Instead, he wandered around the area near the Heavenly Dao Alliance's base. When he ran into those who harbor ill intentions, he would kill them without showing mercy even if they pleaded for their lives. This world was one where the strong were revered after all.
During this time, he decided to battle to gain experience and to deepen his comprehension of the laws and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Although the improvement he made from this was not too much, it was still progress.
Apart from that, whenever he was asleep, he would continue to comprehend the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity. In just 3 months, Duanling Tian had made a name for himself in this area. He was known as the Purple-Clad Nobleman. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, some alliances had built cities where one could trade. At this time, Duanling Tian had entered one of those cities called the Vast Heaven City. He could hear the people around him discussing him as soon as he stepped foot into the city. Recently, there's a rise in the number of people wearing purple. I don't know about the other alliances, but people from my alliance would run as soon as they see someone dressed in purple. It's better not to take chances. Is that purple-clad nobleman so terrifying? Someone asked. Of course. I was watching from the distance when the linking river sect's left guardian, Yixiang, fought with the purple-clad nobleman. Yixiang died within a second. You must know Yixiang is a top 5-star god of war. A member of the vast heaven gate said. Heavens! A top 5-star god of war died within a second? Not even 6-star gods of war are capable of such a feat, right? That's right. In any case, the purple-clad nobleman has to be a top 6-star god of war, at least. He could even be a 7-star god of war. A 7-star god of war?
The leader of the vast heaven gate is the only 7-star god of war, right?
Yes. That's why our leader has prohibited us from attacking anyone who's dressed in purple in case we end up provoking the purple-clad nobleman. It'd be fine if he just killed those who offended him. But what if he decides to vent his anger on the vast heaven gate? But your leader is a 7-star god of war as well, right? There's no need for him to be afraid of the purple-clad nobleman, right? Yes. However, do you think it's possible for our leader to protect all the members of the vast heaven gate all the time?
All the purple-clad nobleman needs to do is to go after our members, and it won't be long before the vast heaven gate is destroyed. After listening to you, I really want to meet the purple-clad nobleman.
I don't know what he looks like. Although I witnessed his fight with Yixiang, I didn't have a good look at his face since I was too far away. After a moment, this person added, Hey, look! That person's back looks just like the purple-clad nobleman. The member of the vast heaven sky had just seen Duanling Tian's back. Naturally, he did not think the person he saw was the purple-clad nobleman. He assumed it was just someone who was dressed in purple and similar build as the purple-clad nobleman. Nevertheless, he did not dare to attack the person at all. After all, there was a small chance that person could be the purple-clad nobleman. Rumor had it that everyone who had provoked the purple-clad nobleman had died. The purple-clad nobleman? Duanling Tian shook his head slightly as he smiled faintly. Who knew I managed to make a name for myself after wandering around for 3 months? I wonder if I'd be able to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance using this identity without taking the recruitment test.
At this time, there were 3 days left before the recruitment started. Hence, Duanling Tian was now making his way to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. Although killing was the norm in the 9 Serenities battlefield, many people were very restrained. After all, no one knew how powerful their opponents would be. Naturally, there were also those who were very strong who would just kill their opponents directly. Recently, the number of people attacking has decreased. The reputation of the purple-clad nobleman is quite formidable. However, there are many imposters as well. As Duanling Tian walked on the streets of vast Heaven City, he noticed 5 out of 10 people he had seen wore purple robes. It was as though it was now trendy to wear purple.
Duanling Tian chuckled to himself. Did I start a fashion trend? 2 days later, Duanling Tian finally arrived outside of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. There was a huge crowd gathered there at this moment. A large number of the people were dressed in purple, acting mysterious as though they were experts. There was no lack of people who looked at them disdainfully and skeptically. These clowns, do they really think the Heavenly Tao Alliance will treat them differently just because they're pretending to be the purple-clad nobleman? Ridiculous, a middle-aged man said with a scoff. They're all clearly imposters, a young man mockingly. Just as Duanling Tian arrived, someone said, Look, there's another imposter.
People shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian immediately. Those who were wearing purple as well looked at him in disgust and annoyance, while those who were not wearing purple looked at him mockingly.
Young man, heed my advice and leave. A blue-clad young man approached Duanling Tian and said contemptuously, I just received news that those who were dressed in purple won't be allowed to take the recruitment test at all.
The Heavenly Tao Alliance refuses to be associated with a group of imposters.
Duanling Tian glanced at the blue-clad young man and calmly asked, Why do you think I'm an imposter? If you're not an imposter, why are you here? A month ago, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had already extended an open invitation to the purple-clad nobleman to join them. If he's willing to join them, they make him the 9th guardian of the alliance. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard these words. When did the Heavenly Tao Alliance extend an invitation to him? He was completely unaware of it. If he had known about it, why would he wait for 3 months? He would have joined the alliance immediately so he could cultivate in peace. Meanwhile, many people in the surroundings had heard the blue-clad young man's words as well. Is this true?
Is he telling the truth?
Where did he hear about this?
At this time, 3 figures flew out from the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. An old man was flanked by 2 middle-aged men as they descended from the sky. The old man was dressed in a silver robe and he had an extraordinary bearing. His hair and brows were completely white, giving him a dignified air.
It's Meng Shan, the 7th guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Someone cried out at this moment. What a surprise! The 7th guardian came to personally receive us. Many people were surprised by the appearance of such a prominent figure from the Heavenly Tao Alliance.
The 7th guardian is a powerful 7-star god of war. He single-handedly defeated a celestial who had just become a 7-star god of war and a top 6-star god of war who joined forces to deal with him.
Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement as they looked at Meng Shan and fervently discussed the battle that made him famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Meng Shan swept his gaze across the crowd and those who were dressed in purple before he said, "Those who are dressed in purple, please leave. The Heavenly Tao Alliance has no intention of accepting imposters. Do you think you'll become as strong as the purple-clad nobleman just because you're wearing purple?" He sneered at the end of his words. The expressions of the people dressed in purple changed drastically. They regretted not listening to the blue-clad young man's words earlier and changing their clothes.
At this time, a purple-clad young man stepped forward and reluctantly said, "7th Guardian, it's not my intention to pretend to be the purple-clad nobleman. I've always dressed in purple even before he appeared. I don't think it's fair that I'm not even allowed to take the test just because of my color preference."
With that, the others followed suit. 7th Guardian, you've misunderstood me. I've always worn purple as well, and it's not my intention to pretend to be the purple-clad nobleman.
7th Guardian, just because I'm wearing purple, it doesn't mean I'm pretending to be the purple-clad nobleman. 7th Guardian, it feels like you're stripping away my rights to wear my favorite color.
7th Guardian, it's just a coincidence. I'm not pretending to be the purple-clad nobleman.
One by one, those who were dressed in purple defended themselves and their choice to wear purple. All of them denied pretending to be the purple-clad nobleman. They were giving it their all to convince Meng Shan to let them take the test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. After all, if they could not take the test now, they would have to wait another year. It was still a question if they could even survive that long in the 9 Serenities battlefield. None of them wanted to leave the battlefield if possible since they could gain experience here, and if they were lucky enough, they might even obtain treasures from their opponents.
Hence, it was not surprising that they were doing all they could to prevent themselves from being barred from taking the test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance.
Was I not clear with my words? Meng Shan said expressionlessly as he glanced at the purple-clad people, "You have 10 breaths to leave. I kill those of you who are still here after 10 breaths.
The expressions of the purple-clad changed drastically. They no longer hesitated and fled one after another. Meanwhile, the blue-clad young man standing next to Duanling Tian said mockingly, "Aren't you leaving?
Do you think the 7th Guardian is joking? Young man, let me remind you that the 7th Guardian is a man of his words." At this time, everyone's attention was focused on Duanling Tian. He was too inconspicuous with his purple robes after all. Moreover, after Meng Shan had spoken, about 100 purple-clad people had fled. How could he not be inconspicuous now that he was the only one left in this place who was wearing purple?
There are only 4 breaths left. Do you think he'll leave? Of course. I bet you he'll leave as soon as time is almost up. However, what's the point of doing something like that? He's just trying to show his bravery to Guardian Meng Shan in a last bid to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance.
After 10 breaths had passed, Duanling Tian still stood in his spot.
Time's up.
He's going to die.
He's really unafraid of death. At this time, everyone, including the 2 middle-aged men standing behind Meng Shan, looked at Duanling Tian sympathetically.
Meng Shan's expression was frosty as he stared at Duanling Tian. He said, "Very well. It's been a long time since someone has disregarded my words. Since you have a death wish, I'll help you fulfill your wish."
As soon as Meng Shan finished speaking, he raised his hand and attacked. Swoosh! A seemingly frozen 3-foot-long green saber shot out toward Duanling Tian at this moment.
The crowd felt chills running up their spines as they felt the chilling aura of the saber.
As expected of the seventh guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It's impossible even for ordinary six-star gods of war to avoid or withstand this attack.
That person will definitely die unless he's a six-star god of war at least.
Impossible.
Does a six-star god of war need to take the recruitment test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance?
The Heavenly Tao Alliance welcomes them, and they can directly join the alliance as long as they pass the Heart Demon test. Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless when he heard the hushed discussion in his surroundings. Not only was he unaware that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had extended an invitation to him to join them, but he was also unaware that six-star gods of war or those who are stronger can bypass the recruitment test. He suddenly felt really out of the loop.
Nevertheless, he did not move at all when faced with Meng Shan's attack.
Is he so weak that he can't retaliate at all? He's going to die. Even if he's a top six-star god of war, it'd be difficult for him to attack from such short distance. Swoosh! When the ice sword was inches away from Duan Ling Tian, everyone thought he was going to die. However, at this moment he finally moved. Duan Ling Tian raised his right hand and placed a finger against his glabella. Then, a gray energy shrouded him, blocking and neutralizing Meng Shan's attack. Following that, he sent out gray energy that swept toward Meng Shan. He finally made a move. Heavens! He blocked and neutralized Guardian Meng Shan's attack with just a finger. He must be a seven-star god of war. A seven-star god of war? Is it possible that he's the purple-clad nobleman? Is there a need for the purple-clad nobleman to take the recruitment test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Moreover, the Heavenly Tao Alliance has made it clear that he's more than welcome to join them. They're even willing to give him the position of the ninth guardian of the Alliance. You should know that only those who are seven-star gods of war at least can be guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's space sword ray had already appeared in front of Meng Shan. Meng Shan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed and made a move to dispel the attack. "You're the purple-clad nobleman?" Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
A freezing wind surged before forming a wall of ice between Meng Shan and Duan Ling Tian. However, the space sword ray flashed and suddenly vanished into thin air before reappearing behind the ice wall and continued flying toward Meng Shan.
The teleportation profundity? Meng Shan's expression changed slightly. He extended his arm before what looked like an ice pick, which was 10 meters long, appeared in his hand. At the same time, the temperature in the surroundings dropped drastically. It was as though winter had suddenly arrived.
The icicle dropped down at this moment, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Although Meng Shan had gone all out with this attack, the icicle was easily destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's space sword ray. After all, the space sword ray not only contained the law of space, but it also contained the space sword Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth.
Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the space sword ray continued flying toward Meng Shan after destroying the icicle. It's over. Despair filled Meng Shan's eyes at this moment. He knew he would not be able to withstand the space sword ray. He was filled with regrets. He should have brought his celestial weapon out earlier, and he should not have let his guard down.
After all, if he had his celestial weapon, he still had a chance of withstanding this attack. It was too late now.
Swoosh! When the space sword ray was a hair's breadth away from Meng Shan's forehead, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Meng Shan took a while to regain his senses. When he did, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and bowed before he cupped his fists together and solemnly said, "I'm grateful that you showed mercy, purple-clad nobleman."
At this time, Meng Shan had no doubt that the person in front of him was the purple-clad nobleman who had recently shot to fame and attracted the attention of the top powerhouses in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As rumored, the person before him was a young man dressed in purple who was skilled in the law of space. Everything was a match except for his strength. According to the reports the Heavenly Tao Alliance received, the purple-clad nobleman was just an ordinary seven-star god of war.
However, based on their earlier confrontation, the purple-clad nobleman was clearly as strong as a top seven-star god of war. No wonder he was no match for the purple-clad young man in front of him.
Meanwhile, the crowd was shocked when they heard Meng Shan reveal Duan Ling Tian's identity even if they already suspected it earlier.
He's really the purple-clad nobleman.
To be able to defeat Guardian Meng Shan so easily, there's no doubt he's the purple-clad nobleman.
Why is participating in the recruitment test when the Heavenly Tao Alliance has already extended an invitation to him? Isn't it rather pointless?
Perhaps he wants to experience the recruitment test?
After all, these experts' thoughts aren't something we're capable of understanding. At this time, the blue-clad young man standing next to Duan Ling Tian, who had been mocking Duan Ling Tian earlier, was dumbfounded. Various expressions flitted across his face at this moment. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully as he cupped his fists together and bowed before he said in a slightly trembling voice, "I'm sorry for offending you earlier. I was really short-sighted. I humbly ask for your forgiveness."
Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Meng Shan glowered at the blue-clad young man and said, "Brat, you dare disrespect the purple-clad nobleman?
Aren't you aware that he'll be a guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance if he decides to join our alliance?" Guardian Meng Shan. It wasn't intentional. I didn't know he's the purple-clad nobleman. The blue-clad young man stammered as he paled immediately. Then, he averted his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man standing at Meng Shan's right. The middle-aged man stepped forward at this moment and forced a smile on his face before he said, "Guardian Meng Shan, this is my junior brother. He just recently came to the Nine Serenities battlefield, so there are many things he isn't aware of. Can you please let this matter go just this once?"
Meng Shan scoffed upon hearing these words, but he no longer pursued the matter. It cost him nothing to help his subordinate out. Naturally, this was also because he could see that the purple-clad nobleman had no interest in pursuing the matter as well.
If the purple-clad nobleman intended to seek revenge, he would have sacrificed the blue-clad young man to appease the purple-clad nobleman. Meng Shan asked with an enthusiasm that was lacking earlier, "Purple-clad nobleman, I wonder why you came to the Heavenly Tao Alliance today?" "To join the Heavenly Tao Alliance," Duan Ling Tian bluntly replied.
Meng Shan was not surprised, but he was puzzled. "We've sent you an invitation. There's no need for you to participate in the recruitment test to join our Heavenly Tao Alliance. After all, with your strength, it'd be a waste of your time to take the test." "I was unaware of the invitation," Duan Ling Tian answered truthfully. "So, does this mean I'm part of the Heavenly Tao Alliance now?"
"Yes, of course."
Meng Shan nodded. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "Please follow me to meet the leader of our alliance." In fact, he was the one who issued the invitation.
"All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly. Before leaving, Meng Shan said to the two middle-aged men who came with him, "Both of you will stay back and supervise the recruitment test this time." "Understood." As Meng Shan led Duan Ling Tian away, the two middle-aged men communicated with each other through voice transmission.
"How shocking. The purple-clad nobleman is stronger than the seventh guardian."
"That's right. In fact, I think he's not inferior to the second guardian." On the other hand, the blue-clad young man and the others only regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian and Meng Shan vanished from sight. They felt like they were dreaming. They did not expect they would meet the purple-clad nobleman today. Moreover, he was even stronger than rumored. Even the seventh guardian, who was stronger than ordinary seven-star gods of war, was no match for him.
At the same time, Meng Shan led Duan Ling Tian into the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base that was in a forest in a vast valley. Figures could be seen flying in the sky above the base. "Seventh Guardian."
"Seventh Guardian." Many people greeted Meng Shan when they saw him. However, they were shocked and confused when they saw how courteous Meng Shan was toward Duan Ling Tian.
As they walked, Meng Shan asked, "Have you never joined an alliance before?"
Meng Shan was, in fact, trying to probe Duan Ling Tian. After all, who knew if Duan Ling Tian was sent by the enemy to infiltrate their ranks?
They had extended an invitation to him to probe him as well. The sudden appearance of the purple-clad nobleman was rather suspicious after all.
"It's not even been half a year since I entered the Nine Serenities battlefield," Duan Ling Tian said. Without waiting for Meng Shan to speak, he continued to say, "This is my first time coming to the Nine Serenities battlefield. The reason I joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance is so I can cultivate peacefully without interruptions. I realized that it's impossible to cultivate outside without being disturbed unless I join an alliance." "I see." Meng Shan nodded as though his doubts had been cleared, but inwardly he remained wary. After all, there's no way to verify Duan Ling Tian's claims. After a moment, he asked, "May I ask what's your name?" Up until now, no one knew who the purple-clad nobleman was. They did not know his name, where he came from, or which sect he belonged to. Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian did not see the need to hide his identity, he easily revealed his name. "What a good name," Meng Shan said perfunctorily before he asked, "Which Devata realm do you come from?" "The solitary destructive heaven." "Which force do you belong to?" Or, "Are you a sectless cultivator?" Duan Ling Tian replied patiently, "I'm from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Shan was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's reply. After a brief moment, he said, "I've only heard about the heavenly savage celestial emperor in the solitary destructive heavenly emperor palace who's a 6-star god of war. I don't think I've heard of you." Meng Shan was skeptical of Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, it was widely known that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven notwithstanding, the strongest person was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Meng Luo was a top 6-star god of war. Since Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Meng Luo, he should have heard of Duan Ling Tian. Before Meng Shan could ask any more questions, he discovered that they had arrived at their destination, a mansion at a remote corner of the valley. The mansion was surrounded by trees, plants, and flowers, and the sound of birds chirping rang in the air. "The leader of the alliance sure knows how to live it up," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. At this time, Meng Shan called out respectfully, "Leader, the purple-clad nobleman is here to join our heavenly Tao alliance." Soon after, a voice that held a hint of surprise rang from the mansion. "The purple-clad nobleman?" The leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was one of the 2 8-star gods of war in the Alliance. He was also the strongest person in the Alliance. Duan Ling Tian also knew that the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was also considered one of the stronger 8-star god of war. It was not surprising. Otherwise, how could the leader of the Alliance lead the Heavenly Tao Alliance, a force that many people wished to join? To join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, one had to be a 4-star god of war at least. "You're the purple-clad nobleman? You're quite young." Although Duan Ling Tian had heard a lot about the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance leader, he was still surprised when he finally met the latter. Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance leader, looked rather young. His features were rather delicate. He was dressed in a long yellow robe with golden trimmings, and he was fanning himself with a golden fan. He was one of the powerhouses in the 9 Serenities battlefield's 9 eastern territories. Due to his presence, many people did not dare to provoke the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The 9 Serenities battlefield was divided into 4 regions: the eastern, western, northern, and southern regions. Then, the 4 major regions were further divided into nearly 100 territories. However, the center region of the 9 Serenities battlefield was the most powerful. Some of the powerhouses, there were 9-star gods of war, so many people did not dare to act recklessly there. On the other hand, there was hardly any 9-star god of war in the eastern region of the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, most 9-star gods of war who did not belong to any alliances were disinterested in the 4 major areas. To them, it was meaningless to conquer these places. After all, the gains were nothing in their eyes. "I'm Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the alliance." Shangguan Yunfeng introduced himself with a faint smile. "I'm Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian responded with a faint smile. He had a good first impression of the amiable-looking Shangguan Yunfeng. Shangguan Yunfeng was clearly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's reply. He asked, "Duan Ling Tian? I wonder which Devata realm you came from and which force you belong to." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Meng Shan, the 7th guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, said, "Leader, the purple-clad nobleman said he's from the solitary destructive heaven and that he belongs to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Following that, Meng Shan continued saying through voice transmission, "Leader, everyone knows the strongest person after the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is Meng Luo. Previously, when Meng Luo came to the 9 Serenities battlefield, he was only ranked as a top 6-star god of war. In my opinion, the purple-clad nobleman is a spy sent by other alliances. If we let him join us, we shouldn't let our guards down against him." However, Shangguan Yunfeng did not seem to hear Meng Shan's words as he stared at Duan Ling Tian in a daze.
After a brief moment under Meng Shan's confused gaze, he cupped his fists together at Duan Ling Tian and said with a hint of respect, "As it turns out, you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary, destructive heaven. Please forgive my lack of courtesy earlier."
Meng Shan was dumbfounded. He blurted, "Are you sure, leader?" When Meng Shan left the Nine Serenities battlefield a few decades ago, he had learned that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had gained a new young master. He had also heard that the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was an ascender who was not even 1,000 years old. However, the purple-clad young man standing in front of him was a top 7-star god of war. How could there be a top 7-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Based on what he knew, even the strongest young genius in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was only comparable to a top 6-star god of war. Meng Shan said skeptically, "The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is only an ascender whose—" Shangguan Yunfeng interjected, "Meng Shan, you've not left the Nine Serenities battlefield recently, right?" Meng Shan nodded. Indeed, it had been several decades since he last left the Nine Serenities battlefield. During his last trip out of the Nine Serenities battlefield was also the time he heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had finally accepted a true disciple. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded as he said, "That's why it's not surprising that you're unaware that this young man is the true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang." During the Battle of the Geniuses, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple revealed his strength comparable to a top 7-star god of war when he defeated 2 top 6-star gods of war at once. Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of admiration as he said, "I'm afraid it won't be long before everyone in the Nine Serenities battlefield learns of the young master's strength."
Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect Shangguan Yunfeng to know so much about him. He thought to himself, worried, "I wonder if Shangguan Yunfeng has connections with the Tidal Temple?" No, it doesn't matter. Even if he has connections with the Tidal Temple, it's unlikely that he knows about the 5 divine elements. After all, Wu Hongqing wouldn't let this matter leak out. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly when he reached the end of his thoughts. There should not be much problem with him joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance. All he needed to do was guard against Shangguan Yunfeng.
If there were any problems, he would leave and join another alliance under a different name. What? Meng Shan was shocked by Shangguan Yunfeng's words. He furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "During the Battle of the Geniuses, he revealed his strength that was comparable to a top 7-star god of war by defeating 2 participants who were as strong as 6-star gods of war at once. Leader, did the age limit for the Battle of the Geniuses rise?" In Meng Shan's opinion, the age limit of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses must have risen. After all, during the previous battles of the Geniuses, there were hardly any participants with strength comparable to 6-star gods of war, let alone participants as strong as a 7-star god of war. This was the only possibility he could come up with. The alternative was too unbelievable, after all. Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head. The age limit is the same. At that time, everyone was surprised by the appearances of participants with strength comparable to 6-star gods of war and 7-star gods of war. Moreover, the 2 participants who were as strong as a 6-star god of war came from a realm of gods and the Tidal Temple respectively. Meng Shan was further shocked by these words. It took him quite a while to regain his senses. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked tentatively, "Young master, you must be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor now, right?" Shangguan Yunfeng was naturally aware that the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was rewarded with the exploding element Celestial Fruit. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian must have already consumed the Celestial Fruit and become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. Although Shangguan Yunfeng had already guessed this, he was still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. He inhaled sharply before he asked, "To this means you must be as strong as a top 8-star god of war now, right?" Meng Shan, who had just calmed down, was scared witless upon hearing these words. He had never been shocked so many times in his life prior to today. Duan Ling Tian only responded to Shangguan Yunfeng's question with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying Shangguan Yunfeng's words. Nevertheless, Shangguan Yunfeng could infer the answer based on Duan Ling Tian's smile. He asked with bright eyes, Young master, do you plan to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance? In Shangguan Yunfeng's opinion, it was only a matter of time before Duanling Tian became a 9-star god of war. If Duanling Tian joined the alliance, it was only a matter of time before the alliance became a powerhouse in the heart of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the alliance had 2 8-star gods of war, it was not enough for them to join the ranks of powerful forces in the center area of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded slightly. I want a place to cultivate peacefully. Someone would interrupt my cultivation every time I tried to cultivate. It's too troublesome for me to kill everyone, so I decided to join an alliance to cultivate without being disturbed. Shangguan Yunfeng asked with a smile, Young master, this is your first time coming to the 9 Serenities battlefield, right? Duanling Tian nodded. I see. In any case, the Heavenly Tao Alliance welcomes you, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a smile. Then, he added, I think it's best young master takes over the position of the alliance leader. I'll take over the position of vice alliance leader instead. This time, Meng Shan was no longer surprised. He looked at Duanling Tian eagerly. After all, if Duanling Tian became the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the alliance's future would be incomparably bright. No, Duanling Tian said as he shook his head, I'm only joining an alliance to find a place to cultivate. However, I'll naturally help if the alliance needs my help as long as it doesn't cross my bottom line. I'm not interested in becoming the leader of the alliance. Duanling Tian was not interested in becoming the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance at all. The position came with a lot of responsibilities that he did not have the time for. Although Shangguan Yunfeng was not surprised by Duanling Tian's refusal, he still could not help but feel disappointed. All right, in that case, young master, I'll give you the position of Vice Alliance Leader. With this, Duanling Tian became the first Vice Alliance Leader in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Before Duanling Tian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, their strongest powerhouses were 2 8-star gods of war. Their leader, Shangguan Yunfeng, and the First Guardian. Then, their 7-star gods of war were all guardians. Initially, the Heavenly Alliance Tao planned to make Duanling Tian their 9th guardian after inviting him to join their alliance. However, after learning about Duanling Tian's identity and cultivation base, Shangguan Yunfeng thought it more appropriate to make Duanling Tian their vice alliance leader. Although Duanling Tian did not think this was a big deal, Meng Shan knew this matter would stir up a huge commotion in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. At this moment, Shangguan Yunfeng made up his mind and said, Young master, the cultivation environment of the place I'm staying is not bad. Why don't you cultivate there? There's no need for that. Duanling Tian shook his head. I only need a quiet place where no one's around. Shangguan Yunfeng did not continue to insist after seeing how determined Duanling Tian was. Following that, he showed Duanling Tian around the base of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Young master, if any of the places catch your attention, please let me know. I'll arrange for you to cultivate there regardless if it's occupied or not, Shangguan Yunfeng said. As the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng naturally had the authority to make such decisions. If anyone objected to it, he could simply expel them. I'll cultivate in that place, Duanling Tian said when he saw a barren valley in the north of the base. Most of the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance would not come to this place to cultivate, preferring places where they were surrounded by lush greenery with birds singing in the background. Young master, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a wry smile. Although the cultivation environment is roughly the same in the base, this area is too barren and desolate. Why don't you pick a place with a better view? Duanling Tian shook his head and said, That's unnecessary. I just want a quiet place with no people around to cultivate. Then, his expression turned solemn as he continued to say, Leader, from today onward, I'll be cultivating here. I don't wish to be interrupted unless it's for serious matters. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded and confidently said, Rest assured, young master. I'll make this place a forbidden area so you won't be disturbed. Thank you. Duanling Tian nodded. Shangguan Yunfeng was rather surprised by Duanling Tian's modest attitude. He said, Young master, there's no need for you to be so courteous. It's an honor for me to help you. Following that, before Duanling Tian began to cultivate in the barren valley, He exchanged soul pearls with Shangguan Yunfeng. Unlike other places, the 9 Serenities did not restrict the use of soul pearls or external items such as celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons. The only restriction in the 9 Serenities battlefield was one's cultivation base. Those who had attained godhood could not enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Hence, the 9 Serenities battlefield was just like a miniature version of a Devata realms without gods. Due to how treacherous the place was, usually only titled celestial emperors would come to this place. I didn't expect the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to come to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Moreover, he even joined the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Shangguan Yunfeng thought to himself excitedly as he watched Duanling Tian vanish before his eyes. It's only a matter of time for someone like him to attain godhood. It'd be beneficial for me to maintain a good relationship with him. Moreover, his master is the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who's a god now. Shangguan Yunfeng was a sectless cultivator and an 8-star god of war. He preferred to travel unfettered instead of joining a force. Hence, he did not have friends in heaven-grade forces or heavenly palaces. His friends were sectless cultivators like him. However, in recent times, he had been giving his future more thought ever since he was stuck at this cultivation base for tens of thousands of years. He had grown lonely over the years, searching for ways to break through, and his loneliness had only intensified with time. Most Celestials who did not have a breakthrough after such a long time would usually take high risks just to break through. Some were lucky and were rewarded with a breakthrough, but most of them usually paid a price for the risks they took. The 9 Serenities battlefield and Purgatory battlefield were one of the risky ways for these Celestials to achieve a breakthrough. Hence, there were many unknown and sectless 7, 8, or even 9-star gods of wars in these places. Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and most of the Guardians were such people. After the young master attains godhood, he might guide me. With that, I might have a breakthrough. Moreover, he has already formed and comprehended 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Usually, Shangguan Yunfeng was rather aloof. He would remain aloof even if he were to meet those heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms. After all, he was stronger than a lot of them. However, he was enthusiastic with Duanling Tian. This was due to his hope that Duanling Tian would be able to help him with his cultivation in the future. After Shangguan Yunfeng left, he immediately ordered for the place where Duanling Tian was cultivating to be made into a forbidden area. He even arranged for some elders and disciples to patrol the area and kill whoever dared to approach that place. Shangguan Yunfeng's orders stirred up a commotion almost immediately. Many people were curious why that desolate area had become a forbidden area. Forbidden area? Why did that barren place become a forbidden area? Did they find some treasures there? It did not take long before the members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance found out that the barren valley was turned into a forbidden area because it was the cultivation ground of a newcomer. Along with that, they also discovered the newcomer was none other than the purple-clad nobleman who had recently become famous. The purple-clad nobleman? The purple-clad nobleman is cultivating there? I just heard that the purple-clad nobleman didn't become our alliance's 9th guardian after joining our alliance. I heard the leader made him our vice alliance leader. Many people were shocked by this news. After all, the Heavenly Dao Alliance had never had a vice alliance leader before. Moreover, it was clear that the position of vice alliance leader was higher than a guardian. Hey, the position of vice alliance leader is higher than the guardians. Don't you think this is unfair? The first guardian is an 8-star god of war. But why is the purple-clad nobleman the vice alliance leader? That's right. The purple-clad nobleman is only a 7-star god of war. How can his position be higher than the first guardian? Perhaps he's actually stronger than our first guardian? Soon enough, news of Duanling Tian's identity began to spread as well. Hey, did you hear? Apparently, the purple-clad nobleman is the only true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. That means the purple-clad nobleman is Duanling Tian, the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I had no idea he came to the 9 Serenities battlefield and even joined our Heavenly Dao Alliance. I heard about him when left the 9 Serenities battlefield a month ago. He's the first participant with strength comparable to a top 7-star god of war to have appeared in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He was already a 9 palaces celestial emperor at that time. I heard about this matter 4 months ago. He was rewarded with the exploding element celestial fruit for winning the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Hence, everyone is certain he's now a 10 directions celestial emperor.
Most importantly, he's speculated to be as strong as a top 8-star god of war.
A top 8-star god of war? If that's true, doesn't that mean he's stronger than our leader? That's right. I heard our leader wanted to give up his position to Duanling Tian, but Duanling Tian refused. That's why our leader made him the Vice Alliance leader instead. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were in shock for a long time after learning about the shocking news. They were even more shocked when they learned about the new Vice Alliance leader's achievements from members who had just returned to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Our Vice Alliance leader, the purple-clad nobleman, is also the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's unimaginable that someone less than 1,000 years old possesses the strength of a top 7-star god of war during the time he participated in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses.
It's unprecedented in the history of all Devata realms.
Perhaps only those young geniuses from the realms of gods would be a match for him.
Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of the commotion he had caused after joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Even those who had just joined the alliance after passing the recruitment test were shocked when they learned about the purple-clad nobleman's identity.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was fully immersed in his cultivation. He wanted to attain godhood in the shortest time possible and to deepen his comprehension of the law of space and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to increase his strength.
In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Duanling Tian had joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance. During this time, he only stayed in the Barren Valley.
Apart from those who passed the previous recruitment test, Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the alliance, and Meng Shan, the 7th guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, no one had seen Duanling Tian at all during this time.
During the past 6 months, news of Duanling Tian joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance and his identity had also spread far and wide in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Similar to those in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, everyone was shocked.
Everyone, except those who were in close cultivation, in the 9 Serenities battlefield had heard about Duanling Tian. As the purple-clad nobleman, Duanling Tian had gained fame in the 9 Serenities battlefield's 9 eastern regions. However, currently, his fame had even surpassed that of Shangguan Yunfeng, the former strongest powerhouse in the 9 eastern regions. Currently, Duanling Tian had already replaced Shangguan Yunfeng as the strongest powerhouse in the 9 eastern regions. It's not just the 9 eastern territories, but no one in the eastern region is a match for the legendary Heavenly Emperor's peerless true disciple. A top 8-star god of war. I don't think there's any top 8-star gods of war in the eastern region, right? Duanling Tian's fame was not restricted to the 9 eastern regions alone. It had spread to the entire eastern region.
The leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance, Yun Luan, hopes to meet Duanling Tian, the vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the young master of the solitary destructive heaven.
The leader of Shao Alliance, Xiao Luo Yi, hopes to meet the Vice Alliance leader.
As news of Duanling Tian's identity spread, many leaders of various alliances wanted to meet Duanling Tian. Alas, none of them was able to meet Duanling Tian. Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, could not refuse some of the leaders' requests since they were rather strong. Hence, he had no choice but to lead them to the Barren Valley. However, these leaders were personally rejected by Duanling Tian at the entrance of the valley. With this, news of Duanling Tian's refusal to meet anyone began to spread, and the number of people visiting the Heavenly Tao Alliance to meet Duanling Tian began to decrease as well.
At this time, Meng Shan, the 7th guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, asked Shangguan Yunfeng, "Leader, are they here to poach our vice leader away?"
Shangguan Yunfeng nodded. Isn't it obvious? Even if they fail to recruit him, it's still beneficial for them to get acquainted with him.
While Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan were conversing, a thunderous voice rang from outside the base of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. "I'm Wu Long, the 2nd true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven. I'm here to meet your vice leader, Duanling Tian. I want to challenge him to a duel to see if he's as strong as rumored." Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's expressions changed slightly upon hearing these words. They were confused. Wulong, the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven who was also the second leader of the given alliance, was supposed to be in the center of the Nine Serenities battlefield, after all. Did he come all this way to the eastern region of the Nine Serenities battlefield just to challenge Duanling Tian?
Leader, what should we do? Meng Shan asked with a wry smile. Then he added, a few years ago, I heard rumors that Wulong is already as strong as a top 8-star god of war. This isn't something we can deal with. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled wryly as well. I really regret not doing anything when news of the young master's identity and strength leaked. Let's go and meet the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the given palace.
When the duo arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Alliance base, they saw two figures hovering in the air.
The person standing in the lead was a tall and burly young man dressed in a long green robe. He looked masculine and dignified with his distinct brows. Meanwhile, the person who stood behind him was a skinny old man dressed in a gray robe.
Despite his elderly appearance, he looked energetic, and his eyes were piercing even more so than some people younger than him. Greetings, Leader Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng greeted Wulong as he bowed at the young man. He had no trouble identifying the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, who was also the second leader of the given alliance in the heart of the Nine Serenities battlefield. The given alliance was the strongest force in the Nine Serenities battlefield. It was founded by the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven.
Rumor had it that the founder and the first leader of the given alliance, also Wulong's senior brother, was a demigod, a 9-star god of war.
Call Duanling Tian out, Wulong said. Leader Wulong, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a hint of anxiousness. The young master isn't meeting anyone now. He's in closed-door cultivation. I'll inform him of this matter and suggest he meets you at the given alliance once he emerges from his closed-door cultivation. Is this okay?
Even if Shangguan Yunfeng was a match for Wulong, he would not dare to provoke Wulong. After all, it was akin to provoking the given alliance, one of the strongest forces in the Nine Serenities battlefield.
Wulong narrowed his eyes upon hearing Shangguan Yunfeng's words. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said threateningly, You have 15 minutes to bring Duanling Tian here. Otherwise, I'll annihilate the Heavenly Dao Alliance. You should know I'm capable of doing so. Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan paled as soon as they heard these words. In the end, Shangguan Yunfeng had no choice but to say, Please wait for a moment. Leader Wulong, I'll go and fetch the young master. Without wasting time, Shangguan Yunfeng led Meng Shan back into the Heavenly Dao Alliance base. Meng Shan said in a trembling voice, Leader, Wulong is too outrageous. How could he threaten the Heavenly Dao Alliance? Shangguan Yunfeng sighed helplessly. The Heavenly Dao Alliance is not different from a speck of dust in his eyes. The Heavenly Dao Alliance might be the strongest in the 9 eastern territories in the eastern region, but it was nothing compared to the forces in the central region, let alone the given alliance that was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It would be easy for the given alliance to annihilate the Heavenly Dao Heaven. Young Master. When Shangguan Yunfeng finally arrived at the entrance of the barren valley, he saw a purple-clad figure hovering in the air, looking at him quietly. Young Master, you're aware of this matter? Shangguan Yunfeng instinctively asked despite knowing the answer to the question. How can I be unaware since he made such a huge commotion? Duanling Tian calmly said. Although he could cultivate in relative peace in the Heavenly Dao Alliance base, he knew it was impossible to fully avoid being disturbed. He had been left a strand of his divine consciousness to communicate with Huang the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, so that Huang could inform him immediately if something happened. When Duanling Tian heard that Wulong, the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, wanted to challenge him to a duel, he could not help but feel that something was amiss. He had a feeling it had something to do with the Tidal Temple. He speculated that the Tidal Temple had encouraged the heavenly emperor of the given heaven to send his disciple to test his strength. Duanling Tian had long been prepared to be challenged. Since he entered the 9 Serenities, he did not conceal his identities in hopes that the Tidal Temple would send someone to fight him. Even if Feng Qingyang was safe and sound, he was still furious about Feng Qingyang being forced to detonate his Law of Earth's clone when they were at the main Tidal Temple.
Apart from that, how could he let go of the enmity between him and the Tidal Temple when Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, worked with great master Mayan and Mi Xian to take his life? With his current strength, it was impossible for him to take on the Tidal Temple, but it was different in the Nine Serenities battlefield.
Duanling Tian naturally knew gods were prohibited from entering the Nine Serenities battlefield. Hence, the strongest powerhouse the Tidal Temple could send was a demigod, or a 9-star god of war at most.
Despite being called demigods, the strength of a demigod was vastly different from that of God. The difference was like heaven and earth. Even elementary gods could easily crush the strongest demigod.
"Let's go," Duanling Tian said before Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan could say anything. He could tell from the duo's expressions that the duo was afraid of the given alliance.
While Shangguan Yunfeng led Duanling Tian to the base entrance, he briefed Duanling Tian on his opponent, Wu Long. He had told Duanling Tian that Wu Long was also the second leader of the given alliance, one of the strongest forces in the Nine Serenities battlefield.
He also told Duanling Tian that Wu Long had a quick temper and was aggressive by nature. Whenever Wu Long heard about new 8-star gods of war or people who were rumored to be as strong as 8-star gods of war, Wu Long would rush to challenge them. Since Wu Long managed to defeat all those 8-star gods of war, he was widely acknowledged in the Nine Serenities battlefield to only be second to 9-star gods of war. "Young master, since you joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, many people have been speculating that you're not any weaker than Wu Long. Moreover, both your masters are gods. Based on Wu Long's temperaments, it's only natural that he came to challenge after hearing the news." Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian wondered if his previous speculation about Wu Long having something to do with the Tidal Temple held any weight. He narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, "It doesn't matter why he came here. This battle is unavoidable anyway. He's only second to 9-star gods of war. This makes him the strongest 8-star god of war here. This is my first time battling such a powerful opponent." Duanling Tian doubted his speculation upon hearing the words of Shangguan Yunfeng. After all, he had only heard of Wu Long's voice and did not know him in person. Hence he naturally felt his sudden appearance must be related to the Tidal Temple. Needless to say, although Duanling Tian had met many powerhouses stronger than Wu Long, he had never battled with them before. His eyes flashed with anticipation as he thought to himself, "I can use this chance to test my strength." Previously, during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duanling Tian was as strong as a top 7-star god of war without using his celestial weapon. Moreover, at that time he was only a 9 Palaces celestial emperor. Currently, he was a 10 Directions celestial emperor. Not only that, but his comprehension of the law of space and the 2 Daos of heaven and earth had deepened as well after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He had not had a chance of testing his strength out since then, but he suspected he was capable of killing a 9-star god of war if he could use his 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword was a prominent divine artifact with an artifact spirit. Prior to this, he could not unleash the sword's full potential due to his insufficient strength. However, now that he had grown slightly stronger, he would be able to unleash more of the sword's power. Nevertheless, he did not intend to use the 7 Orifices sword against Wu Long. "Unfortunately, I still can't borrow the 5 divine elements' powers. Otherwise, I'm confident about defeating all those who have yet to attain godhood and don't possess any of the 5 divine elements." Duanling Tian sighed inwardly when he was reminded that the 5 divine elements were now deep in slumber and recuperating in his little world after exhausting their energies previously to save him. Not long after, Duanling Tian arrived outside of the Heavenly Tao Alliance base. At the same time, a crowd of Heavenly Tao Alliance members had gathered in the distance to watch. "Our leader and the 7th Guardian are here." The young man standing in front of leader and 9th Guardian must be the purple-clad nobleman. "Why are you still addressing him as the purple-clad nobleman? You should address him as vice leader or young master." The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were excited now that they finally got to meet their mysterious vice alliance leader. His opponent is Wu Long, the 2nd leader of the given alliance. He's known to be only second to 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. I wonder if our vice leader is a match for him.
Don't underestimate our vice leader. When our Lord Vice Leader was still a 9 palaces celestial emperor, he had displayed strength comparable to a top 7-star god of war even without using his celestial weapon. Moreover, after consuming the exploding element's celestial fruit, there's no doubt he's a 10 directions celestial emperor and has grown stronger. Although Wulong is powerful, it doesn't mean the young master is inferior to him. Wulong must have heard of the young master's achievements and came to look for trouble once. He found out that the young master had joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He really likes challenging people to duels as rumored. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Tao Alliance shifted their eyes back and forth between Duanling Tian and Wulong as they discussed fervently among themselves. As soon as Wulong saw Duanling Tian, his eyes lit up. Duanling Tian, you're finally here. I watched your performance during the Battle of the Geniuses through the floating image pearl. I must admit that you're truly remarkable. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a 10 directions celestial emperor now, right? What difference does it make if I'm a 10 directions celestial emperor or not? Duanling Tian asked in return as he stood across from Wulong in the air. I'll leave immediately if you're not a 10 directions celestial emperor. After all, it wouldn't have been a fair fight. However, if you're already a 10 directions celestial emperor, you won't be able to escape the battle today. Naturally, if you're not confident, you can forfeit the fight by admitting defeat to the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Wulong smiled when he finished speaking. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance held their breaths as they looked at Duanling Tian, wondering how he would respond. Duanling Tian replied calmly, "How can I let you down when you traveled all the way here from the center region to challenge me? Great! I like how straightforward you are. I, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Give Heaven, challenge the true disciple of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to a duel. If you win, you'll be the strongest after 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If I win, no one will doubt my reputation of being the strongest after 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield," Wulong said as his eyes burned. Wulong flashed forward. Then he came to a halt and said, "Duanling Tian, I'll allow you to make the first move since you're younger than I am. However, since my reputation is on the line, don't expect me to pull my punches." Pull your punches? Duanling Tian could not help but chuckle upon hearing these words. Are you worthy? I hope you'll be able to bear the consequences of challenging me. Subsequently, Duanling Tian vanished into thin air before he reappeared above Wulong. His eyes were without ripples as he looked down at Wulong. Duanling Tian initially did not have a good impression of Wulong after listening to Shangguan Yunfeng's description of Wulong. However, after speaking to Wulong, his impression of Wulong improved since he could tell Wulong was a straightforward person. Consequences? What consequences? Wulong cocked an eyebrow and smiled. Suddenly, tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged out of his body, forming a terrifying storm. He looked like a thunder god standing in the midst of the flashing lightning bolts. Clearly, he had comprehended the law of thunder. As an ancillary law from the 5 elements, the law of thunder was a mix of the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of wind. It had the offenses of the fire element, the indestructibility of the metal element, and the speed from the wind element. Duanling Tian, I hope your strength lives up to your reputation as the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Wulong said in a thunderous voice. Following that, it looked as though he had turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 Thunder clapped in the air as lightning bolts flashed continuously. The lightning bolts looked like purple dragons flying in the sky as a huge lightning bolt that resembled a huge dragon shot toward Duanling Tian. A hint of admiration could be seen in the eyes of the elders from the Heavenly Tao Alliance as they watched the battle. How terrifying! Wulong definitely lives up to his reputation as the strongest person below 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Is our vice leader a match for him? On the contrary, the eyes of the elders from the Heavenly Tao Alliance were brimming with skepticism when they looked at the calm Duanling Tian. At this time, one of the guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance arrived. After moving to stand next to Shangguan Yunfeng, he asked, "Leader, do you think young master will win?" Upon hearing this question, many members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance turned to look at Shangguan Yunfeng, eager to know his answer. Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head and said,
It's difficult to say. Wulong is famous for his strength in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Up until now, the young master has only displayed the strength of a top 7-star god of war, and we don't know if he's still hiding his true strength. It's hard to tell how much he has progressed since he became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. However, in my opinion, he should be as strong as a top 8-star god of war now. Otherwise, he won't be so calm facing Wulong now. Shangguan Yunfeng was not sure if Duanling Tian would win, but upon seeing how calm Duanling Tian was, he could not help but feel hopeful. Duanling Tian would be even more famous if he defeated Wulong. His fame would not be limited to the Nine Serenities battlefield, but it would likely spread to the various Devata realms. He might even become more famous than his master, Feng Qingyang, the legendary Heavenly Emperor.
Make your move. A thunderous voice echoed in the sky. Then the giant lightning bolt reverted to Wulong's original form. However, he was now much bigger and he wielded a lightning bolt in his hand like the god of thunder. The lightning bolt emitted such a deadly aura that it looked as though it could destroy everything that stood in its path. In front of the now gigantic Wulong, Duanling Tian looked as tiny as an ant. Duanling Tian replied calmly, "All right." Subsequently, the silhouette of a huge ancient tree appeared around Duanling Tian. Then, the silhouette gradually began to take form and solidify. It was none other than the pine willow divine tree phenomenon that Duanling Tian had not used in a long time. In the end, when the tree stopped growing, it was slightly bigger than Wulong in size. The pine willow divine tree? Is our vice leader originally a pine willow divine tree? No, he's human. He just cast the pine willow divine tree phenomenon.
The pine willow divine tree was rather famous in the various Devata realms. It was comparable to a top celestial beasts in terms of popularity. The manifestation of the pine willow divine tree was almost as strong as the real thing and could raise one's strength tremendously.
The pine willow divine tree's branches shot out like a whip toward Wulong, trying to imprison him. Wulong scoffed as the lightning bolt in his hand flashed, shooting out lightning bolts at the branches.
Boom!
Thunder rang in the sky as the lightning bolt struck.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The lightning bolt easily cut off the branches from the pine willow divine tree.
Is that all you've got? Wulong asked disdainfully. However, as soon as his voice fell, his expression changed drastically. The branches that had been cut off by Wulong's lightning bolt suddenly flew up into the air and shot toward him. He reacted quickly and used his lightning bolts to shield himself. However, since he did not have much to prepare his defenses, he could not completely block Duanling Tian's attack. In just a moment, the pieces of branches breached his lightning shield. Although the force of Duanling Tian's attack had been reduced by his shield, it still injured him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Our vice leader is so powerful.
He managed to injure Wulong.
It seems like he's strong enough to defeat Wulong.
The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance widened their eyes in shock. A hint of anticipation shone in the depths of their eyes as they watched the battle before them. Meanwhile, since Wulong was not severely injured, colors quickly returned to his face. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth before he said, "Impressive. I was too careless. Now that you've made your move, it's my turn now."
Wulong raised his hand, and the sky began to change immediately. Boom! 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 Dark clouds rolled in, looming over the Heavenly Tao Alliance base and covering the sun. Thunder rang in the air as lightning flashed. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance watched in shock as huge lightning bolts struck at Duanling Tian with just a wave of Wulong's hand. It looked as though Duanling Tian was undergoing a heavenly tribulation. Just as the lightning bolts were about to strike, Duanling Tian suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance held their breaths. They had thought Duanling Tian was about to win earlier before Wulong brought upon this lightning tribulation. Young Master, Shangguan Yunfeng's expression turned grim at this moment. Although he knew this attack would not kill Duanling Tian, it would severely injure Duanling Tian. Moreover, Wulong had yet to use his celestial weapon.
At this moment,
"Is this all you've got?"
a voice rang in the air as a figure suddenly appeared in the sky.
As soon as Duanling Tian appeared, the lightning bolts changed directions. Just as they were about to strike him, They suddenly vanished without a trace. Duanling Tian seemed impervious to any attacks. The area within a radius of a few meters of him seemed to easily destroy any attack that entered its range. The mastery Dao of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth? Shangguan Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. Although he had heard about the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, it was his first time witnessing it with his eyes. Heavens! What technique is this? How terrifying! At this moment, Duanling Tian stood in the midst of the lightning storm, impervious to the attacks. Not even a crease could be seen on his purple robe. It was only natural that everyone was shocked. On the other hand, the expression of the old man who had accompanied Wu Long here turned solemn. He had maintained an indifferent expression until now. He could no longer maintain his composure. You formed and comprehended the mastery Dao? Wu Long's expression turned solemn as his fighting spirit soared. His thunderous voice rang in everyone's ears as he said, interesting. Very well, I won't be holding back any more moving forward. Holding back. The members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance were shocked by Wu Long's words. On the contrary, Duanling Tian remained indifferent as he said, all right, hurry up and reveal all the tricks up your sleeve. Wu Long scoffed, feeling insulted by Duanling Tian's indifference. His eyes flashed coldly as he raised both his hands. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying thunderstorm began to brew. Flashes of purple lightning bolts lit up the sky when they flashed. Following that, instead of striking Duanling Tian, the purple lightning bolts suddenly struck at Wu Long. Everyone, including Duanling Tian, was puzzled. What was Wu Long trying to do? Why are the purple lightning bolts attacking Wu Long? What's he trying to do? However, soon enough, everyone discovered that a vortex had formed near Wu Long. Before the lightning bolts could land on him, the vortex devoured the lightning bolts like a greedy beast. Rumble. 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 Every time the vortex devoured a lightning bolt, the storm that was brewing seemed to grow stronger. It was as though the lightning bolts, which came from the law of thunder's fundamental elemental profundity, were making Wu Long stronger when they were devoured by the vortex. Clearly, he was able to grow stronger by absorbing the lightning bolts. Is this the devouring Dao? Realization soon dawned on Duanling Tian. He was surprised by this. He did not expect Wu Long to have begun to form the devouring Dao. Although Wu Long had yet to comprehend the devouring Dao, there was no mistaking that he had begun to form them. In fact, there were many who managed to form the Daos of heaven and earth. There were some who managed to form all 4 Daos of heaven and earth. However, there were equally as many who failed to comprehend them after forming them. How unexpected! A rare hint of surprise flitted past Duanling Tian's unusually expressionless face. Duanling Tian, take this. Wu Long shot across the sky like a god of thunder, looking as though he would destroy all the obstacles in his path. Bang! When Wu Long punched out, the lightning bolts raged and struck at Duanling Tian like ferocious dragons. Boom! When the attacks entered the range of Duanling Tian's space mastery Dao, they were not instantly destroyed. Moreover, Duanling Tian felt a suffocating pressure pressing down on him. Although he hasn't even comprehended his devouring Dao to the elementary stage, he's still very powerful after drawing power from it. Duanling Tian thought to himself, it's rather impressive that he found a way to increase his strength when he has barely comprehended the mastery Dao. However, devouring the lightning bolts to increase his strength isn't without risks. If he's not careful, he might injure himself or get himself killed. Nevertheless, based on this alone, it's true that he's invincible among those below 9-star gods of war. Duanling Tian could tell that Wu Long's strength far exceeded even those of top 8-star gods of war, even if Wu Long was not as strong as a 9-star god of war. After all, 9-star gods of war were demigods. At this stage, these demigods' celestial origin energy already held some qualities of the divine energy. Before one's celestial origin energy began to make the shift to transform into divine energy, one would only be an 8-star god of war no matter how strong one was. Once one's celestial origin energy began to contain traces of the divine energy, one would become as strong as a 9-star god of war, easily powering everyone with only celestial origin energy. It did not matter if one's opponent had a deeper comprehension of the law. As long as one had a trace of the divine energy, one would be able to easily defeat opponents with only celestial origin energy. However, this was only if celestial weapons did not play a part in the fight. For example, if Duan Tian used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and fought a demigod without a divine artifact, Duan Tian would still be able to defeat the demigod. Nice! Faced with Wu Long's powerful attack, Duan Tian placed his left hand on his back before pushing his right hand out. Swoosh! In just an instant, celestial origin energy mixed with spatial energy surged out and formed a sword in Duan Tian's hand. Although it did not look particularly dazzling with its grayish light. Its aura was calm and profound, unlike the turbulent aura of Wu Long's attack, but it was not any less terrifying. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes lit up. I heard that apart from the Mastery Dao, the young master has also formed and comprehended the Space Sword Dao that's unique to him. At this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Tian finally made a move. He brandished his sword casually without any technique. It was just a simple technique. The unassuming sword faced the raging storm in the sky. When they collided, Duan Tian's simple attack looked as though it was being overwhelmed by Wu Long's flashy attack. The members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, who had felt their hearts sink upon seeing this, suddenly heard the sound of something tearing. When they looked up, they saw that Wu Long's raging attack seemed to have suddenly frozen. At the same time, the force of the attack was swiftly depleting as well. Look! What's that? At this time, most people had noticed the tear in the void that was devouring the force of Wu Long's attack like a ravenous beast. It's a tear in the void. Heavens! Our vice leader managed to tear a hole in the void. I thought only gods are capable of such a feat in Devata realms. Moreover, the Nine Serenities battlefield is much more stable compared to Devata realms. Even ordinary gods aren't capable of this, right? Is our vice leader a god? Are you stupid? If he's a god, how could he have entered the Nine Serenities battlefield? The members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance were shocked and frightened by Duan Tian's terrifying attack. At this time, some of the more knowledgeable members of the Alliance explained our vice leader didn't really tear a hole in the void with his strength alone. You can say he actually used a special technique. Nevertheless, it doesn't make this feat any less impressive. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I feel really lucky being able to witness such a fight. I really didn't live so long in vain. Meanwhile, Wu Long stared at Duan Tian in disbelief. However, it did not long before he regained his composure. You truly live up to your identity as the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're really powerful. Wu Long withdrew the energy around him as he walked toward Duan Tian. The lightning bolts in the sky had vanished, and the thunder had stopped ringing in the air. What's Wu Long doing? Is he going to surrender? Many people were puzzled by Wu Long's actions. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage now, he must still have tricks up his sleeve. After all, both opponents had yet to draw their weapons. Are you going to surrender? Duan Tian asked tonelessly. At this time, Wu Long had drawn rather close to Duan Tian. Duan Tian, your strength is impressive, Wu Long said as he drew closer to Duan Tian. You're the strongest top 8-star god of war I've ever encountered. Even my senior brother, whom I admired most among the younger generation, wasn't as powerful when he was a top 8-star god of war. So, are you going to surrender? Duan Tian continued to ask indifferently. Do I have any choice other than to admit defeat at this point? Wu Long said with a sigh, if you have a better idea, why don't you tell me? Upon hearing Wu Long's words, Duan Tian withdrew his energy as well. A spatial storm raged for a moment before entering his body. He surrendered? When everyone from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, including Shangguan Yunfeng, heard the duo's conversation, their eyes lit up as barely concealed expressions of excitement appeared on their faces. Wu Long was widely acknowledged as the strongest 8-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield, and only 9-star gods of war could defeat him. However, Duan Tian had defeated such a person. How could the members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance not feel excited? From this day onward, the strongest 8-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield was someone from their alliance. After Duan Tian withdrew his energy and the others were enjoying their vice leader's victory, Wu Long's eyes suddenly glinted. Following that, a black ray of light suddenly shot out of his glabella toward Duan Tian's glabella.
This black ray of light was Wu Long's divine artifact that specialized in soul attacks. Although it was just a primitive divine artifact without a soul, it was still a divine artifact. Coupled with his strength, it was even more powerful than Emperor-grade celestial weapons with spirits. Moreover, divine artifacts that specialized in soul attacks were really rare as well. Wu Long's sudden and swift attack caught everyone by surprise. No one had expected him to launch a sneak attack when he had just surrendered. They could not but feel disdain at his lack of honor. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by the sudden attack as well. Nevertheless, spending years living his life on the edge of a knife had honed his instincts. Hence, as soon as Wu Long's attack shot, his celestial origin energy that was imbued with a strange energy rolled out immediately. When it crashed against Wu Long's attack, it froze Wu Long's attack briefly. Although the pause was brief, everyone noticed it. The law of time. The law of time was the most suitable to deal with sneak attacks. For those who comprehended other laws, they needed time to build their defenses or launch attacks. However, this was not the case for those who comprehended the law of time. With just a thought, one could easily combine one's celestial origin energy with the law of time's fundamental elemental profundity. It was not one of the four supreme laws for no reason after all. Hence, Duan Lingtian was able to quickly respond and freeze Wu Long's attack with just a thought. The law of time. Wu Long's eyes widened in shock as his expression changed drastically. This was completely out of his expectations. Since he had drawn close to Duan Lingtian, he had been certain he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was not a 9-star god of war. He was not afraid that the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance would spread word of his despicable method of pretending to surrender before attacking. He had planned to annihilate the Heavenly Tao Alliance to silence them after killing Duan Lingtian. With the old man who had accompanied him here, no one from the Heavenly Tao Alliance would be able to escape death. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's law of time had completely disrupted Wu Long's plan. Even if Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the law of time's fundamental elemental profundity, it was enough for Duan Lingtian to stop time to buy himself time. Since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At this time, the law of time finally lost its effect, and Wu Long's attack continued shooting toward Duan Lingtian. Huanger, Duan Lingtian called out. Following that, a dazzling, even-colored sword ray shot out of Duan Lingtian's glabella. It was so dazzling that everything in its surroundings dimmed in comparison. As much as it was dazzling, it was equally deadly. It shot out with a force that could seemingly destroy heaven and earth. Swoosh! No! Wu Long cried out as soon as he saw 7-colored sword ray. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was a prominent divine artifact. It was unique in the sense that it could cast both physical and soul attacks. To begin with, Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wu Long. With his weapon that was superior to Wu Long's, how could Wu Long stand a chance? The outcome was obvious. Everyone, including the old man who had accompanied Wu Long here, shuddered. They watched as Wu Long's attack was easily destroyed by Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray. Their eyes widened in horror as the 7-colored sword ray continued flying toward Wu Long's glabella. Swoosh! Just as the 7-colored sword ray was about to enter Wu Long's glabella, a powerful energy suddenly burst forth from his glabella. Then a vague figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven? Duan Lingtian recognized the person who had just appeared. It was Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, whom he had met during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. He was not surprised. Since Wu Long was Jiyu's second true disciple, Jiyu must have left his divine mark on Jiyu. Master, save me! Wu Long cried out as though he had seen his savior. Duan Lingtian? Jiyu was clearly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian as well. Heavenly Emperor Jiyu. Duan Lingtian nodded by way of greeting. Then he said determinedly, your disciple tried to kill me using despicable means, so I suggest you save your breath if you're going to ask me to spare him. I will never show mercy to those who try to kill me. Although Duan Lingtian was speaking to a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, he did not back down, nor was he subservient. Moreover, the heavenly emperor was speaking to was widely acknowledged as the strongest heavenly emperor among the 81 heavenly emperors. I'm willing to pay any price as long as you spare his life. Jiyu frowned upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Upon seeing how determined Duan Ling Tian was, he could only relent for now to save his disciple's life.
I'm not interested, Duan Ling Tian bluntly replied. Jiyu's expression darkened immediately. At the same time, Wulong's body suddenly shone with seven-colored light that kept growing brighter and brighter until it finally exploded. Boom!
With that, Jiyu's manifestation vanished as well. A divine soul mark was used to alert the owner of the mark if the person who bore the mark was in danger. Through mark, the owner of the mark could travel to the bearer of the mark and save him. Alas, Wulong was in the Nine Serenities battlefield, so Jiyu, who was a god, could not enter the battlefield to save Wulong. Needless to say, that explosion thoroughly destroyed Wulong. Nothing was left of him. Not only was his spatial ring destroyed, but even his blood had evaporated. Just like that, Wulong, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven and the strongest 8-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield, died near the base of a small alliance. He died. The projection that appeared earlier. Was that Heavenly Emperor Jiyu of the Given Heaven? Yes. He must have left a divine soul mark on Wulong in case Wulong met with a life-threatening situation. It's unfortunate Wulong was in the Nine Serenities battlefield, so there was nothing Heavenly Emperor Jiyu could do to save him. Didn't you see?
He even tried to negotiate with our vice leader earlier. That's right. That's right. However, our vice leader ignored him completely and killed Wulong. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, including Shangguan Yunfeng, were stunned by what had happened. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so domineering that he even ignored Jiyu, a god and the strongest Heavenly Emperor among the 81 Heavenly Emperors. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were surprised to see Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, manifesting through his divine soul mark. However, they were more surprised by Duan Ling Tian disregarding Jiyu and killing Wulong. All of them thought that Duan Ling Tian, the vice leader of their Heavenly Tao Alliance and the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was really domineering. After all, Jiyu was no ordinary Heavenly Emperor. He was ranked first in the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor ranking. Some members were worried, while some did not think much of the matter.
Isn't our vice leader afraid Heavenly Emperor will seek revenge from him?
Revenge? Have you forgotten our vice leader's master is also a god?
Moreover, his master is also ranked second on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor ranking.
That's right. Despite the ranking, we don't know who's stronger. After all, the ranking isn't always accurate. There's a high chance Heavenly Emperor is stronger. After all, he's only a little more than 10,000 years old, but he's already a god.
At the time of his birth, Heavenly Emperor Jiyu was already a Heavenly Emperor. Based on Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's talent, it's not impossible for him to have caught up to Heavenly Emperor Jiyu. Some of the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had absolute confidence in Feng Qingyang. Due to his incredible talent, they thought he had likely surpassed Jiyu. Naturally, there would be those who held opposing opinions.
These people did not doubt Feng Qingyang was talented, and they did not doubt he would surpass Jiyu. However, they did not think Feng Qingyang would surpass Jiyu in such a short time. I disagree. Heavenly Emperor Jiyu had attained godhood a long time ago. It'd take a while for Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang to catch up.
That's right. In any case, I'm sure Heavenly Emperor Jiyu is now thinking of ways to kill our vice leader.
At the same time, Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, who was standing outside the entrance to the Nine Serenities battlefield, wore an unsightly expression on his face. He did not expect so much disrespect from Duan Ling Tian, or that Duan Ling Tian would completely disregard him and kill his second true disciple before his eyes. His disciple might not be as talented as Duan Ling Tian, but he treated his disciple like a son. How could he let go of this matter?
Duan Ling Tian, originally we have no enmity between us. Since you killed Wulong, you must die.
I'll snatch your prominent divine artifact away once I kill you, Jiyu said through gritted teeth as his eyes flashed with greed. Clearly, he had accurately identified the weapon Duan Ling Tian had used to kill his disciple.
He could tell Duan Ling Tian's prominent divine artifact was one with a soul.
I wonder how Duan Ling Tian obtained the sword. It's unlikely that Feng Qingyang found it in the Azura Hell. Moreover, even if he really did find it in that place, he would not have given them to Duan Ling Tian. Jiyu thought to himself. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang would keep such a treasure to himself. After all, it was unlikely for him to find two of such treasures in the Azura Hell. However, if Feng Qingyang owned an even more powerful weapon, he would have to think twice about offending Feng Qingyang by killing Duanling Tian. Back in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Young Master Long, the old man, who had accompanied Wu Long here, cried out in despair. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian and said in a low voice, Duanling Tian, our Lord Heavenly Emperor manifested in this place and offered to pay a price in exchange for Wu Long's life. But you still killed Wu Long. The old man was someone who had been by Ji Yu's side for a long time. He had been groomed by Ji Yu even before Ji Yu had become the Heavenly Emperor of the given realm, the strongest Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, this was after Ji Yu's disciples had grown stronger. Otherwise, Ji Yu would not have had the time for him. Since Wu Long was young, he had been tasked to protect Wu Long. Even when Wu Long's strength surpassed his, he still did not have any intention of leaving Wu Long's side. Usually, he would advise Wu Long and help Wu Long strategize. Perhaps it was due to his talent, but Wu Long became rash and reckless. In fact, the old man had tried to dissuade Wu Long from looking for Duanling Tian. After all, they did not know the extent of Duanling Tian's strength. Moreover, even though there were some people who speculated Duanling Tian might be stronger than Wu Long, only a small minority of people thought so. Hence, Wu Long's reputation would still remain intact even if he did not challenge Duanling Tian. Most people still thought he was the strongest 8-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Alas, Wu Long was too arrogant. He could not endure the slightest criticism against himself. Hence, he was determined to defeat Duanling Tian to regain his former glory. However, he was too arrogant, causing him to die here. The old man's eyes flashed with killing intent before he said icily, Your actions today have made you an enemy of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Not only that, but your actions have thoroughly offended everyone from the heavenly palace of the given heaven. So, do you want to kill me to avenge Wu Long? Duanling Tian asked expressionlessly as he stared at the old man. In the beginning, Duanling Tian had a rather favorable impression of Wu Long. He had found Wu Long's straightforwardness to his liking. At that time, he had thought Wu Long was not as bad as Shangguan Yunfeng described him to be. Fear still lingered in his heart when he thought about what happened earlier. Without the law of time, even if he had gone all out at most, he could only preserve his life. Even then, he would be grievously injured. Fortunately, I comprehended the law of time. Duanling Tian was grateful he had comprehended the law of time in the place that was suspected to have been left behind by a supreme powerhouse in the Azura Hell. I was careless. Duanling Tian did not deny he had been too careless this time. He had let his guard down due to a momentary lapse in his judgment. He should not have made such a mistake in the first place after years and years of experience. He had really learned from his lesson this time. When he recalled how close he was to dying, the only thing he could think of was to remove the threat, kill Wu Long. Hence, he did not compromise nor did he hesitate to kill Wu Long, contrary to Ji Yu's wish. Meanwhile, the old man's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duanling Tian's question. Naturally, he had no thoughts of avenging Wu Long now. He did not have a death wish after all. Wu Long was stronger than him, and Wu Long was killed by Duanling Tian. How could he possibly be a match for Duanling Tian then? In the end, the old man only glared at Duanling Tian and said, Duanling Tian, you better prepare yourself to meet death in the future. The old man turned around to leave. In his mind, he was already thinking of how he could seek revenge for Wu Long. He might not be a match for Duanling Tian, but he had Ji Yu and friends who could deal with Duanling Tian. Wu Long was like a son to him. How could he not avenge Wu Long's death? Since you're already here, you should stay, Duanling Tian said. Although the old man did a good job of concealing his killing intent, it did not escape his notice. Are you going to force me to stay? The old man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, green light shone from his body as he prepared to escape. He had comprehended the law of wind, so speed was his forte. His speed was even faster than Wu Long. Swoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword shot out again, shining with a 7-colored light. A brief sword cry rang in the air before the old man met with an outcome similar to Wu Long's. After that incident earlier, Duanling Tian became even more determined to remove the roots of his problems. As such, how could he allow the old man to leave?
Moreover, he had clearly sensed the old man's killing intent.
2 8-star gods of war died just like that? Shangguan Yunfeng was still stunned. After all, he knew the old man was the guardian of the Given Alliance. The old man was only second to Wu Long and his senior brother, the 2 leaders of the Given Alliance. A few members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who had regained their senses could not help but shiver when they recalled the person behind Wu Long and the old man. It was not Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven. As terrifying as Ji Yu was, he could not enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. The person that appeared in their minds was none other than Wu Long's senior brother, the first leader of the Given Alliance. The reason the Given Alliance was so powerful in the 9 Serenities battlefield was due to Wu Long's senior brother. He was a 9-star god of war, one of the strongest in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since our vice leader killed those 2, the leader of the Given Alliance definitely won't let the matter slide.
I'm afraid not only will the vice leader be in trouble, but our alliance will be in trouble as well. The leader of the Given Alliance is likely to vent his anger on us and annihilate our Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Tao Alliance members stared at Duanling Tian nervously, worried about their safety. Although Duanling Tian's performance today was shocking and amazing, they knew it was no longer safe to stay in the Heavenly Tao Alliance.
After all, Duanling Tian had killed Wu Long, the junior brother of the leader of the Given Alliance, who was also the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven. Most importantly, he was a 9-star god of war. Although the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was strong, he was no match for a 9-star god of war. Hence, it was unlikely that he could protect his members if the leader of the Given Heaven came to seek revenge. Leader, Duanling Tian called out, before he teleported in front of Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Then, he calmly asked, "What are your plans?" Duanling Tian had noticed the various expressions of the Heavenly Tao Alliance members, and he had heard the whispers as well. He knew it would not take long before the first true disciples of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven found out about Wu Long's death here. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Given had probably already sent his men to the 9 Serenities battlefield to inform his first true disciple about the matter. Most importantly, they would definitely not let this matter go. "Young master, are you confident about winning if you were to fight the leader of the Given Heaven who's a 9-star god of war?" Shangguan Yunfeng asked in a grave tone. Duanling Tian's answer would determine the future of the Heavenly Tao Alliance.
"I'm no match for a 9-star god of war now." Duanling Tian shook his head.
Before his celestial origin energy transitioned to the divine energy, it was impossible for him to defeat a 9-stars god of war, even if he possessed a prominent divine artifact or comprehended 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth and other laws.
The difference between celestial origin energy and divine energy was unbridgeable. Even if the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven only possessed a primitive divine artifact due to his celestial origin energy that possessed traces of divine energy, his weapon would still be stronger than Duanling Tian's prominent divine artifact. Perhaps, if the 5 divine elements were not in a state of recovery, Duanling Tian would have been more confident about facing a 9-star god of war. If I can start the transition of my celestial origin energy to divine energy, I'd be confident about facing him. However, as it is, I'll definitely be defeated.
Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. "It seems like I can only disband the Heavenly Tao Alliance." "I apologize," Duanling Tian said. "There's no need to apologize, young master," Shangguan Yunfeng said. "Disbanding the Heavenly Tao Alliance isn't the end. There are many alliances in the 9 Serenities battlefield. With our members' strength, I'm sure they'll be able to join them.
Moreover, if the members and I have to pick between keeping the Heavenly Tao Alliance or you killing Wu Long, we'll definitely pick the latter."
Then, Shangguan Yunfeng turned to the members of the alliance and said, "Brothers and sisters, due to threat from the Given Alliance, I have no choice but to disband the Heavenly Tao Alliance. We will have to go our separate ways from now on." After Shangguan Yunfeng's voice fell, the entire place was as silent as a graveyard. However, no one was surprised by this announcement since they had all seen it coming. "The young master apologized to me, but I told him there's nothing to apologize for." Do all of you agree? Shangguan Yunfeng asked, raising his voice near the end of the sentence. Everyone shook their heads in unison when they regained their senses. Of course not.
Witnessing the young master defeat Wulong was one of the best experiences in my life.
It's not a big deal even if we have to disband the Heavenly Tao Alliance. We can always find another place. That's right.
Witnessing the fight has broadened my horizon. Disbanding the alliance is just a small price to pay.
Young master, don't be so hard on yourself. Even if I'm no longer a member of the alliance, I'll always remember the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I'll never forget the spectacular battle between our vice leader and the second leader of the given alliance, who was once known as the strongest 8-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield.
Someone laughed and said, I can boast about once being a member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and witnessing you killing Wulong. Although the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were sad about the alliance's disbandment, their sadness did not linger. Most of them thought it was worthwhile being able to watch Duanling Tian and Wulong's battle.
See? No one feels resentful nor do they blame you, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a smile as he turned back to look at Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian was overwhelmed by everyone's reactions and words. Although these people might not be as strong as he is, their hearts were definitely strong. They did not complain when they met with obstacles and bravely soldiered on. Moreover, in this place, it was normal to wander from place to place. Young Master, Shangguan Yunfeng said through voice transmission, if you plan to continue staying in the 9 Serenities battlefield, I suggest you take on a pseudonym and disguise yourself. It'd be easier for you to join another alliance as well.
If not, you can also join the rival of the given alliance that has a 9-star god of war as well. With that, the leader of the given alliance will have to think twice about making a move against you. However, there are naturally risks that come with this since we can't guarantee the alliance you join won't hand you over to the given alliance.
Thank you for the advice, Duanling Tian replied. Then he flew up into the sky and nodded at everyone before he said, farewell, everyone.
Farewell, Vice Leader. The members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance responded and bowed in unison. They watched as Duanling Tian flew away and only regained their senses when they could no longer see him. Many of them were filled with nothing but praise for him. They were certain his future would be bright so long as nothing untoward happened to him. Our vice leader isn't even 700 years old yet, but he's already so strong. It's hard to imagine how powerful he'd be after 1,000 years. If he can keep up his speed of cultivation, after 1,000 years, he'd even surpass the Heavenly Emperor of the given heaven. With his talent, it won't take long for him to become a 9-star god of war. Not long after Duanling Tian left the Heavenly Tao Alliance base and the alliance disbanded, the messenger that the Heavenly Emperor of the given heaven dispatched arrived at the 9 Serenities battlefield. After meeting Ji Ying, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the given heaven, he reported everything that had happened. Ji Ying was a slender black-clad young man with an ordinary appearance. His thick eyebrows made him look rather fierce. Bang!
After listening to the messenger's report, Ji Ying, who was cultivating in his cultivation ground in the given alliance base, lost control of his emotions. His celestial origin energy surged, destroying the ground. He did not even spare a glance at the devastated area as he flew east with a grim expression on his face. Wulong was Ji Ying's only junior brother and was like a younger brother to him. How could he remain unmoved after finding out Wulong had died? At this time, he only had one thought in mind: destroy the Heavenly Tao Alliance and kill Duanling Tian. The commotion attracted the attention of many high-ranking members of the given alliance. Despite their curiosity, they were very respectful toward Ji Ying. Leader, what happened?
Leader.
What's wrong? Ji Ying responded expressionlessly, it's nothing. I'll be away from the base for a bit. Deal with the alliance's affairs as you see fit.
Ji Ying did not wait for his men's response and left as soon as he finished speaking.
I wonder what happened? Me too. Something doesn't seem right with our leader.
While the members were puzzled over Ji Ying's odd behavior, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock, Leader Wulong is dead. What? Everyone was shocked by the news of Wulong's death. After all, he was the second leader of the given alliance and was also the second strongest person in the alliance. Moreover, he was always accompanied by the third strongest person in the alliance.
Everyone knew he was the strongest 8-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. How did someone like that die?
Which 9-star god of war killed him? Someone asked.
It wasn't a 9-star god of war, the person who received the news first said in a low voice. The person who killed leader Wu Long and Lord Xiao is Duanling Tian, the only true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven.
He's a top 8-star god of war. Leader Wu Long traveled east to the Heavenly Dao Alliance base to challenge Duanling Tian, and was killed as a result. Everyone fell silent immediately. Based on our leader's expression earlier, he must have found out about Leader Wu Long's death. That's obvious. He should be on his way to the Heavenly Dao Alliance now. The Heavenly Dao Alliance has probably disbanded. As for Duanling Tian, I doubt he'd wait for our leader to find him since he's not a 9-star god of war. Is Duanling Tian unaware that Leader Wu Long is the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven? Didn't he know he'd incur the wrath of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, the strongest among the 81 Heavenly Emperors?
The Given Alliance is the only alliance in the 9 Serenities battlefield with 2 leaders. This was to accommodate Wu Long.
Jiying, the leader of the Given Alliance, doted on Wu Long, so he naturally agreed to make Wu Long the second leader of the Given Alliance. This fact was widely known by the high-ranking members of the alliance. Since they were all members of the same alliance, it was inevitable that this would come up during conversations.
Perhaps Duanling Tian's really unaware that Wu Long is the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven.
An elder of the alliance shook his head and said, "Impossible. Leader Wu Long would definitely reveal his identity when he challenged Duanling Tian. Moreover, even if Duanling Tian was initially unaware, there's no way no one from the Heavenly Dao Alliance didn't recognize Leader Wu Long. His identity aside, he's widely known for being the strongest 8-star god of star in the 9 Serenities battlefield. I know for a fact that the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven really dotes on his 2 true disciples. He even left divine marks on them. I'm guessing the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven must have manifested in the 9 Serenities battlefield before Leader Wu Long died." Really? If Lord Heavenly Emperor manifested at that time, how could Duanling Tian dare to kill Leader Wu Long?
Isn't that akin to openly challenging our Lord Heavenly Emperor?
At this moment, the elder in charge of gathering intel in the Give Alliance said, "Indeed, before Duanling Tian killed Leader Wu Long, Lord Heavenly Emperor's manifestation did appear at the Heavenly Dao Alliance base. He even tried to negotiate with Duanling Tian and promised to give Duanling Tian whatever he wanted, as long as he spared Leader Wu Long's life. However, before Lord Heavenly Emperor finished speaking, Duanling Tian killed Leader Wu Long." Everyone inhaled sharply when they heard these words. Not only that, but before Duanling Tian killed Leader Wu Long, he destroyed our Lord Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. The members of the Given Alliance looked at each other in shock and disbelief. For a moment no one spoke. They were shocked that Duanling Tian rejected the Heavenly Emperor of Given Heaven's olive branch and even destroyed his manifestation from the divine mark. Although the destruction of the manifestation did not affect the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven at all, it was a sign of Duanling Tian challenging the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven. Duanling Tian is as good as dead. He's too bold. Even his master can't save him this time. Does he think his master is comparable to Lord Heavenly Emperor just because his master has attained godhood?
There's a strength difference between gods after all. As someone who's ranked first on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor ranking, our Lord Heavenly Emperor had attained godhood a long time ago. There's no doubt he's now a king of God at least. Most of the high-ranking members of the Given Alliance were certain that Duanling Tian would die.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware of the commotion that he had caused. He was naturally also unaware that Jiying, the leader of the Given Alliance, was making his way to the Heavenly Dao Alliance base in the east of the 9 Serenities battlefield.
When Jiying arrived at the Heavenly Dao Alliance base, he discovered the entire place was empty. Everyone, including the leader and the guardians of the Alliance, had left.
After leaving the Heavenly Dao Alliance, many of the members joined a new alliance or wandered the 9 Serenities battlefield alone. Some went north, some went south, some went west, Some went to the central region.
This meant that Ji Ying, who wanted to seek revenge from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, would have a tough time finding its members. Let alone the ordinary members, it would be difficult for him to find the leaders and the guardians of the alliance who were somewhat famous. After all, they could change their names and disguise themselves. In fact, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's name, Shangguan Yunfeng, was also just a pseudonym.
Most people would hide their true identities when in the Nine Serenities battlefield. There were very few like Duanling Tian, Ji Ying, and Wulong who used their real names and who had overwhelmingly powerful backgrounds.
There were also some 9-star gods of war who hid their names so they could freely use their divine elements without being exposed.
I didn't think leader Ji Ying would come so fast. At this moment, Shangguan Yunfeng, the former leader of the now-defunct Heavenly Tao Alliance, was looking at Ji Ying. Ji Ying had coincidentally come to the alliance that he had just joined to ask about the Heavenly Tao Alliance and Duanling Tian's whereabouts.
Although he had expected this, he was still taken aback when he saw Ji Ying.
It seems like the rumors are true that Ji Ying really doted on his junior brother, Wulong. He really does have a soft spot for Wulong, Shangguan Yunfeng thought to himself.
Currently, not only did Shangguan Yunfeng change his name and disguise himself, but he had also suppressed his cultivation base.
I'll stay here temporarily. I'll only leave the east for the central region once I become as strong as a top 8-star god of war. The central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield was filled with experts. One would not be able to survive for long if one was not a top 8-star god of war at least. I wonder if I'd be able to meet the young master again in the future. When Shangguan Yunfeng thought about Duanling Tian, he could not help but worry again. He really hoped Duanling Tian would heed his advice about using a pseudonym and disguising himself. After all, Duanling Tian would be in grave danger as long as he had yet to become a 9-star god of war.
Shangguan Yunfeng knew many young geniuses who continued flaunting their extraordinary backgrounds even after they had offended others just to maintain their reputation. They usually ended up dead.
If Duanling Tian were aware of Shangguan Yunfeng's thoughts, he would have found it funny. Although his reputation was important, it was not comparable to his life. Moreover, he also had to consider his loved ones who depended on him.
They were living in his little world, and there was Kua who was still waiting for him to rescue her in the Divine Offering Land. Previously, Duanling Tian did not bother hiding his identity when joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance because he had hoped to lure out those from the Tidal Temple who might be after him. Moreover, the 5 divine elements had used their remaining strength to inscribe a celestial talisman for him using a leaf from the divine tree of life that would enable him to escape from 9-star gods of war. The celestial talisman was so powerful that if he were to use it outside of the 9 Serenities battlefield, he could even escape from a god. Duanling Tian had been hoping those from the Tidal Temple would look for him so he could kill them to avenge his master. Unfortunately, plans could not keep up with changes.
Instead of the members of the Tidal Temple, Wulong, the second disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, would come looking for him.
How could Duanling Tian be unaware of the fact that killing Wulong would put him and the Heavenly Emperor of the Given on opposing sides? However, he had deemed it necessary to kill Wulong. After all, Wulong had tried to kill him. If he did not kill Wulong, a knot might form in his heart because of this. The knot would then hinder his cultivation progress. Hence, he killed Wulong even though the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven had manifested and tried to intervene.
It seems like I won't have the chance to kill those from the Tidal Temple for now, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He was rather certain that the Temple would only send 8-star god of war, at most, after him. He had no fear as long as they did not send 9-star gods of war. With his current strength and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he was strong enough to kill all 8-star gods of war. Moreover, he possessed 99 heavenly veins that would supply him with endless heaven and earth spirit energy that was comparable to that of realms of gods. I should use a pseudonym. The leader of the Given Alliance must be searching for me now.
Duanling Tian was aware that Ji Ying, the leader of the Given Alliance and the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, was a 9-star god of war.
At this time, if he ran into Ji Ying, he would only have one option. Use the celestial talisman the 5 divine elements had inscribed for him to escape.
However, he was reluctant to waste it on Ji Ying.